Look at that. We are live.
We are live. Well, good. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ACF committee, which is the way I also started out yesterday's committee meeting, saying the same thing. So that was, as I said, it was a bad day yesterday. So we have several work sessions and a budget work session today. So we're going to have a fairly long day, I would assume. So we'll get right into it. As you realize, this is kind of a discussion with work sessions. Everything is electronic. It's the committee. If anybody wants someone to come in and answer some questions, please ask through the chairs. And we will, if they're hopefully here, we'll bring them in to answer some questions, and we'll go from there. Just so you know, I don't know who's out there listening, but there are 2 or 3 places where the schedule is listed and it doesn't always agree. But just so everybody knows, to start out with, today's schedule is going to be, we're going to start with LD 316, an act to prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos, followed by LD 125, which is aerial spraying. Then 324 is public land ownership. 437 is healthy soils. 457, free park passes to persons with disabilities. 66, an act to improve livestock and poultry preparation. And then 493, which is this custom slaughterhouses. And then, as I say, followed by a budget work session. So with that, we'll introduce ourselves and we will go ahead and get started. So go ahead, Representative O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My name is Maggie O'Neill and I represent House District 15, which is in Saco.
Representative Schofield.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Schofield and I represent House District 112. I live in the town of Weld and I represent 17 towns and townships in Franklin and Somerset counties, the High Peaks region of Maine. Good morning, everyone.
Representative Osher.
Good morning. I'm Lori Osher. I represent most of Orono. That's District 123. It's the home of the University of Maine.
Representative Landry.
Good morning, Representative Scott Landry from Farmington. I represent District 113. That includes the towns of Farmington and New Sharon.
Senator Maxman.
Hi there, I'm Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden plus Washington and Windsor, 27 towns in the Mid-Coast.
Representative Hall.
Good morning, Randy Hall here, representing District 114, the towns of Chesterville, Wilton, Temple Strong, Industry, and New Vineyard.
Representative Bernard.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
Senator Black.
Good morning, Senator Black, representing Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Representative David McCray. I represent the good people of District 148, right in the center of the county. So glad to be here. It's going to be a big day. Welcome.
And finally, Representative Underwood.
I'm Representative Underwood from Presque Isle, and it's great to see everybody this morning. Have a great day.
Thank you, everyone. And we'll go ahead and I'll introduce Cheryl McGowan. Cheryl is our clerk and will keep us running smoothly, hopefully today. And then we'll have our analysts who will be introducing all of our bills to us and summarizing them, I should say. And that is Karen Neto. And with that, we'll launch right into our first meeting, which is LD 316. It's a work session on an act to prohibit the use of chlorpyrifos. So Karen, if you would begin.
Sure.
So sections 1 and 2 of the bill are just technical to set up section 3, which is where the prohibition is. It prohibits the use of pesticides containing chlorpyrifos as an active ingredient beginning January 1st, 2022. And then section 4 is an unallocated section. It kind of provides for a transition period from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st of that same year. The Board of Pesticides Control may grant a temporary permit authorizing a pesticides applicator licensed by the state to use or apply a pesticide containing chlorpyrifos as an active ingredient, as long as that licensed applicator possessed the pesticide in the state before January 1st, 2022. So I'm not going to go through the testimony blow by blow. But we did hear from proponents about, I guess, some activity on the federal level. At one point in 2015, the EPA had announced its intention to ban all tolerances of chlorpyrifos. However, the plan was reversed in 2017, and I think proponents feel that without assurance that the EPA will act, they really think it may be time for the state of Maine to take things into their own hands. And some states have done that. They've banned chlorpyrifos in Hawaii, California, New York, and Maryland. Opponents to the bill feel that chlorpyrifos is an effective pesticide applied across a broad spectrum of pests, and in some cases it's the only effective control option for some key pests. And they said it's widely used in 47 states on over 60 crops, from specialty crops to row crops. The Board of Pesticides Control did testify neither for nor against, as well as the Maine Potato Board. And I think sort of the flavor of that testimony is that the board structure, member experience, and its public input process, they feel make the board well suited to address the directive in this bill. And the director of the Board of Pesticides Control did have some additional considerations in her testimony about how to, if the state does go ahead with the prohibition. I think they were a little concerned about the timeline of January 1st, 2022. It would be difficult for them to provide the educational outreach and sort of phase out what the chlorpyrifos that's currently in the state, to sort of make sure that's disposed of properly, et cetera. So I did, on my bill analysis, the EPA, I was just sort of looking at their website. They actually have a pretty good timeline of actions and regulatory history of what's gone on with the registration review process for chlorpyrifos on the federal level. And it appears that the last action that I noticed was there was a comment period that was extended. It was supposed to end in February of this year, and it was extended through March 7th of this year. It was a comment period for the chlorpyrifos draft risk assessments and proposed interim decision. So that's sort of the latest thing that's happened on that front. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Karen? Karen, would you let in, Cheryl, would you let in Megan Patterson, please, from the Board of Pesticides Control? And Representative O'Neill, was there someone you said you wanted to ask some questions on this particular one?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. I think I see them in the attendees. Professor Tischer.
Yeah. Would you let Sharon Tischer in also, please? Is there anyone else has on this bill that they'd like to have here that they have questions on? Okay, well, I see Megan. Good morning, Megan. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Good morning. I'm Megan Patterson with the Board of Pesticides Control.
And I just have one quick question, and I think it was something that you had brought up. If we were to prohibit the use of this product, what would you see as a more of a logical timeline to phase it out rather than January 1st?
Yeah, I think that it's a little bit of a tricky question to answer, only because I think we have a fairly good idea of where the use is occurring in Maine, but I think we'd need to get a better grasp on that. I guess I can say the longest timeline that a state has used appears to be Hawaii, with 4 years of phase-in. Right now, I know that New York is working through, I believe it's about a 1-year phase-in, and I know they've, as a program, have said it's been a bit of a struggle to make sure that everybody is on board with no longer having access to that particular chemistry. So probably somewhere in between 1 and 4 years.
All right, so perhaps maybe 3 years, and
yeah,
might be okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Just a question for Megan. Does she know if there are any available, effective, low-cost alternatives to this that the consumer can obtain if we do away with these?
Yeah, so there are a variety of products that use chlorpyrifos. So I think I may or may not have mentioned this when we met last. But right now there's a cattle ear tag that is impregnated. I'm not aware of alternatives to that particular product. There may be. I would have to look into that. The primary use is on crops. There are alternatives. I do think some of the statements that I've heard from applicators are that they may have to change the timing of application, and that may be problematic in terms of effective control of the pest complexes they're controlling now with chlorpyrifos. I've also heard that they may experience buildup of other pests. In particular, I understand that in Christmas trees, they don't seem to have issues with, I believe it's a certain aphid species when they use chlorpyrifos, but may have issues with that if they have to switch to something like diazinon as their alternative approach to control. That said, I do know that in Canada, they are no longer using chlorpyrifos on Christmas trees, so presumably they found alternatives. What those are, I can't speak to that without doing some further research. I would be happy to provide that though. And I guess with turf, I've also heard that when it's turf that is to be harvested, with regard to white grubs and treatment of identified issues of white grubs, not pre-treatment in the spring with the anticipation of having white grubs, which could be done with a number of different products that have longevity in the soil. That treatment, when you find an issue, is only able to be completed with chlorpyrifos, because the alternative Dialox is not allowed for use on harvested turf. So there are some crops, I guess, where you could potentially experience a lack of alternatives.
And could I just follow up by asking, are these comparable in cost, do you believe, or close to it?
You know, I couldn't speak to that. You know, you would have to speak to probably a product dealer to know that for sure.
Thank you.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Patterson.
Sure.
My question kind of is, you know, the applicators, especially the, you know, professional applicators and stuff, have seen this coming. I mean, so I would think they probably, they might order a 5-year supply hoping that we were just going to let them use it up, which would be not all that bright, I think, for their own business. It seems to me that if I were that applicator, I would buy enough so that I'd know I would use it up in, let's say, a year at a minimum time that we would set, rather than 4 years like in Hawaii. So I think going forward, number one, I support this bill, but number two, I'm not in support of a 4-year phase in. I'd be more inclined to go with a 1 year, but certainly not a 4. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Representative Landry.
Good morning. Thank you, Megan. Did I understand that the largest manufacturer of this product is going to stop making it anyway? Are you
Yes, that
familiar
is
with
true.
that?
Yes, they announced that. I believe it was Corteva, and I believe they announced that last year.
Okay. And what is their timeline? Do you know that?
I do not know off the top of my head. I believe it's 2022 or 2023. But
Thank you.
again, I would be happy to, we do have a copy of the press release. I would be happy to provide that if that's something that you'd be interested in seeing.
Yes, thank you.
Representative O'Neill.
Mr. Chair, thank you for being here. My question is related to the fact that Corteva said they weren't making it anymore. I just wondered, are people still using it in Maine? I know that maybe you had a way to measure purchases because of that container bill. Are you able to speak to that? And then I have another question.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear the last bit.
I don't know what part you didn't hear.
Okay, so I'll try to answer, and then if I don't answer your question, let me know, I guess, this maybe. So we don't, the container bill didn't allow us with any way to measure how many products are sold, mostly just because we don't have any regulatory oversight of that. It's all managed through Maine Revenue Service. So while we provide a list of products folks can look at and reference to determine how the fee is assessed, short of that, there's no reporting back to us. We do have sales and use reports, and we're currently working on moving those into a sort of a digital platform for receiving that information. So we're hoping to be able to provide more timely information on use and sales. But to answer your question, I do think use is going down. I can tell you that having spoken with one broccoli grower, I do know that they've moved away from chlorpyrifos. There is another grower that is choosing to continue to use chlorpyrifos. So I think there is like a slow transition happening away from the product. And that in fact was what Corteva cited as the reason for discontinuing production was reduced use, that they don't seem to be experiencing the sales that they did previously. So, you know, I do think people are finding alternatives. It's just a slow progress to get there. And two, I mean, I guess speaking to chemistries and their availability, while we do have new products that are manufactured, it isn't the case that new chemistries, new active ingredients are identified on a consistent basis in a rapid fashion. So that can be a bit of a slow process to do the discovery of new chemistries to replace these older chemistries.
Thank you. A follow-up, please, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So can you talk about the biggest reasons why people are moving away from buying and using it? I think child development was one of the biggest reasons.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the reason why they're choosing to not use it. I couldn't speak to the motivations behind, you know, why that particular broccoli grower has moved away from it. You know, I don't know. I don't know why companies necessarily are choosing to use a different chemistry. It could be motivation from public pressure, or could be from some of the communications that have occurred related to you know, popular press. It could be the announcement from EPA that they were planning to remove the tolerances from use, but all of that would be speculative on my part to guess at why somebody might be moving away from use.
Thank you. A follow-up, please, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So maybe I can be more specific. My question, can you articulate some of the main concerns that have been expressed about the substance?
I guess, well, I think some of those have been highlighted in the other testimony delivered by those folks opposing this bill. So, I mean, I think that probably speaks to it accurately, I would imagine, with regard to what the general concerns are.
Are you able to answer?
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying is that testimony that's been delivered by other folks, I do think there's been a fair amount of it in opposition or in support of this bill, and a number of issues that are quite common have been cited in that testimony.
Okay, I'm happy to ask someone that comes later if you're not willing to talk about it, but I think it's an important thing for you to be able to be able to talk about when we ask.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I can summarize what the other testimony has said. I mean, I do have that testimony in front of me. I guess with regard to some of the major concerns, folks have cited concern about human health risks. They've cited also concerns related to exposure to chlorpyrifos by workers and handlers working on farms. And of course, that's always a major concern for all chemistries, making sure that workers and handlers who are working on those agricultural establishments are not exposed to pesticides in a fashion that could result in harm. That's why we have the worker protection standard as a part of FIFRA that's separate from OSHA. We also, I guess, have all collectively heard about potential concerns related to residues on food crops. And that, in fact, was what EPA was attempting to address before the decision to do so was overturned. They were going to remove tolerances on food crops. So that is a major concern. I don't know what EPA's activities are going to be with regard to proceeding with that. It's not clear to me where they plan to go. I do know that the proposed interim decision the current one that's published does make some statements regarding additional PPE and additional engineering controls that are going to be necessary for certain crops to provide adequate protection to people using those products or using chlorpyrifos in general. With regard to additional concerns, folks have cited the prohibitions of use in other states, specifically starting with Hawaii, obviously, and then other states that have identified that this is a major concern with regard to their food crops. It does appear that some states have chosen to continue to allow use. New York in the short term for apples, but then they will be prohibiting it. And then with regard to other states, it does look like they're going to continue to allow uses that are not food related. So that does seem to suggest that they have identified, particularly California and Oregon have identified the ability to use the product without risking human exposure to the degree that they would feel they needed to prohibit those uses. Yeah, and I guess that's, I don't know, do you feel that answers your question adequately or?
Thank you for elaborating. Yeah, I think I'll ask some follow-ups to the professor, but I appreciate that start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Patterson, for being here. I had questions along similar lines as Representative O'Neill. I was wondering if conversations around chlorpyrifos have been held within BPC to date, and if so, what those conversations have been like.
Yeah, I think so. We've kept the board aware of, I guess I can speak to what staff obviously have been talking about chlorpyrifos as prohibitions have gone into place. With regard to the public board, we've kept them aware of, for example, Corteva's decision to no longer register their product or no longer manufacture chlorpyrifos. We've also kept them aware of proposed interim decisions as they've come up. And sort of that transition that happened from the original proposal from EPA to choosing to not pursue that removal of the residue levels, the tolerances for food crops. So I think that, that's primarily the focus of the discussion is, what is happening in terms of a regulatory sense. And also what is the manufacturer choosing to pursue with regard to general public inquiry. Frankly, I think with the exception of Ms. Tischer, Professor Tischer, who's going to be speaking today, I haven't had a lot of conversation with folks from the public about chlorpyrifos. We haven't had that many inquiries regarding it, at least not directly to me that I'm aware of. I am, and I think staff is aware that this is a topic of discussion in general regarding pesticides. It's right up there with glyphosate and neonics. So yeah, I think, do you feel that answers your question?
Yeah, follow up if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm wondering with, the states banning it and Corteva discontinuing production of it, how that has influenced the conversations around the regulation of this pesticide in Maine.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I certainly have spent the time. I think I provided this information to Mr. Chair as well as Audubon, and I don't know if someone specifically. Yeah, I think those are the two entities that had asked for it. But a couple of years back, I went through sales and use reports, and I can say, that use for chlorpyrifos does appear to be declining in Maine. So we're at about we were at about 5,000 pounds of use in 2018. So I guess I've gone through that information. I'm aware of where it appears the product is being used, more or less. Not to say that's comprehensive. I sort of have to guess at some of the specific crops that they may be being used on, because we don't receive that kind of detailed reporting with regard to crop. So the conversation really has been about what would replace this, where would we go, what would be the alternatives for agricultural producers to use with those crops that we can identify that are actively using chlorpyrifos. Certainly that is a part of our general discussion.
Okay. One more question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Okay, thank you for that. And my last question is the other states that have banned this, I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more specifically about the challenges that they're facing and whether whether there's any overlap with the crops that chlorpyrifos is being used on in Maine with the other states that have banned it and how they've managed transitioning out of that.
Yeah, so I think, initially, and of course, California's approach was sort of interesting in that they were really concerned about the fruit and veg crops that you and we all eat, and we benefit from California's incredible production of agricultural products. And so I think their concern was, that potential very large array of crops that would be impacted. I know they funneled a considerable amount of money, I believe it was $1.5 million into research into alternatives. And I believe they have a working group too that's sort of organized to specifically address this issue for their state. So they're trying to research alternatives. I do know that when this bill came up this session, I went back to see if California had come up with any alternatives, right? If they had the chance to develop that guidance. And while they have a very nice introductory document talking about sort of short-term, medium-term, and long-term approaches to the replacement of chlorpyrifos, they don't have any specific recommendations for alternatives. So not yet, at least. It does appear that that's something that they're working on, but they weren't able to, in that particular document, provide any specific answers. So that's one thing. Oregon, of course, has Christmas tree production. I do believe they're going to continue to allow use on that particular crop. There are some other uses too that they're going to continue to use to allow. I'm not sure if I can specifically speak to those accurately from memory. I would have to take a look at the list, but that's all published right on their website, what they're choosing to continue to allow. And then with regard to New York, of course, New York has very significant tree fruit production in upstate New York. That's part of, it appears, why they've chosen to allow or continue to allow uses on tree fruit. So I believe they're all trunk treatments, 15 products there that will continue to be available to agricultural producers with a phase out date of sometime this summer. I believe it's June or July. And I do know, and I'm not sure about the details of it, but in Maryland, they've had concerns about treatment of certain invasive insect species. I guess it does look like chlorpyrifos may be one of the solutions to certain new invasives that are potentially harmful to a variety of agricultural crops. Whether or not there are alternatives to that, it's not clear to me. So
thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Representative Underwood.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for coming, Mrs. Patterson. Appreciate it. And my question basically revolves around I haven't seen any kind of evidence, studies or testimony or et cetera, so forth, as to any valid reason for banning this. And if the industry, Christmas tree industry, for example, if they needed to spray for trees in order to make them more healthy or to kill a specific bug, in this the chlorophorus, the subject matter, if they help assist the industry, let them have it. And one quick question: are the feds? How are the feds going to handle this as far as these ingredients?
I'm not entirely sure. So I guess it does appear that in the proposed interim decision, there are some additional prohibitions or I'm sorry, engineering controls and PPE provided on the label for certain crops. So ensuring that applicators have reduced exposure. With regard to choosing to prohibit use, it's not clear to me that there'll be a wholesale prohibition. I don't think there would have been with the previous decision either, with regard to the one that was overturned. It does appear that that would have just pertained to food crops as opposed to other non-food cropping like Christmas trees, as you're saying, and also turf grass. Those would not have been impacted by those tolerances.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Are there other questions? I have a couple, Megan. Is this a restricted use product?
Some of the products are, some are not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a split, and I do believe it's to some degree based on a % active ingredient. There are some products. There are two products currently registered in Maine that are gel baits for roaches that are meant to be used sort of in an enclosed containment. So in terms of indoor use, I believe that that's all that is remaining is that gel.
But there are no general use for food products in your backyard garden or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. I guess anything that is general use that would be available. So, there are some that are federally restricted and there's some that are federally general use. So there are some that homeowners would still be able to access.
Now, you said that the major manufacturer was going to stop manufacturing. That doesn't mean that it will be out of the pipeline, because there will be small manufacturers that may fill the void or is already manufacturing.
Yeah, potentially, yes.
Okay. You mentioned maybe a couple non-food uses that may not have alternatives. Could you say what those were again?
Yeah, so with Christmas trees, I do believe, at least it's my understanding, and this is not based on my own research. This is based on talking to growers who've indicated that they rely on chlorpyrifos as a sort of one treatment in the springtime that's well timed from their perspective with regard to pollinators that they're bringing onto their agricultural establishments, as opposed to diazinon, which would be a possible alternative, that they do not seem to get quite the same degree of control of the same array of pest complexes. So that's one. And then the other is turf grass that is to be harvested. So while Dialox is available for turf grass that will not be harvested to do treatment of, and this isn't those cases where you find a white grub issue and you're trying to treat the white grub issue at the moment you found it, as opposed to pre-treating with the longevity of control. So for example, neonics, which this group has already discussed this session, those are active ingredients that could be applied at one point earlier in the year and would have control over a longer period of time. The same with anthranilic diamides. Acelepryn is as one of the brand names. Those could be applied earlier in the year and would have longevity of control. But you aren't sure that you'll have a white grub issue, right? So you're treating without the presence of a pest in those instances.
Do we have many, do you know how many turf grass farms we have in Maine?
I do not know how many turf grass farms we have in Maine. I could find out, I think. I would have to do a little sleuthing.
Yeah, there used to be one down in the Freiburg area, but I don't know if that's still
There
in
were
existence.
there were two, I do believe so. One of the farms that used to produce turf is no longer doing that. They've chosen to go back to mostly producing corn, dry beans, and potatoes.
Potatoes.
There are a couple that are just turf. I think that's all they're producing, at least. And forgive me, turf grass growers. I do not know how many of there are.
Right. So I'm just trying to look at if we retained any uses, what they might be.
Sure.
But
If
I
you'd
wouldn't.
like, I could do a little sleuthing and find out.
Yeah.
I'm thinking probably the Maine Golf Course Superintendents Association may have some idea of how many turf grass producers there are.
Thanks.
Yep.
Let me see if there's anything else. Even though I heard Representative McCray, he was interested in something like 4 years. Typically on something like this, would it be more common for you to do something like, say, a stop sale of January 1st, 2022, and then maybe a stop use of like January 1st of 2024, so that whatever's already here could be sold and used?
Yeah, I think, I can't speak to timeline specifically. I've never actually implemented something like this myself. I could look through our records to see what we've done in the past, and we do have fairly detailed historical records of prohibitions of use and how we handled those situations. But yeah, I mean, the idea would be that you would want to try to avoid permanently landfilling these materials.
Well, that was my concern. If all of a sudden we've got a lot left, or whoever's using it, growers, whatever, has a lot use, then you've got a disposal problem. So,
Yep.
or it sits in the barn for the next X number of years, and eventually the bags break and etc.
Yeah, and I can say we do encounter that, and I feel like a broken record. I'm not sure if I've said this to this group before, but we operate our obsolete pesticide collection program every fall, and I can tell you that we still receive dieldrin, DDT, aldrin. It's those products have been stored in barns, and presumably, and in some cases, people will tell us, so and so, my relative, my husband, my whomever wanted to have that product on hand. That's his collection. He's no longer with us for whatever reason, and now getting rid of it. So yeah, I think that story is one that's often repeated as a part of the obsolete pesticide collection, that people pick up product, they store it, and kind of keep it on hand. And in some cases, it's new homeowners, right? They'll stumble into their barn, think that they're just dealing with whatever. We've had a couple of instances where people have busted open bags of DDT and so forth, and then had to enlist the help of DEP to help them clean it up and dispose of it properly as a part of our program.
Right.
It happens.
Sure. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Megan, for being here. I think I just heard you bring up a question that I was thinking about. I think somewhere in the testimony I heard from a Christmas, or somewhere along the line, I heard from Christmas tree growers that they use this early on in the season, which works better for the pollinators, because any alternative spray that they would be using would come in pollination later, when it would be more detrimental to the pollinators. Can you enlighten us a little bit there, or am I way off base on that?
No, I think, you and I have heard the same thing, with regard to practical implementation of that. I guess the Christmas tree growers, I would have to take a look at the label and see what the timing said and what the recommendation was to be able to answer that with certainty, that is the conflict. But it is what I understand to be the case, that growers have reported that is what they would experience. They would have to use something possibly like diazinon later in the season in order to get the timing right, and could interfere with their pollinators that they may be hiring on to come onto their establishment for pollination services. So yeah, that is what I understand to be the case. Again, to be certain myself, I'd have to take a look at the labels to see what the timing is for the two different products that they would be using. But I can see the potential conflict there. I think certainly diazinon would also potentially pose a risk to pollinators on their establishment.
Could I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Why don't we stop here for a second? I believe Sharon Tisha has a class to teach at 10, and we'll come back to Megan. With that, I think Megan, you'll be here because I'm sure you'll be here for the next one anyway.
Sure.
So if you two don't mind, Representative McCray and Senator Black will come back.
Senator,
Yes.
yeah, I have office hours beginning at 10:15, but I was just emailing my students to say I'm canceling that. So I just want you to know that I am available until 11.
All right. I appreciate that, Sharon. So then we'll continue with this, and then we'll come to you. Senator Black.
Megan, thank you, Mr. Chair. Megan, how is the ban on this going to affect apple growers in the state of Maine? Can you just enlighten me a little bit on that?
Yeah, I guess that's one of the agricultural communities I'm not entirely sure about with regard to total use. I'd have to do a little more research, speaking with the growers and finding out what it is they're using this particular product for. Like I said, in New York, there was some allowance to allow growers the opportunity to continue using chlorpyrifos for the remainder of this last season and through June of this year. But I don't know what they're going to replace it with. I suspect New York has some indication of what would be the replacement or the alternative approach, but I would have to do some research to find that out too.
Yeah, I think it's used for trunk control of brown-headed apple tree borer, usually in small trees, and it really is the best treatment for that. But most commercial applicators, once the trees are established, they don't use it anymore. It's just on the smaller trees, which is usually where the problem arises. So,
yeah. Can I offer a correction to you? So I said that the Corteva announcement said that they were going to end production by 2022-23. It's actually 2021, so it's sooner than that.
Oh, yeah. So it's sooner. So it's this year.
Yeah. And it was related to reduction in demand. So apparently they're less than 20% of peak demand in the 90s. So I guess they're identifying that there is reduced demand for the product and are moving away from it.
Senator Black, do you have a follow-up? Or are you done?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have misheard you, or I may have not made myself clear earlier. I was certainly not proposing a 4-year phase-in. I was more inclined to go with a 1-year phase-in. I was just comparing the two. That was all. So that's where I stand on where I think this would be most prudent. I guess I'm really concerned about every industry that uses any kind of spray. I don't care if it's a herbicide, pesticide, or what have you. If it's been valuable to them, they are going to defend its use to the death. And I understand that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's good to continue using it in any case. So that's my stance. Thank you.
Are there other questions for Ms. Patterson? Seeing none. Thank you, Megan.
Sure.
Representative O'Neill, did you have some questions you wanted to ask of Ms. Tisher, Dr. Tisher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Dr. Tisher, I'd prefer you introduce yourself before we start. It's just kind of custom so that people know who we're listening to or talking with.
You're muted, Sharon.
Okay. I should know this by now. Sharon Tischer. I teach environmental law and policy and honors courses at the University of Maine after retiring from an earlier practice of law. I covered proceedings of the Board of Pesticide Control for the Maine Organic Farmer and Gardener newspaper for about 10 years, starting in the 1990s, and I'm still a member of the Public Policy Committee of MAFCA.
Thanks, Professor Tischer. I think my first question is, can you give us background? I'd asked Megan to give some background. I'm looking for a little more on federal action or inaction, just like what's the history of this substance regulation?
Yeah, I outlined these in my written testimony. I hope you have a chance to look at it. The first major step that relates to chlorpyrifos, and let me say that I kind of have a personal relationship with this chemical, because since 2000, when the EPA banned almost all residential uses of this chemical as part of its worst first reassessment of risk under the Food Quality Protection Act. Since then, chlorpyrifos has kind of been a case study in my environmental law class. It's the way I teach undergraduates about the strengths and the weaknesses of both federal and state regulation of chemicals. And so I've given you some material in this testimony related to that. But as I indicated, back in 1996, Congress passed the Food Quality Protection Act, which responded to sound, overwhelming science indicating that our whole system of regulating pesticides was inadequate to protect children and infants and in utero exposures. And so all of the pesticides had to be re-examined and reassessed for allowable tolerances on food products and for other uses that exposed infants and children and pregnant women in particular, but people generally. And the approach to that, it happened over 10 years, and the approach to that was worst first, the worst category, the worst pesticides first. Chlorpyrifos was way up there at the top. It's clearly the worst. So if anyone tells you that a problem with banning chlorpyrifos is that we would be shifting to more toxic chemicals, that's simply not going to be the case, because chlorpyrifos is the worst. And as I indicated, in 2000, the EPA determined to ban almost all residential uses of the chemical and to significantly cut a couple of crop uses that related to foods consumed in large quantities by babies. They recognized, and I have in my office, I am not working from my office these days, so I couldn't give it to you, but I have the full paper report, the executive summary on that reassessment in my office, and it makes very clear, I've given you some quotes about that they recognized that there were serious aquatic and terrestrial ecological risks, as well as exposure to farm workers and people living in farming communities from this. But the focus of Food Quality Protection Act reassessment was dietary. So that was just put on the back shelf for a while, and it turned out to be a long while. Fast forward to 2015, when the EPA digs into those issues of agricultural use and whether they should be regulated, and comes up with a recommendation in 2015 and reiterated in 2016 that all tolerances on agricultural products should be revoked because of the high risk to farming communities, as well as risks in the diet that remained after the minimal changes on diet that happened in 2000. I've cited you to a 2018 review of the risks that are presented by chlorpyrifos in agricultural uses today. And one of a couple of the facts in that are very compelling. I heard someone say today that there really hadn't seen any evidence about why we should be afraid of this product. Look at the statement in New England Journal of Medicine, top-notch medical journal, a study quantifying the millions of IQ points that have been arguably lost as a result of the exposures that children, infants, and pregnant women have had to organophosphates generally, chlorpyrifos being one of the best-selling of the organophosphates. The other fact that came out of that 2018 review is that today in agricultural communities, the level of metabolites of chlorpyrifos in the urine of pregnant women sometimes exceeds the level that was measured by EPA data collection or CDC data collection back before 2000 when the chemical was generally used residentially. So we still have a serious problem of exposure of people who live in or near farms and the impact on childhood development. So when Scott Pruitt took over the EPA in 2017, sitting on his desk was multiple hundreds of pages of a staff recommendation, a unanimous staff recommendation that chlorpyrifos no longer be allowed in agriculture. And I kind of joke with black humor that Pruitt must have been an utter genius because in just 3 days on the job, he was able to digest all of that science and determine that it should be rejected and that they should retain, not limit the use of chlorpyrifos. That's what he did. And I think that decision was a purely political decision, not based on the science. So it's been, the time has come, I would argue, to, in Maine, to join the other states that have acted on this. Is that enough of a review of federal action for you?
Thank you, that's helpful. I think I have some more pointed questions, and the first is if you could briefly just talk about EPA's risk assessment process and you know, whether that
I'd be happy to, and I'd like to kind of respond in doing that to the Crop Life America testimony. As you know, I had to cut out for classes at the hearing, but I was able to read both Director Patterson's testimony and Crop Life America's written testimony. And what I want to say is that the nature of risk assessment in the EPA is a totally different kind of animal, was a totally different kind of animal under the Trump administration than in any previous Democratic or Republican administration. And just as an example of that, the Crop Life America testimony quotes from a September 2020 draft scientific analysis on chlorpyrifos. And the precise language that they quote, that analysis does recognize risks for both environment and human health in the use of chlorpyrifos in agriculture. But a particular quote from that report that came out of the President Trump administration in their testimony is, quote, "No risks of concern when products are used according to label instructions." No risks of concern when used according to label instructions. And I just wanted to say that actually, if that language that came out of the Trump administration EPA's scientific assessment were placed on a label for a pesticide or included in advertising for a pesticide, it would be a violation of current federal regulations and regulations that were in effect during the Trump administration. And that's 40 CFR 156.10A59 that says claims that pesticides are safe, even when used according to label instructions, are by definition false and misleading, because the EPA has always recognized that all of these chemicals, even when used according to label instructions, have risks, have significant risks. So, so that risk assessment is really totally different. And I have some cites from New York Times, December 21st, 2017. Why has the EPA's perspective on toxic chemicals changed? An industry insider helps call the shots. That's referring to Nancy Beck, who joined the EPA for the Trump administration after 5 years as an executive of the American Chemistry Council. And Politico article, January 13th, 2021, just last month. The EPA, the Trump administration EPA overrules career scientists on toxic chemicals. That relates to PFAS. There are scholarly articles on deregulatory science, which was the approach of the Trump administration EPA that, quote, ignores, if you do Google deregulatory science, you'll find this article, and it says that this approach ignores major pathways of exposure and pivotal studies of hazards. So what we need to look at for the demonstrable reason to regulate this chemical urgently are the 2015 and the 2016 staff recommendations that urged termination of all agricultural uses.
Thank you for that answer. May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, one more.
Thanks. All right, my third question is, can you talk about how this substance has been used in Maine, how it's being used now? Just a little, I don't know if you have anything more to offer than what what was brought to us.
Well, what I have to offer, and I know that MAFCA itself has had a number of conversations with Director Patterson about chlorpyrifos use. I don't know how it's used. A major problem around why not even Director Patterson can give you precise data on use in Maine is because we don't have a system of data collection. And I was very involved in the 90s in getting the law passed that says it's policy to minimize reliance on pesticides. I think I drafted that law or proposed it to a legislator. And along with that was a requirement for data collection, quantification of what we're using where. It was passed, mandate was passed, but the Board of Pesticide Control never complied with it. Professed that they had tried but were unable to. There was actually 1 year for which in which a very enterprising and capable staffer at the Board of Pesticide Control came up with an estimate, came up with some data from collected reports, and those are reported in my pesticide quiz on the MAFCA website. But in any event, we need a system that informs us about use. It doesn't exist now. I know 5 years ago, I had a wonderful meeting, telephone meeting, I think it was, with Megan Patterson, because I was trying to enlist her participation in a teach-in we were giving at the Common Ground Fair on pesticides in 2016. I was very impressed. And Director Patterson was very motivated to develop a system of quantifying pesticide use in Maine. And she also said that she was closely following the states who were looking into banning chlorpyrifos. It's 5 years later, and I do hope that in this session we have a mandate to develop a system of monitoring and quantifying pesticide sales use in Maine. But I think that with 4 vacancies on the Board of Pesticide Control and the imperative of getting that data collection and reporting system underway, I think it would be a big mistake for this committee not to pass legislation in the hopes that the board could act sufficiently promptly to enact a ban on chlorpyrifos. I think the mandate should democratically come from the people and the people's representative in the legislature. The board can offer what assistance it can. Cooperative extension can play a major role. We have, as we've heard today, many states, in particular California, that's working on developing alternatives. And I'm sure that MAFCA would be, whose farmers produce wonderful broccoli with absolutely no chlorpyrifos. I get it at the Orono pharmacy, the Orono Farmers Market, whenever I'm there and it's available, that there are resources to develop alternatives. But we don't have specific information, as you heard today, on the exact quantities and use. We do have heard generally, as you heard today, that use appears to be decreasing significantly, which is a very good thing, but not enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Black, I see you. You're next.
Thank you. After hearing some of the discussion here today and having more questions that I'd like to have Megan look into, especially around the alternative pesticides that would be used to replace this, I'd ask that we table this until another time.
All right, so you've moved to table. Is there a second? Representative Hall seconds that.
Yes, I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to table. We can just raise our hands, all in favor for tabling.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just see other hands up for
Hold
questions.
on just a minute, Megan. I mean, Representative, we can't discuss tabling. Traditionally, we've been good. No, I'm just saying, traditionally, we've been good about tabling motion. As soon as we vote on this, then I'll certainly come back to you to have your question. So all in favor? Passes. Yes, Representative O'Neill.
No, I didn't. Just procedurally, it seems kind of out of order to me to table before we get to hands, but I just saw other hands up and wanted
I
to.
mean, he was the next hand
Well,
as well, so he made the motion. We can come back and ask these same questions at the next time we bring this off the table. I think what we would like to do is schedule it though, so that the players like Ms. Tischer and others know when it is, that we just don't bring it off the table at a later date. So we will actually put it on the schedule for sometime in the future. You'll see when it is. I would ask Senator Black if he had some specific questions that he would like to have Ms. Patterson bring back. I know there was several that was asked and she said she could get some information on. I don't know if you have anything else, Senator, that you wanted information on. I hear mainly alternatives.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alternatives and how they would affect pollinators or whether they'd be more detrimental. If there's possibility of finding some information on use and also how fast, a recommendation from the pesticide board on a more firm timeline to phase this out. Around questions around those issues.
Okay. Senator Maxman. Do you have a
Thank you,
question?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, questions for the next work session, I think, for Dr. Patterson and Professor Tischer. I would like stories from farmers from other states, some where they have banned it outright and some where they have allowed uses. I think that would be really helpful for our discussion. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Representative Hall, did you have a question, or was it still up?
Yeah, no, I did. And one of the questions I would like to have answered at our next work session is, if this has been banned in California and there are alternative uses that they've come up with, alternative things that they've come up with, is if those are allowed in the state of Maine or if those are banned in the state of Maine. Just if the alternatives could be used, that's all.
Yeah, thank you. Representative Schofield, something for the next?
Yes, those questions are all good. Those are a couple that I had in mind, as well as the comparative costs of alternatives compared to the current one we're discussing now, if that's possible to achieve.
Sure. Representative Osher.
Yes, thank you, Chair Dill. I have questions for both for next time for both Ms. Patterson and Professor Tischer. Ms. Patterson, you mentioned that there were other places where it had been phased out, and there was a 4-year phase out and there's a 1-year phase out. Immediately, our chair suggested that we would go for a 3-year phase out. I'd actually be interested in hearing, perhaps you can make us a table that talks about the different states and what their phase out time was. And if you're going to submit, you mentioned passing a reference to someone in New York State and their challenges with a year, but perhaps you might solicit information from them for us about the challenges that we could actually put into testimony, because it seems to me that that these are our goal is to protect the environment, protect individuals, and if that's what we need to do, then we need to do it right away. So if you need to make something safe, you know, out of the reach of children, then you move it out of the reach of children right away. And it seems to me that a year is a pretty long timeline. And so I'd like to hear more about what other states have done. Now, for Professor Tischer, you mentioned that you're using this particular chemical in part of your case study. When I was teaching, I also did the same thing. And I chose a particular chemical to talk about because of its impact on how it changed the economics for the agricultural system that was using that pesticide, and how so I'm very pleased that you're mentioning that in this case you chose something that because you were looking at the one that has the most negative impact as the first one that you want to address removing. So if you could, when you return, give us some information about how you determine on that scale of what's the most negative to the least negative, which things you put as the components. You've already mentioned some, and I really appreciate about the impact to people and to the environment, but perhaps if you can give us some clarity on that and other pesticides that don't meet the same criteria that you have, or don't hit that worst case.
All right, thank you. I will close the work session. You heard what we'd like to have some information on for the next work session, and it will be scheduled, even though we will have to take it off the table, but we'll put it on the schedule. So I will close the work session on LD 316, and I will open up the work session on LD 125, an act to prohibit the aerial spraying of glyphosate and other synthetic herbicides for the purpose of silviculture. And with that, I will go back to Karen for her summary.
Yeah, so the title of this bill pretty much summarizes it. The only thing I would add is silviculture includes reforestation, regeneration or vegetation control after timber harvest. On my bill analysis, I didn't summarize testimony. We received a lot of testimony before, during, and after, and this morning. So there's certainly a lot of interest in this bill. Of course, for those of you who've been on the committee, and even those of you who were not previously, we did hear about it at the public hearing, that there was a similar proposal during the 129th legislature, LD 1691, was also Senator Jackson's bill, an act to ban the use of aerial herbicide spraying for the purpose of deforestation. That title was amended, but it was a divided committee report of the ACF committee at the time. And of course, the majority report, which was put into law, turned the act into a resolve, and it required the Board of Pesticides Control to work with representatives of the forest products industry to monitor aerial application of herbicides through a neutral third-party entity determined by the board and at the cost of the forest products industry. And the committee did discuss that report. There were a lot of questions about it. So that was resolved 2019, Chapter 84, and the Board of Pesticides Control had contracted with SCS Global Services to do this assessment of conformance to Maine pesticide use regulations, and they've, of course, submitted that report. The minority report is basically LD 125. It's identical to it. And I will mention that the fiscal note for the minority report last session was that there was a minor cost increase to the general fund, but the costs were anticipated to be minor and could be absorbed within existing budgeted resources at the time. And I only mention that because we haven't received a fiscal note for LD 25, but since they're identical, I would anticipate that it would be similar. So the only other thing that I want to mention, and this was touched on by Director Cormier in her testimony, that the department had some technical concerns. Basically, I think in a nutshell, they felt like sections 2 and 3 of the bill were not necessary. And on some level, I have to agree with that. Section 1 of the bill amends, the Pesticides Control Act. It's clear that there's a prohibition in Title 7, Section 606, subsection 3. Sections 2 and 3 also refer to the prohibition, but it kind of muddies or makes things less clear because in Title 7, the prohibition is in law, whereas in Title 12, Section 2 of the bill, it's Title 12, 8869, subsection 1. It directs the commissioner to adopt rules to incorporate the prohibition. So, but Title 7 expressly prohibits without rulemaking. So that might lead you to ask, well, could they modify the rule and modify the prohibition in rule, or does this mean without the rule it may not be prohibited? So I think there's a way to draft this, the intent of the bill differently. What I would do is I would strike sections 2 and 3 and simply add a phrase to section 1 of the bill at the end that would just say, including but not limited to timber harvesting activity conducted in accordance with Title 12, Chapter 805, Subchapter 3A, which is the Forest Practices Act. So, I mean, we can certainly circle back to this point if the committee gets to it, but I just sort of wanted to raise that with you, that I think there might be a better way to draft the original intent of the original bill. And I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Karen? Okay, we have, I see, I thought I saw Megan Patterson on here, but I don't know if we have any questions for her, but if she's still out in the attendee, would you let her back in, please? We also have Senator Jackson on here with us at the moment. And we have Ray Newcomb, and I believe that was Senator Black, who might have had some questions for him. But I'll start back with Megan Patterson to see if there's any questions for her at the work session. Good morning again, Megan. Would you introduce yourself again, please?
Sure. I'm Megan Patterson. I'm the Director of the Board of Pesticides Control.
All right. And I'm not sure there are any questions for her, but since I saw her name there, I would open it up. Are there any questions for Megan at the moment? All right, stay tuned to Megan. Oops, hands are coming up. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if Megan can give us a general picture of the way things are currently regulated, like buffer zones and stuff like that. Because one of my main questions, and maybe this, let me know if you think we should ask Director Cormier too, because I know that she wasn't mentioned on our list by seer and attendees.
Yep. Would you let Patty Cormier in too, please? All right, so was the question directed towards Megan?
Whoever would prefer to take the question. I'm just, something that we heard in testimony was that there was an extensive scheme in Maine, and I'm just looking for an overview of that, please.
Well, I think probably we'll start with Megan on that one, at least, since it's got to do with regulations.
Yep. Yeah, so with regard to buffer zones, I guess I can speak to, well, I mean, you have also folks in industry here, but who can speak to what they implement voluntarily. So there are voluntary buffers that they're implementing. And I guess buffer of what, of anything in particular? Are you thinking we have SALOs, so sensitive areas likely to be occupied, and there are different buffers from that than, for example, for water? Is there something in particular that you're interested in?
Thanks. I would like you to give an overview of what you see as significant things, maybe residential water, including feeder streams, just to get a general picture.
Yeah, okay. So current board rule prohibits broadcast applications within 25 feet of water. So that's what's in rule. And then I think it's already been shared with this group, I think, in the last session, or at least with, I think it's maybe just posted on your ACF website. There is a voluntary guidance document regarding forestry applications and minimizing risk to discharge of surface water. So that's very specifically pertaining to that. And then with regard to residential properties, there are notification requirements and certain other setbacks. So like if you're mixing and loading, you have to have a 50-foot setback for any mixing and loading site, and that pertains to any pesticide application, not just specifically aerial application. And same for the 25-foot. That's every application, that's powered, not just aerial application. And then with regard to aerial application within 1,000 feet of a sensitive area likely to be occupied, there are some additional prohibitions for application that have to do with wind speed. And so while it's not a buffer specifically, it's an additional restriction on what the applicator has to comply with. So wind speed, the maximum for applications in Maine is typically 15 miles per hour, but when it comes to aerial applications within 1,000 feet of we call them SALOs, sensitive areas likely to be occupied, it's reduced to 10 miles per hour. So there's a slight, fairly substantial increase or decrease in terms of the window of airspeed, wind speed that they can make applications during. I guess any other that's more or less the prohibitions that are currently in rule. There's quite a bit of language pertaining to notification, advance notification, and posting and so forth. But that's, I would say, not specifically relevant to the question you had asked about. Sort of, I think I'm thinking of it more as a drift mitigation effort. Is that more or less what you were interested in?
Thank you. That's helpful. May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay, so I heard you talk about a 25-foot buffer with water. Can you talk about what qualifies as water?
Yeah, so it's spelled out in rule. So it is a reference to waters of the state of Maine, but we were more specific in our rule. So I'll have to pull it up really quickly here. But we do have more or less specific language saying, you know, certain bodies of water identified. So it'd be surface water. In just a moment.
I'm just trying to get a sense of what would be included and what wouldn't be. And maybe you could give some examples like a stream that dries up, or you know, like the size of a pond, or you know, something like that, just to get an idea of what's protected by that buffer and what isn't.
Sure, the rule is pretty specific. So it's the 25 feet from the mean high water mark of any lake or pond, except ponds that are confined and retained completely on. So if somebody owns the entirety of a pond, for example, you know, if it's a small fishing pond and you own the entirety of the land around it, then there is a exemption there. And also it can't have any superficial drainage into or out of the pond. So it has to be something that's more or less man-made. Rivers, any stream depicted as a solid or broken line on the most recent edition of the U.S. Geological 7.5-minute series topographic map. Or if that's not available, the 15-minute map, estuarine and marine waters as defined in statute. Wetlands, except man-made wetlands that are designed and managed for agricultural purposes. Any applicant, so that's pretty much it. That's the range of potential waters that would be protected. And then there is language in rule regarding water that is somewhat ephemeral in nature. And we do have a policy on that too that speaks to, for example, it came up some time ago with skidder ruts. So when equipment is moving across the ground and produces an indentation and water sits there for a certain period of time following rainfall, that in fact would not be considered a part of that wetland, that 25-foot setback. The idea being it's produced through man-made activity as opposed to an existing standing body of water. So I think that more or less covers what is in rule.
Thank you. I missed part of it, and can you hear me okay? My internet connection said it was unstable.
Is there a point you want me to go back to, or? So it's more or less lakes and ponds, rivers, streams, with some specific indication of, like, if you can't identify the stream on a map, generally speaking, you know, it would be one that you also wouldn't be able to see from aircraft, even flying like over the canopy. Estuarine and marine waters, wetlands, except for man-made wetlands. That's more or less covers it. And there's a little bit, so there was some
jump in
discussion.
And ask, oh, sure. And then maybe you've covered it or maybe you haven't. Like, I'm trying to picture, are there feeder streams that that might drain into something larger, and is there a potential for them to not be covered?
You know, that's a good question. I do know that, well, again, I think probably industry would be better able to speak to their practices, but when they're identifying these spray sites, I do know that they walk them. It's not to say that they walk everything, but they walk a significant portion, and they also use drones to be able to get a larger scope of the area. So I do think there's an effort to identify all the bodies of water that would be waters of the state in that effort. With regard to the specific reference in our rule, the identifiable as a solid or broken blue line on a topographical map, I guess I would have to do a little bit of research there, asking whether or not I think DEP would probably be the source I would reach out to see if there's some sense of what percentage of streams that covers. They would likely have a better sense. This is a sort of a take on their waters of the state rule, but simplified to some degree so that people understand what it is they need to comply with.
Okay. So if I'm following, based on the solid or dotted line rule, there's potential for some streams of a certain size to not be covered.
I mean, possibly. I think they would be generally rather small. It is also the case, not to say that is, I guess I would need to do a little more legwork to determine what exactly might be excluded by this and not covered. It's a good question, but I could come back to you with some information on that.
That's helpful. And I have some more, but I'll let others go and then.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to clear in my mind just what we did recommend from last session, and I missed part of the public hearing, and trying to keep these pesticide bills separated in my mind. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we passed out that the pesticide board was going to do a study or overview of the procedures this last summer. Am I correct in thinking that, and did that get done?
Sorry, could you ask that again? My apologies.
Did we do any overview or study this last summer on the aerial spraying?
We so that was done in 2019. But yes, so you've probably seen this document. Yeah.
Okay. And did we find follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Did we find any violations or problems with that would be significant to watershed or pollution of streams and lakes?
So it was all, I think you're familiar with that the board had to contract this out. And so I think I had about a month and a half to find, during spray season, to find a contractor who was willing to take on a sort of an unusual project. So what we did was we took some of what we just talked about with the board's regulations with regard to water quality and also buffers and sensitive areas to be likely to be occupied. And I actually worked with, it's a gentleman who's a forester, and he's also certified in both FSC and SFI, so that's the Forestry Stewardship Council and Sustainable Forestry Initiative auditing protocol. And so I think those two entities kind of represent different components of the forestry industry and their standards. But this former board member and licensed forester worked with me to walk through all of our regulations and the product labels that the companies for the products that the companies were using at the time. And we identified a series of protocols that were to be referenced against. And so it was essentially more or less a checklist, which is a lot like the auditing process. It's sort of not, are people doing really well? It's more of was there compliance or lack of compliance? It's either yes or no, this is happening. And so in the course of that, there were, by the auditors, so that person who helped me develop the criteria did not do the auditing against his own criteria. That's why we hired a different firm to do that work. And those auditors included a gentleman who's spent his career doing forestry audits, Dr. Robert Rudies, as well as a gentleman who has a long established career in Maine, Gordon Moore. They conducted the audits in field and assessed against those criteria. And more or less they found that there did not appear to be, that it appeared that the regulations were being complied with. They did have a couple of questions that they felt were not clearly answered because the label language they felt was vague. So in particular, there was a question about spray application height. So board staff reached out to EPA to get clarification on that particular item. They felt that there was sort of an indication that the pilots had to fly at a certain height, regardless of how it jeopardized the safety of the pilots. And so the idea being, you have to dip down to 40 feet even if you're going to hit the tree line. What EPA said was no. What we meant by that was that people should use their good judgment and fly, close to the canopy and as low as possible, with a very specific indication of how low. Obviously, only when they wouldn't be risking their life and limb to do so. And that the label language took into account flying at a higher height. So that was one of the major findings. I guess, is that more or less?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Patterson. One of my questions, I just have a couple questions, but my first question was around the height, because that is something that was brought up. And so based on what you just said, I was wondering if the other specifications on the label are also supposed to be adjusted if they're not spraying at 10 feet above the tree line. Like, it seems like the wind speeds are directly related to the height of the spraying.
So no, it is the case that they've taken into account. So it's Maine, the same restrictions that pertain in Maine would pertain to this label, this 15 miles per hour and no lower, no less. I don't know. I do think some of these labels may actually have lesser restrictions even without the CELO. I think they may have prohibitions of spraying at greater than 10 miles per hour, but I'd have to take a look back at them again to be sure about that. But no, those would not change. So that's part of the determining the engineering controls for use of a product that's taken into consideration ahead of time when the label is drafted.
Okay, a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Do you know the average height of spraying of glyphosate?
The average height of spraying of, you mean an aerial application or in
Yeah.
general?
In aerial applications.
Yeah, so I think in this particular study, I believe they were getting down to somewhere between 50 and 70 feet. But again, you might speak with Ray Newcomb, who's here. He could tell you. I mean, he's the pilot, so he could tell you what height he typically flies at when he's making these types of applications.
Okay, and one more question,
Sure.
Mr. Chair. I have an email here in front of me from someone who lives in Westmoreland, and they are relaying a story from 2019 about a road that was shut down. It's a cut that's owned by an individual, but to the best of this person's knowledge, that the harvest and replanting is being performed by Irving. Someone was driving down this road and was stopped to say that the road is closed for spraying, and they say that there's no prior notice that the public road was to be closed to traffic. There's no buffer between the cut and the public road or the two residential structures on this section of public road, not to mention the lot in question is less than 1,500 feet from a brook. And so I'm wondering, you might not be aware of this particular situation just because I'm just bringing it up right now, but I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that. And it seems like in our conversation around glyphosate aerial spraying that these kinds of stories are coming up quite a bit, and we're wondering if you have comments on that.
Yeah, I believe that person filed a complaint with the board at the time that the incident occurred. So I would have to take a look at the inspection report. And I think if that inspection has been finalized, which I would imagine that it has, although I would again have to check, that's certainly something that could be provided.
Yeah, I would like to see that, please. Thank you.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Patterson, it's you again. You mentioned I have two questions, and both have to do with setback. The one which is a little bit germane to this topic, and I will focus on this topic more on my second one. The buffer in cutting forest next to a stream that would be, defined by your office as a stream that's identifiable and on the map.
Okay.
How close can a logging company cut to that stream?
I do not know the answer to that question. I think Patty may though.
Okay, I'll get that soon. The other one is, did you mention, okay, is it appropriate now, or is it legal now to spray within 25 feet of a stream with a 10-mile-an-hour breeze?
Yes, that would be allowed by rule.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Asked and answered.
I'm sorry, do you mean so outside of the 25-foot rule? So 25 feet away, just to be clear.
Right. As long as they stay 25 feet, which is
Yep.
not
25
very
feet,
far.
10 miles per hour. Yes.
And a 10-mile-an-hour wind, regardless of direction, they can spray aerially.
They could. Ideally, the wind would be blowing away from it, but yes, that would
No,
be.
I know, ideal, but right now I was just asking what.
So yeah, I mean, I think, yes, you're correct. They could do that. There are other factors at play here too. I think with regard to drift mitigation, that's something that is always encouraged. We have a rule that specifically pertains to that, and suggests that, it's, and not even suggests, it requires companies to take measures to mitigate drift. So that it comes down to nozzle selection like these companies are choosing, but you are correct. They would be able to make that application at within 25 feet away from water and at 10 miles per hour wind speed.
Well, just as a comment, and then I'll be done, is that one of these things, this is a defoliant. Therefore, it's pretty easy to see what got sprayed because things die. And
Yeah.
if it's where it's supposed to be, it's easy. If it's not where it's supposed to be, that's also easy.
So I can say that, I guess, I'm assuming that's a question.
Well, that was more or less a comment on the question.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
So,
good.
okay, so yeah, I think generally speaking, it is, you can see where herbicides land. In particular, having spent a considerable amount of time, thanks to the direction from this entity, with foresters and aerial applicators during the summer of 2019, I can say that, having looked at spray blocks after the applications are made, you could see the visible droplets. I mean, they were the size of sort of hole punched paper, like you might spill, hole punch about that size on the leaf. So they are visible droplets. And then, of course, when desiccation occurs, that also is visible.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Director Patterson. What my question is, you had made a comment, and this was way back on the answer to Representative O'Neill's question about mapping out the waterways and whatnot. And when these trees are planted, I'm assuming they're planted by hand. So all of the land would be walked at that time if they were planted by hand. Am I correct?
So, I mean, certainly if people are planting, they're going to have to walk it. Sorry, that's
right.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, I would think so. They also have foresters. So all of these companies have foresters who work that land, who walk that land, who spend time determining what acres are to be harvested. And some of it's planted and some of it's not. So some is, and that's sort of the crux of why they choose to use glyphosate or aerial application to do site prep or site release. So you've probably heard both of those terms in the course of your conversations. And site prep is in those instances where they're going to be preparing for planting. Site release is where, and there are some exceptions to this, but site release is where they are preparing to allow the natural stand to regenerate. So it isn't always the case that they're necessarily planting everything, but yes, planting would require somebody to walk the land, but their foresters also do too.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make it clear that that was the way it happened. Okay.
Representative O'Neill. Did you have some more questions?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Representative Landry's hand up too.
Okay, you want him to go first, Representative Landry?
Thank you, Senator Dill. Listen to all this discussion about the aerial spraying and the limitations. This bill doesn't stop the spraying at all. It just moves it to a ground application. Is that correct, Megan?
That is my understanding of the bill.
And so I would assume the same restrictions for the ground application they're equal to the aerial?
Yeah, so there's the only difference would be that 10-foot or that 10 mile per hour wind speed difference. So that would be still at 15 miles per hour for ground applications. But yes, all of the same restrictions would otherwise apply. And I apologize. So unless you're talking about posting and so forth, and then that changes to some degree. There are some specific posting and notification requirements that companies would no longer be subject to, and they also would not be subject to providing advance notification to the board regarding their aerial applications. So with regard to those regulations, those would no longer be relevant. Those are specific to aerial application.
Good. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Representative O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Director Patterson, my follow-up question is, start. I had a question about what you mentioned about the voluntary guidance document for like the discharge. Can you talk about that and how it works?
I guess I'm not sure. It's voluntary. So
Yeah, voluntary guidance, and just can you explain more what that means, how it works, what the recommendations are?
Yeah, so I guess it pertains to a number of different things. So I guess some of them are a little bit redundant, I would argue, with existing law, but others are not. So, you know, it is voluntary. So it is something that would not be enforceable. But it talks about pesticide label language. It talks about standards for outdoor application and drift management. It talks about water quality. And so setbacks from water with regard to mixing and loading. Again, in that case, it's referencing existing rule. Chapter 50 in our rules has to do with record keeping. So it has some discussion about that and the reporting of potential spills that could occur. That's existing regulation as well. It also goes on to talk about equipment to be used and cleaning that equipment and where to do so, so that that's not occurring in areas where you know, it might impact the environment. It talks about sensitive areas and application, things like that are always good advice to avoid saturated soils, to avoid drifting into areas with standing water that are connected to surface waters, to direct spray applications away from surface waters whenever feasible. So that's all just, you know, general good practice. Talks a little bit about weather conditions, management of avoiding of inversions, for example, which can result in drift, and specifically kind of addresses, you know, potential things that would cause a pesticide to move off target, not only inversions, but also heavy precipitation. Yeah, I think that's more or less the gist of the document. There are quite a few guidelines. It's 5 pages long. It's, you know, but fairly somewhat concise in each point that it's trying to make. So it's a little bit jam-packed.
Thank you, that's helpful. I wasn't able to pull it to take a look. I'm wondering if you can describe a little more about, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Just to explain a little bit more about what that guidance is about saturated soils. And just what I'm thinking is that Maine is humid, watersheds are connected. Like, how do we distinguish between things like the buffer that you just described earlier of only 25 feet and these complex systems when we live in a really wet place, and how all these things connect? Just kind of
yeah, so they don't stay, I mean, they don't stay wet in a superficial sense all of the time. And when it comes to, I mean, certain chemistries, glyphosate in particular, which is the focus of this bill, it does bind readily with organic matter and become essentially immobile, with the exception of that organic matter moving off target, you know, which could happen if you had, you know, a flood or something like that, I suppose. But then, of course, it's still bound, the organic matter. So in general, you know, what we're talking about with saturated soils is the condition you see on your lawn in the springtime. That's a saturated soil. That's what it's referencing, is that soggy nature of the surface of the soil, as opposed to, just hydric soils. So if you're correct, if you looked at a hydric soils map of the state of Maine, the state is essentially covered in hydric soils. It's a fairly impressive map if you're thinking about, for example, we used it recently looking at mosquito populations and trying to understand where you could end up with saturation. Doesn't necessarily mean that you always do.
Could I ask a follow-up, please, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Can you explain a little more about glyphosate in particular? And I'm familiar with the fact that it binds to solids. I don't have a science background, but I remember in environmental law class last fall, something that came up that was really surprising to me was that there was some study, and I don't remember the year, but every single water body that they tested had pesticide residue, and I don't remember above a certain amount. And I just wondered if you could talk about that substance and just how it ties into this watershed kind of thing, and how it ends up in our water and safety.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. It might be Inland Fisheries and Wildlife that did that work. I wonder, I would have to take a look and see. I think I might know what body of work, and I think it's not just one study, but I think it was a series of studies looking at glyphosate, and they were looking at very, very low levels, below the levels that are identified by EPA as the level of potential impact to human health. So I do think I'm familiar with what you're referring to. But yeah, certainly it's concerning when pesticides are in the environment and we can't explain why they're there. It's also concerning, I guess, when you need to be able to put a number on it and make sure that we understand what the actual risk is. So that's, I guess, without knowing what study it is specifically, I think it'd be helpful to have a little context there. Do you know by any chance who produced it?
The one that I'm thinking of was national, but I can try to pull it up, while conversation continues, because I'm just concerned about the potential for it to spread and travel, and just looking for some more information.
Okay.
Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Senator Dill. I want to make sure that I understand something that I think I heard earlier, but I can't be sure. And this is also from Ms. Patterson. Is it correct that if we had to spray by hand, so you don't have to worry about drift anymore? That seems to be a lot of the issue, right?
Well, I think, drift can occur with any type of pesticide application. I mean, that's why we have a drift law. So it certainly would still be a concern. It's just a matter of, I guess, with regard to the type of application, I think there is some increased concern about aerial application in general. I think, I can say, having watched aerial application occur on several sites over the course of the summer of 2019. They are making applications at very low heights, and they are using very large spray droplets, which are, and I think that's been correctly identified by this group, the lower you can get to the ground, the better, with all types of application. And the larger the spray droplet with regard to drift, the better, because it's a larger object falling through the air. And if you can fly at a lower speed, a slower speed, which these applicators are flying at slower speeds than, in past applications, which used to be done, like early applications with spruce bedworm were done with World War II bombers that were reappropriated for the purpose of doing spruce bedworm spraying. These are rather lightweight, smaller helicopters, so they're able to be a bit more agile and get lower to the ground. So all of those things sort of help with reducing drift, as does using a lower wind speed, right? making sure your applications are occurring in that smaller window of time where the wind speed is lower.
My real question though was about if you can go by hand,
Yep.
can you use less?
Can you use less? That's a good question. I would think that you'd still have to stay within label rate. So regardless of whether or not you're doing aerial application or ground application, there's a maximum application rate on the label that you have to comply with no matter what. So presumably you could apply the same amount, but it would be potentially a reduced risk of drift, depending on the equipment you're using. So if they chose to go with something other than a boom sprayer that's directing the spray down, and they chose to use something like an air blast sprayer that would direct the spray across an area, potentially that could be something that could, there would be a greater chance of drift with something like that versus a boom sprayer that's directing the spray downward toward the ground. I guess does that answer your question? It gets a bit nuanced when you start talking about different types of equipment and
It does. Maybe we need to ask somebody who's actually in the industry who's done it both ways. I don't know if we have anybody hanging out there who's in the attendee list or something, who can tell us this is how it used to be, this is how it is today. How much are we using that kind of thing? Because I think that what we want to do, or what I would think we want to do, is minimize the amount of this chemical in use, or at least that's part of the issue. Drift is another part of the issue, but I'm just thinking about the amount because of something that Representative O'Neill said, which was where we're finding pesticides in general, not just glyphosate, but any pesticide, right?
I guess, sorry, was that a question?
It was just a clarifying statement to say we're looking for something clear from someone in the industry about what was it like when they used to, if they've ever had to do, I'll call it hand, that's probably not the right word, kind of spraying as opposed to aerial.
Yeah, and I do think you have, so I do believe Ray Newcomb is either in the waiting room or otherwise, and he is a pilot, career pilot, runs a company that does aerial application and could speak to the differences. I don't know about Ray's experience with the post-World War II bombers. I don't believe that's something that he necessarily is in the right age bracket to have flown. But I'm sure he's familiar with the history of aircraft. I do know that he has a lot of experience otherwise, not just with pesticide application via aircraft, but aircraft in general.
Yeah, we'll get to him in a minute.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I guess, oh, sorry. Yeah.
I was just going to say a quick follow-up on that, Megan, something you said, just for clarification. Would you expect if they were going to truly use a ground application that they could actually even do it by boom? It would most likely have to be an air blast sprayer. I mean, I just can't imagine the ends of those booms going through those wooded areas of being a very consistent amount of spray. Then if you go to air blast, have you created a bigger problem with drift because it's going to the side rather than being down, even though you have the Venturi effect on the ends. But
yeah,
so I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, it is the case. I think, so I think, and, there are certain agricultural industries where they are shifting to boom sprayers, but what they're having to do, where they've traditionally used air blast, what they're having to do though is level the land. So they're literally going through and removing eskers and so forth and other, remnants of glacial rock movement. They're removing those so that the land is flat enough that they can cross it. Right. It's also the case that, in those forestry plots, you're right, it's really rough ground. I think it would be very difficult to manage. It may be impossible to manage a boom sprayer moving across the land. I think they likely would have to go to some kind of mist blower. And I guess with regard to the statement about reducing total amount used, I guess it's always a dilemma when we're talking about pesticide use. And it's I think really satisfying to sort of say we've reduced the overall amount used, but there are older chemistries that require a very small amount of product to use. There are newer chemistries that require a very large amount of product to use to be effective. And so amount used is not always, well, I understand the question with regard to amount of product ending up in the environment. It is, I just want to add that small amount of clarification that depending on the efficacy of the product and the prescription and the label of how to use it, you may end up using more product if you're using a product that's less effective at a lower rate. And it's just the nature of that particular active ingredient that more has to be used. So it's something to keep in mind too. That isn't necessarily always something that is an identification of reducing overall risk. In general, not specifically with this topic in mind.
Thank you. Senator Maxman. Oh, sorry, Representative Bernard, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Senator. Actually, I guess I was just wondering if I could put that question to Mr. Newcomb. And I do understand what you said, Ms. Patterson, and I thank you very much for that. But I just wonder, Mr. Newcomb, I don't know if I can now ask the question properly, but about the use of this particular chemical. I know that it's very effective, and so the amount that you're using and the way that you're spraying it, I guess I'm just wondering if that seems like is this the minimal amount that you could use, or is spraying it however else that could be done, or if it could be done in a different manner that would make it so that, you know, you're not near organic farms and all of that.
Representative, I will let him answer that, but normally we try to finish with one person questioning and then come back to the next person. But since you've already asked it to him, and
Sorry about that. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So if you want to answer that one question, we are going to come back to you, Mr. Newcomb. So.
And that's for Ray Newcomb, that question?
Yes. No, you can do it right now if you
okay. Want. Okay. All right. First of all, my name is Ray Newcomb. Just kind of introduce myself and thank you for letting me present here with the chair and the members of the committee. To answer that one question, yes, I guess it was about how much we're using and label rates. If you look at most all the application that is done in the state of Maine for conifer release is pretty much about 1.85 quarts of rodeo per acre. And the total mix going out, the rest of it is all water, is some are at 5 gallons per acre, some are at 6, some are 7, some are 8, and that really depends on the competition that's there, but it would amount to just more water that's added to the solution. But I would have to look at my records, but I would say probably 90% of it is at the 1.85 quarts. These studies were done from, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Austin Pond study, as to what label rate works the best for conifer release. So you're trying to grow a merchantable product and you don't want to burn it, so you don't want to harm the tree that you're trying to grow. So yeah, it's pretty much minimal label rate. Does that answer your question?
Representative Bernard, did that answer your question?
Yes, I was mostly wondering about the aerial spraying. Is that the most effective way to do it, to use the least amount and get the job done?
So yeah, we're using the least amount of labeled rate. And if you, just to put a little pitch in here, we're celebrating 100 years of ag aviation this year. I'm on the board of directors for the National Aerial Applicators Association. And there was a previous question about repurposed aircraft from World War II bombers, and pretty much those have all gone away. The aerial application business has changed dramatically in the past 20 years and there's been a lot of question about drift modeling. We deal a lot with the EPA trying getting products registered, doing demonstrations, calibration, how aircraft are set up. Everything, I'm not aware of any application in the United States today that's not done with a differential GPS where everything is logged. Boom on time, boom off time. The setbacks are already pre-programmed into, so what we see on the computer screen in the aircraft is a depiction of the block or spray block that we're seeing with the setbacks already put in there. The pilot does confirm those setbacks from either alien landowners, streams, could be some type of containment of water within a spray block. We circle those blocks and lay them out, so we put buffers all the way around those. You would have to see some of the different companies that we work for. You can see they get a printout of all the aircraft logs. So, and as was explained earlier, with this type of with a herbicide, the beauty of it is you can see exactly what our work is. Especially, and they all do that. They go and check everything that we do, all these landowners, for just what we're all talking about here, for spray drift or any of those issues that we've had. But we just, if you look at of what we're doing, I don't think there's any evidence out there of the spray drift that everybody's talking about. If you look at the nozzle technology, we've got a little over $1 million involved in just outfitting the aircraft with nozzles, what we use called an autocal. So this autocal system.
Mr. Newcomb, we're getting a little off from what the question was asked. So let us finish up with our question with Megan, and then we'll come back to you. And I know Patty we want to get to, and others. So we'll come back to you and you can finish that line.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator Maxman. Did you have a question for Megan Patterson?
I did.
Megan, you're back on the hot seat.
Thank you, Director Patterson, for answering so many questions this morning. I wanted to get back to the heart of my main concerns about aerial spraying, which is the danger of glyphosate, and especially in light of all the lawsuits happening, billions of dollars of money being given to people who have experienced health effects from glyphosate, but the documents that those decisions are being made on have been held private. And I'm wondering, like, hasn't that given BPC pause around the regulation of this chemical? And similar to my other question earlier, just like how has this influenced how you're thinking about the use of glyphosate in Maine? It seems very scary to me.
Yeah, so I guess with regard to glyphosate specifically, we're kind of, well, we've been discussing it in general, sort of, and we discuss the literature in general as it emerges, and keep the board up to date on, anything that we identify that, sort of is game-changing information with regard to how we perceive the chemistry. We've also just recently decided to voluntarily convene our medical advisory committee. And by convene, I mean start having them have initial meetings so that they can stay up to date on sort of where this science is going. And so with the medical advisory committee, that's has a standing membership. The standing membership is our medical professional who's on the board. It also has the medical director from the Northern New England Poison Control Center, and the toxicologist, state toxicologist, who resides with Department of Health and Human Services to discuss what the relative risk. So our toxicologist will likely also be participating in those conversations as that committee, I guess, prepares to have ongoing conversations about glyphosate, but also other active ingredients like chlorpyrifos, and some of the other active ingredients where information has come to light that is concerning. So that's, and more or less, how we're handling that.
One more question, Mr. Chair, just one, I promise. Sure. So when does conversation turn to action? What's that? And like, what's the timeline? What would be the big piece of news that would change things?
Yeah, and so I think I'll offer, a correction of something that was said in an earlier session. So for example, with the discussions around, just for example, chlorpyrifos, the board started having conversations about developing reporting mechanisms and so forth, right? I mean, that's the kind of thing we're interested in kind of getting a sense of what use patterns are for glyphosate, for chlorpyrifos, having a better sense of that so we can speak to it. So in 2019, we worked on building a tool, and we've finally just finished doing so. I'm sorry, 2020, we started building a tool, and we've just finished doing so. This year, the pandemic was a little bit of caused some interference with some of the things we otherwise would like to have been doing, as you all can imagine. I would imagine that's affected you similarly. So things like that, we have, I guess, a certain amount of time that we can spend looking into very specific things like this, doing projects that look like through our MAC at glyphosate, looking at the risk there. We have a toxicologist who can do that. That information could be brought to the board, and action can be taken. We have in the past looked at and used our mechanisms of, like, the medical advisory committee, for example, to inform the actions of the board. And so bringing that information forward to them and saying, there's something to work on here. In terms of timelines, it's going to vary depending on, what type of information we're able to find, what types of activities need to take place. I should back up and say, generally speaking, when it comes to pesticide regulations in the United States, they begin with EPA. EPA regulates the products. And so that's where, I know there's some contention about whether or not they do that adequately. But they regulate those products, those labels that we ultimately have to review and determine if we approve them or not for use in the state of Maine. They conduct all of the risk evaluations. At the state level, we regulate the use. And so we're looking at specifically use patterns, although there's some of our regulations are a bit further reaching than use. But most of them are specifically looking at use patterns. And so if there's a use pattern that's particularly concerning, that's where we might take action. For example, hexazinone in blueberry production, at one point in the past, it was used in greater quantity than it is currently on a per unit basis. I do believe there was a proposed lawsuit. I do believe also the board was finding it in groundwater, doing our groundwater testing, and ultimately there was some effort to restrict its use. And so you'll see that hexazinone appears in one of our restricted products rules. And there was some effort by the company too, I believe, to alter their label over time and the maximum use rate. So I guess that's just one example of sort of how something might evolve. I do believe that process took several years.
Okay,
Just to give you some kind of, that's not very specific, but that particular instance is one that was rather specific.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Megan. You've been very helpful today. And I just want to ask, first I want to say that I think we're talking about the application of a product, not whether the product, at this juncture, at this point, we're not talking about the product in general, because that could be debated in another bill. But I think what we're talking about is the aerial application of that product. And based on your knowledge and based on your experience and your witnessing of what occurred, I think you said in the summer of 2018, being the individual who is in charge of all this and responsible for the effects of the applications and the applicants who apply it, and the licensing and all that. During your experience that you witnessed, did you see any viable errors or omissions, or did you see anything that you witnessed that brought alarm to the process, brought alarm to you through the process? And if so, could you explain that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So that was the summer of 19. And, if I had, and I think Ray knows this, we likely would have been having a conversation about compliance, and an inspection would have been conducted to follow up on it. So while I didn't see anything at the time, and that is always how we're going to phrase anything pertaining to compliance. I did not see anything at the time. Now, if it came to light that something did occur during the course of that summer, and even on applications that I may have been present at, but I didn't see the violation occurring, we would follow up on that in an inspection. And so I can't definitively say there were no problems. What I would say instead is, I did not see anything at the time that appeared to be a violation of state law.
And could I ask a follow-up, Senator? And also, Megan, do you think, I hate to say this, but did they know you were coming? Was this a staged event on your behalf? I just want to be clear that, and if there were problems in other applications, do you hear of them? Are they reported to you? So if you could respond to that too, please.
Sure. So they did. So the applicators did know we were going to be there for a number of reasons. That we being me, but also the two auditors were requiring access to areas where they would not normally allow members of the public to be present. And so, right, for example, walking into the area around the loading zone and actually speaking with the pilot, typically it is the case that we would not have been allowed to go there. But for the purposes of the audit, there wasn't really any option to conduct the audit without actually having that interaction with Ray and his staff to be able to assess their loading zone and whether or not they were complying with regulations around mixing and loading. So, I guess, there were exceptions made for us, but otherwise, and forgive me, I think I've missed your question entirely.
Well, no, not really. I think what I was trying to get at is that these folks, that you do spot check, that there are times when things are going on that you will drop in and see that they're doing things correctly, not just give them advance notice and say, we're coming next Tuesday. And so, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
that things are done correctly.
Yeah, so I guess, yes, sorry. And I did realize after I'd said I'd forgotten what your question was, that I knew what it was. But so in this case with that study, it was announced. We did make plans to be there because we were essentially, like I said, moving beyond the barricades that they put up. So for Irving in particular, they put up, they have trucks that block the road and don't allow people to pass while the application is occurring. And these are their roads for the most part, I believe. Now somebody else may be able to speak to that with greater information. The ones that I was on, I do believe belong to Irving. So that's one tactic that they use with regard to announcement of inspections in general. We try as much as possible to do inspections on a surprise scheme. It is what EPA asks of us. That is the preference. In fact, it's always been our rule. Obviously, the pandemic has presented some issues with that, of showing up and saying, please let me into your facility. I want to do an inspection. That it gives people a little pause. So yeah, generally speaking, we do surprise inspections. I will say that we also do some planned inspections where we can't necessarily easily access areas where the applicators are currently residing. So where that loading zone is, some of those spaces where they're working are in far northern and western Maine, and are quite a ways out in the woods, and so can be difficult to find somebody out there accidentally or even intentionally trying to find them. And then I guess with regard to, you'd asked another part of that question, and I guess it had to do with self-reporting. And I will say, so we have had 2 instances where companies have self-reported incidents. And those both are JBI. They have reported them, and those were both in the last 20 years. It is the case that spills are required to be reported to us as well, so of a certain size. So historically, where there were incidents of violation with aerial application, you'll notice, or I guess I've noticed when looking back through our records that date back to the 1987 that we could pull up. We actually aren't keep them for that long. That most of the reported incidents have to do with the loading zone and not with the aerial application itself, but are occurring on the ground, and were, for the most part, self-reported.
So if you were to give the industry a grade as far as their aerial applications, would you give them an A, a B, or could you come up with a grade?
I would not do that, sir. I would not do that for any industry, and I would also not do that for homeowners and their use of pesticides.
Well, maybe put another way. Do you think they're doing a good job overall?
Again, I guess, I think I think that it appears that overall they're complying with the regulations.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative McCray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wish I had been just one person earlier, because Representative Schofield stole my thunder, or stole my questions. But anyway, I'm going to follow up with it, and it's going to be repetitive. But I have a series of things that are all tied together: history of violation, self-reporting, public record, and penalty. Can you, Megan, address that? You don't have to repeat stuff you've just said, but if that brings to mind anything new you might impart, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, sure. I guess I can just summarize. Getting a lot of feedback. Sorry. So I guess I can summarize and say that we did do sort of deep dive into our records of complaints and follow-ups or violations, and found since 1987, 10 incidents pertaining to aerial application in forestry. Of those 10, 7, and not all with the same company, with a variety of companies, a variety of applicators. At this point, JBI is the only company that is conducting aerial application for forestry in Maine. I suppose that could change, but it certainly would if this bill went through. But there were 7 incidents of spills at the loading zones. And so that could occur with any application. I would not characterize that as unique to aerial application. It's the kind of thing that does occur from time to time. Of course, people are supposed to take precautions to avoid having that happen, but accidents do happen. And then there were 3 incidents that had to do more or less with aircraft. And one of them was pilot error, where he jettisoned the pesticide load that they were carrying. It did fortunately occur over a roadway and not elsewhere, but nonetheless, it's still concerning. And so that's why it shows up in our records as a violation. So I guess that's sort of the lay of the land with regard to violations in aerial application and forestry. With regard to self-reporting, yeah, so spill incidents do require self-reporting. And that's reporting to both BPC and Department of Environmental Protection. They have, and part of that is, well, 1, because of the Department of Environmental Protection, but 2, they also have a hazardous spill response team. So there are several locations throughout the state that are suited and have the equipment to be able to respond to hazardous material spills, so they can do cleanup. So they can mobilize those folks if they need to respond to an incident with pesticides.
Thank you very much. That's a great answer. Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up? Just one?
Sure.
Okay. I think everybody everywhere is, or certainly should be, concerned about the environment. And if they're not, boy, they need some education. But anyway, could you give me a little bit of history, and maybe this is going to be for Ms. Cormier, a little bit of history on what has happened to buffer zone distances? Were they at one time 200 feet from a stream, and then 150, 150, and 25? Have those changed? Because obviously those buffer zones were created and are in existence to help protect the environment. I don't care if it's ground spraying, I don't care if it's aerial spraying, that's what they're there for, okay? And it may just be to prevent runoff, but it may also I mean, runoff of groundwater, but but at the same time, they may prevent runoff of, let's say, glyphosate into a stream, into a bigger body of water, and there they are. So could you give me a little history on, have those buffer zones decreased, which would make more forest to cut and make higher profits? Would you address that, please?
Sure. No, I don't believe they've decreased. I guess for a long time, the state of Maine was probably one of the only states that had buffer zones that were formally in place. With regard to the voluntary buffer zones that are implemented, I think that would be a question best answered by Patty. That is a forestry practices choice that they do as entities choose to have larger buffer zones, and those are voluntary. So I think she could probably speak to that better, why they choose to do that. But yeah, I mean, so the buffer zones are meant to prevent pesticides being applied to water or ending up in water when that is not the intent. And of course, there are pesticides that are actively chosen to be applied to water. We don't have much of that occurring in Maine, but it is a choice where states have concerns with insect vector diseases, thinking larviciding work, for example, with mosquito control. In some states, they would actively and have even statewide campaigns to actively apply pesticides to water to try to control potential for transmission of human disease. But yeah, it's just the case that in general, yes, we're trying to avoid pesticides applied to water, and should they be unintentionally or through negligence, that is a violation of state law.
Okay, thank you.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patterson, my question is that 25-foot buffer zone the same no matter what kind of water body it is, so long as it falls within that bucket of like a water of the state of Maine? Like, is it for a big river versus a small stream that might dry up? Or
no, it doesn't change. I think it is the 25 feet is what rule says. There's no sliding scale depending on the type of, and it is from the mean high water mark. So that would be, that's the measurement.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
A follow-up, please, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I had a question after Representative Schofield asked some questions about inspections, and my question is, what's the frequency of those inspections, and could you say the last time that that you kind of dropped in unannounced in the county?
Yeah, so I don't do those, but I could find out what our inspection history is. And so again, they'd all be with the same applicator. They'd all be with JBI. Well, not necessarily the same applicator, but the same company. They would all be with JBI. But we could certainly provide sort of our last few years of inspection history if that's something that would interest you.
That'd be really helpful to have inspection history and also an indication of whether it was unannounced or planned.
Yeah.
Thanks. And Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Thanks. My other question is, what are responsibilities around measuring groundwater and stream contamination? You had mentioned the doctors and health component, and I just wondered who measures, groundwater and stream contamination, and
yeah, so
is that near where people live, and I don't know.
Yep. So the BPC has some responsibilities with regard to pesticides in both surface and groundwater. So, for example, this winter we just completed essentially two projects. One that we started last year and that was interrupted because of the pandemic. Interestingly, if people think that there's infectious disease that you potentially could be spreading by knocking on their doors, they do not answer their doors if you're trying to do water quality sampling. So that creates some problems if you're trying to access private wells to be able to take samples of water. But we sort of retooled and figured out a way to collect our water samples without actually having to go into people's homes. We had them do it for us. And they were really, frankly, generous with their time in allowing us to use their time to do that. So this winter, one study looked at agriculture in general, or homes in close proximity to agricultural fields across the state, and the other looks specifically at blueberry production and private wells in close proximity to blueberry fields producing blueberries, and low bush blueberries specifically. So that's the kind of work we do. Now I will say, DEP also does groundwater testing, but with regard to the kinds of things they're looking at, they're identifying other substances that are of greater concern because they're either more prevalent or pose a greater risk to water quality and water health than the quantity of pesticides that they find in Maine water. So in Maine, pesticides don't make their top list of active ingredients or compounds that they're looking for. And I guess apparently though, the Maine drinking water program is starting to test for glyphosate. So because of apparently it's a federal water quality concern that has recently emerged. So one of my staff members just corrected me and pointed that out. So overall, yes. So there are lots of entities that look at groundwater in Maine, I guess two primarily. We're also looking at surface water. So recently we conducted a 10 cities project looking at sort of cities of different sizes and different parts of the state, trying to discern if there's some correlation there between the types of pesticide residues we find in water and the type of development that is occurring. Generally speaking, when we're looking for contaminants, we're looking for the places we're likely to find them. So we're going to try to choose places that we would perceive as being higher risk for having the potential for groundwater contamination or surface water contamination from pesticide use. So we try to target those places. So we have to do so with limited funding, and that's why we aim for a greater potential of contamination. If we are going to bother looking, we are hoping that if we have a chance of finding something, we do find it.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I follow up?
In a minute, there's 3 other people with the hands up. I'll come back to. Okay, just a quick one. All right. Go ahead, Megan. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you. My question for the testing is, I heard you say that you're looking at like close proximity to low bush blueberries and other ag. I didn't hear anything that said there was testing specific to this area. So I'm wondering if you could come back to us with information that that reflects, testing that takes into account that these practices are in a certain area and measuring contamination in streams.
Forestry, is that what you're saying? With forestry? Or
yeah.
So we've not done any, I will just say, no, sorry, I misunderstood the question that you're asking about water quality testing in general. So no, we have not conducted any specific water quality testing with regard to forestry practices.
So is there anyone measuring this to see, the impact to wildlife or something? Is there anyone measuring it to consider the impact to humans?
I guess I can't speak to that. I don't know if any other entity is conducting that work.
Thank you.
For forestry specifically.
Representative Osher.
Oh yes, my question, it's been a while ago. You were talking about bodies of water, and you said 25 feet from the high water mark. So vernal pools, the high water mark, we assume would be in the center, but sometimes they are only 50 feet in diameter. And so how does this apply to vernal pools, which at the time of pesticide spraying may have no water in them at all?
Yeah, I guess I would have to take a look. So we at our policy and just make sure that I understand its application correctly. But there is a policy pertaining to sort of seasonal water, like you're talking about, where it's vernal pool, where it's ephemeral in nature. I would have to look at the rule and I'd want to be really clear about how it pertained to that. I would assume if there's standing water, no, then a pesticide application should not occur over an ephemeral body of water like a vernal pool. But I would just want to be really clear about my understanding of the regulation and how it pertained if that's okay, I'd be happy to provide.
Yeah, I'd be interested. I mean, you mentioned the mapping, and what you see on a map is whether or not you see an intermittent stream or a permanently flowing stream. And certainly, I used to be a mapper, and so vernal pools, we were in discussion about whether we gave them a spot symbol, and that was before we had, before I was even in the state of Maine. And so in the state of Maine, there's an understanding, I guess, okay, I'm supposed to ask questions. Sorry. There's an understanding that these are vital areas for habitat as nursery locations for most of the base of the food chain and the wildland habitat community members. And so as this has been evolving, I'm wondering how the Board of Pesticides Control evaluates incorporating those evolving changes in how we look at land, the places that we protect and why we protect them. Even if those species are not listed as endangered species, we do have it. How does the board address those habitat protection initiatives? In this case, it seems to me that the one way we could be related is because it is at some times a body of water.
I guess would it be acceptable if I came back with an interpretation of understanding? I want to make sure that I really am clear about how that rule would pertain to an ephemeral body of water.
Actually, to represent a motion during work session, it is a discussion time, so you don't really have to ask an actual question.
Oh, okay.
But you certainly can, of course. That's the idea here, to get our questions answered. But next is Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Senator Dill. During the last hearing, public hearing, there was an issue that was brought up regarding organic farms, and that there were a lot of concerns, frankly, about organic farms and how they were being impacted by the spraying. And I heard different things, but one of them especially was if our land is sprayed accidentally by through drift, then I can't call my land an organic farm anymore. And so I would like to ask, I guess, Director Patterson, first of all, do organic farmers report to you cases and then say, and here's the proof of my complaint? And do you have that kind of thing on record? So how many of these do we have? I don't know, I'm making up a number, over the last 10 years. Does this happen pretty frequently? Do you have numbers on that?
So I guess I can speak to one instance, now two as of this year, although it's unclear. It's unclear where the pesticide came from with regard to the second incident that I'm thinking of. It may have been intentionally applied by the grower, but it was not a product that was allowed for use in organic agriculture. But there is one instance that I personally am familiar with, and it was a drift incident. It did not have to do with forestry or aerial application or glyphosate. So I guess if that more or less answers your question. In terms of the history, I think we could get that. I don't know that we would, certainly would be interested in knowing about organic agriculture. We do have a citation and rule regarding drift, and if it jeopardizes someone's certification, that's addressed in rule. Certainly that's something we would take seriously, that it's having further impact on the individual beyond obviously chemical trespass, that it's jeopardizing their livelihood. It's something that's rather difficult to seek with regard to certification. So that is addressed in rule. And there are some specific allowances that are made at the federal level to try to accommodate certified organic growers where chemicals do appear on their agricultural lands that are not a part of are covered under the National Organic Program standards. So there is some allowance for a certain amount of those not allowed active ingredients. And that's meant to try to address the potential for either intentional or unintentional contamination of that crop. So, I guess I hope that more or less answers your question. I could look at records and see if we can find more incidents beyond the one I'm familiar with, to see how far back those would go. I guess to look at maybe the past 10 years and see if there are any other incidents that just aren't coming to mind for me.
That's okay. I think you've answered it. So you've changed something in my mind about you don't really have a list or whatever of how this is happening, and it's been proven that it's by forestry aerial spray. Is that what I'm hearing?
So we would have, so any complaints that we have, we certainly have record of those, right? With regard to forestry aerial spray in the last 10 years, I'm not aware of any incidents that come to mind in my duration here. So for the last 7-8-ish years, related to forestry aerial application and organic agriculture. And I do not believe we have any documented complaints. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Megan. It looks like you're having fun there today.
It's getting sunnier, so I guess.
The sun's moving around. A quick question, considering trees are a crop, what other crops are subject to aerial spraying of glyphosate?
Huh. None that I'm aware of. I guess that's the most concise answer I've been able to provide today. Yeah, none that I'm aware of. So there is some interest in aerial application for other crops with regard to fungicides and insecticides, but I do not believe there's any other crop that has aerial application of herbicides as a component in Maine as a component of its production.
Good. Thank you very much.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Patterson, I'm curious about, we've heard a lot about how glyphosate binds to solids. And my question is, because we've talked about it like, don't worry, it binds to solids in relation to water. And
yeah, I would never say don't worry, but yes, there's always risk. Life is full of risk, so.
Yes, yeah, I would agree. But my question is about what the impact is to the solids that it's binding to, like for microorganisms, earthworms, fungi. Like what's the impact?
Yeah, I guess with regard to the general toxicity, I would defer that question, although she's not on this call, to our toxicologist, Pam Breyer. She spent quite a bit of time in the last few years, in fact, since her employment with the BPC, looking at what available data there is for toxicology in the environment. There are some, well, I guess a series of studies that I believe are, what is it called? It is had to do with an ecosystem assessment of glyphosate use, and I believe it was also triclopyr use, and it was for forestry. I think it's called the falling snow ecosystem studies. And so those looked at a whole variety of species that were present in those plots that they were assessing, and those took place in, I think all of the studies took place in Ontario. Again, I'm a little bit hazy on the details, but I don't know if they specifically looked at earthworms, but they did look at salamanders, they did look at bird populations. So I think they were looking sort of at amphibians and reptiles in general, bird populations, small mammals. So I think we could provide that information if that was something that you were interested in. And it's an older study, but I think the data is, I think it more or less holds up.
That would be helpful to have access to those studies, but also any kind of evaluations that are going on, just to consider impacts to soil and microorganisms, fungi, that kind of thing.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to Representative Bernard's question, correct me, Megan, if I'm wrong, but this aerial spraying that was contaminated the farm we heard in our public hearing was years ago with spruce budworm, and it was It was used, it was a bomber type airplane when they were doing vast aerial spraying with planes, I believe. And the area was vast and technology was a lot less than. And I believe I heard in our public hearing that there was very limited organic farms in the area where this spraying is going on today, and the aerial people would have to know about it ahead of, would have to be aware of that. And also, correct me if also if a organic farm was sprayed, they would have to come out of the organic system for 3 years, I believe. Can you answer any of those questions?
Yeah. So yes, I do believe the incident that you're talking about occurred. And forgive me, the person who submitted that testimony, I do believe it occurred in the 80s. I hope I'm correct about that. And it would have been associated with not with aerial application of herbicides. It was associated with aerial application of insecticides. The aircraft would have been different than current aircraft used today. Again, generally larger. Even the helicopters that they were using at the time were larger and less. And you have a pilot who's a very well-trained pilot who can speak to this better than I can, but I would say less agile, larger aircraft than what is being used today for the current applications. Yes, you're correct. They would have lost certification for 3 years. And I do think, I think there were some other points made, I believe, in that testimony regarding reputation and marketability of the product and just good standing in the organic community. I think any agricultural producer is going to be concerned with making sure that they are able to maintain their reputation with their customers. But yeah, the application would have been quite different than the types of applications that are occurring today.
Thank you, Megan. I don't see any other hands up, so I think you get a little break here for a minute, and we'll move on. Before I come to Mr. Newcomb, I see Senator Jackson has been patiently waiting. Senator Jackson, is there anything that you wanted to add to our discussion at this point?
Thank you, Senator Dill, members of the Joint Standing Committee, Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I think just like to step back for a quick moment. When I put this bill in 2 years ago, kind of the compromise was that we were going to not pass the bill the way it was drafted. We were going to have a public forum in the area, and that the department would do a study on the issue. When we talked to the department, they were actually going to be at the University of Maine Fort Kent to at least hear concerns from the people in the area. That was, in my mind, a given. As you all know, when we had the forum, no one from the department actually showed up to hear from the people in the area. Obviously, 7 of the members of this committee at that time did, which certainly appreciated very much. But what was also very striking about that was like 2 hours before the hearing, I actually had a chance to catch up with SCS Global that was doing the independent review for the forest stewardship certification. They were in Fort Kent at the time. There's actually a member of the department that was with them at the time. And I asked them if they would be attending the public forum. They said that they would try to get over there, but that they didn't know anything about it. I thought it was kind of ironic or fateful that the people that actually did the certification, and actually the department was in Fort Kent right at the time that we were having the forum, they chose not to come to the forum to hear, just concerns from the people in the area. And Representative Bernard, you'll be interested to know that 2 of your constituents actually were there and actually filed complaints to the department, not about their organic farms, but the fact that New Sweden and Westmoreland, they both felt that the spray had been, applied in a way that was not safe to the surrounding members of those communities. But what I know for a fact that in the past, as a working logger, was the forest stewardship. We have been places that we were cutting that was extremely muddy. The auditors were coming, and because they were coming, we were moved to a place that was considered dry and good ground, so that when the auditors showed up, it looked all nice, and that we were doing a great job. When the auditors left, we were moved back to the place that wasn't so pleasant, and certainly didn't meet the standards. So the idea that these things are always what you see is what you get, I totally disagree with. And the fact that the department chose the very audited group that actually does the certification does not make me feel very good about the process. What you all seen, the members of the committee that actually did come on the tour, what you saw, I think was the place that was called Connors Brook. At least one place was relatively close to a water body. It was on a hill. I believe fervently, I'm not a soil scientist, I'm not anything other than an everyday person, but I have saw water run downhill. And I'm pretty confident that there's a really good chance that in a place like that, these chemicals are able to get in the water supply. That water supply goes into what's called Big Brook. Big Brook drops in the Allagash waterway. The Allagash waterway puts into the St. John. The St. John runs 75 feet from my house and most of the people in that area. So, it is what it is. I just don't think that this stuff is safe. As time has gone on, more and more people has expressed that to me. We have an opportunity to do something today, but I understand how this is probably going to go. But you have people that are concerned about their safety over years and years. You've heard about some of this being in the water supply. Maybe it is a manageable amount, but how if you do that for long term? I'm 52 years old and I've lived in that area my whole life, drank the water there. How much is manageable over a lifetime for people in those areas? And it is true that I'm sure the people that do the spraying do a lot better job than in the past, and I won't disagree with that. But there's no discussion here about the wildlife. The wildlife that inadvertently is getting sprayed while this is happening. If everyone believes that this stuff is safe, then I guess we should just kill this and go on. But if you have any doubt at all about it being safe, then I don't know that we can just look the other way. Because the wildlife is definitely being affected, being sprayed. Those are things that people enjoy hunting, enjoy eating, and if they're being sprayed and people are digesting that in their bodies, I think some of the members of this committee and another committee is going to be talking about bills to protect deer and places for deer yards and things like that. I really don't know why we bother if we're going to let them all be, deer, moose, all these different animals be sprayed by something that could be problematic at least. So that's really all I have to say about it. I think obviously the industry protects its interests, and that's fine. At this point, I'm protecting the people that's in my community. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask a question of the president?
Certainly. He's on the hot seat now, so.
I'll have to be careful. President Jackson, in the discussion we've had this morning, I think part of the time we've been kind of off base off cue of where this bill, what this bill actually says. This bill actually doesn't talk about banning glyphosate. It talks about banning aerial spraying. Are you fine with them spraying the same ground with skidders or blast sprayers that they might be using? I've seen these blast sprayers spray, cornfields and vegetables, and they kick it out there 40, 50 yards, and which is putting more droplets and could cause as much drift as aerial spraying. So my question to you is it just the aerial spraying you're against, or is it the glyphosate that you're against? Could you answer that for me, please?
I'm definitely against the glyphosate, but look at the trouble we're having just banning aerial herbicide spraying. Certainly was not something that I thought we were going to have an outright ban on, but certainly making sure that there's less opportunity for drift, less opportunity for this to get in the water, I think is at least a good start. I'm sure I'm more than happy, Senator Black, if you want to amend this to just ban glyphosate, I'm supportive of that. But at this point, making sure that less opportunity for it to get in the water, and I disagree. I think with the amount of equipment that is operating in today's forestry with giant crushers, giant rollers that go across these areas, I'm sure that they'll come up with a system to spray by ground if they want to. So that's my answer on that.
Representative Bernard.
Thanks very much. This is really not a question to Senator Jackson, although I want to make sure that I heard it correctly. In the last hearing, you had talked about after spraying, things are very quiet in the area that has been sprayed. You don't hear birds chirping. You don't really see animals there. I mean, in my mind, I'm picturing, and I could have done this improperly, that there are a lot of dead animals probably from being sprayed. And if you want to clarify that, please feel free. But I also wonder if there's anybody else who has seen these areas when they're sprayed, who can speak to what happens. I mean, is it devastation? Is it a dead zone?
Well, Representative Bernard, I'll just quickly say, I can't attest that it has killed the animals in that area. I think what the animals know at that point is they got to get the hell out of there. That it is an area that's been contaminated. They know better to get out.
I would say, Representative, that I did go on the tour last year, and pretty much what Senator Jackson said is true to a point. After that first year, it does kill the foliage and that type of thing on all the hardwoods. It sets it back dramatically, and therefore, the wildlife is not in there because it's not feed or whatever. But if you look at it in year 2 and 3, etc., it does come back and it does support the wildlife that was there before. So it does come back, but he's absolutely right. In year 1, right after it, it's pretty much a dead zone.
Are there any studies that have ever been done about how that works, and does it come back as strong, not as strong. It really takes a hit. Obviously, it sounds like it does in year one, but I would love to see that if there is such a thing.
I would guess that probably some of the companies that are out in the attendee list that might have some information on that, I'll take a look. But we'll continue with the questions here first, and we'll come back to that. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Jackson, thanks for bringing this bill forward and being here. Today we talked a lot about health, and I want to switch to a question about when we're weighing costs and benefits, what would be the difference of eliminating this ability to aerially spray, and let's say to spray at all? What would be the difference in a rotation? Is it possible to grow it spraying?
So I know there's people that have a lot more education on this than myself. All I have is personal experience, but it's my opinion. There's really only one company that used herbicide spraying up until 4 or 5 years ago, and they all did clear cutting to some extent. You can definitely allow the land on a clear cut to come back just by natural regeneration. I won't disagree it's slower, but in my opinion, it's actually a better forest. The wood comes back longer, straighter, with better fiber, sounder. These plantations typically come back with what we refer to as pasture spruce, because they're not competing like they would on a typical stand that was done by nature. So the quality of the wood, I think, is better. Certainly, I'm sure it's delayed, to some extent. But the reality is that's how we always did it before. Even by their own estimate, they say it's only 16,000 acres of land, and a lot more land is cut. And the other thing about this, I disagree. Allagash banned the spray of aerial herbicide in our 77,000 acres. The forest is growing fine there. I disagree that it's just a hardwood forest. There's all kinds of softwood. They're across the river, the St. John River, cutting softwood from my home. That's all area that's not sprayed anymore. That's, in my opinion, the way that it was supposed to be done. This application speeds the process up for them. I understand that, but it doesn't have to be done that way.
Thank you. And a follow-up, please, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Do you think that there's a potential for the trees to be stronger if they're not, growing up as quickly, maybe?
Well, I definitely do. The trees that are not in an area that's been sprayed and replanted are almost always longer, straighter, more sound, the fiber's better. The trees that are in plantations grow up with limbs right to the ground. Like I said, we call them pasture roots. But the bud is typically wider on it, that's shorter. It looks like a carrot as opposed to a long, straight, slender tree that grows up, in a natural stand, because it's competing for sunlight, and so it's reaching, and thereby it is slower, but it produces a better fiber.
Thank you.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. I know Maggie's question about the Representative O'Neill's question about the growth. I've done a little background on this, and in one instance, the forest was growing at about a third of an acre, a third of a cord per acre per year, 1/3 cord per acre per year. And after release, it was shown to be growing at about 2.3 cords per acre per year. And that is kind of an astonishing amount to think about. The average in Maine is about a half a cord per acre per year, overall average. And in some places, it's 2 cords per acre on average and up to 4 in many cases. So this does help release a lot more fiber, a lot more wood, and the industry can always use that. So I just thought that might be some helpful information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Black. Do we lose you, Senator Black? Your hand is up. Guess we must have lost it. Does anyone else have a question for Senator Jackson? All right, seeing none, Representative McCray.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, just barely, Senator Jackson. It's good to see you. Maybe you can give me I mean, you're a woodsman, you can tell me. These buffer zones that are there to protect some of the environment and whatnot from either just runoff and erosion, but also in the cases of sprays and stuff like this. Have you seen buffer zones shrink as far as 25 feet from the water, 100 feet from, I mean, that doesn't make you the scientist. I'm just curious, in your experience or in your memory, do you see those as having changed and making more cuttable forest?
Well, I believe they are, Senator Representative McCray. You know, I know that job sites that I've been on, we've cut through the buffer, we've cut into the brook. So, I mean, and if you look at the way things are today, I mean, you know, the rivers in that area raise and lower a lot quicker when it rains because there just isn't as much trees to hold back the water as there used to be. I mean, not just a simple fact of what's going on there, but you know, as far as buffers, I mean, I definitely think that there's a lot of liberty that's taken at times.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Senator Jackson? All right, seeing none, thank you, Senator. I will call on Patty Cormier maybe as a follow-up to some of the questions that they just asked Senator Jackson, especially on succession, if she can answer that after spraying. So good afternoon, Director Cormier. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Certainly, Patty Cormier, Director of the Maine Forest Service, and good to see you all.
Yeah, I think the question kind of that arose, maybe in several different times, is, you know, after spraying, it's a dead zone, it appears to be pretty much. But after that, what does it look like? Can you elaborate on that, being a forester?
Sure, and I certainly would encourage folks, there are folks at the University of Maine, professors that would be good to expand on this answer as well. So I want to say one thing, that glyphosate affects the actions of plants, and mammals are not plants, we are not plants. So it's the same as saying a plant will not get the coronavirus. So when we say that the implication that, you know, that there's dead animals and that they're getting sprayed, and glyphosate does not have the same effect on living beings as it does on plants. When we talk about initially after spraying, and with spraying, because it's so precise, you can see what exactly has been sprayed and what has been not sprayed. There's a definite line very defined line. The point is to kill competition of these plants that are affecting the tree species we want. So within a year or two, the seedlings that have been released are gaining dominance, and those plant species are coming back. The animals are coming back for the browse. So really, when we talk about the effect on wildlife, we're talking more about the habitat initially, which does grow back.
Okay, thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, wanted to get in early. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Cormier. I have a question I've been asking about anybody that'll listen. Have buffer zones been narrowed over a period of time, or is that just me misremembering it from years ago?
And just clarification, that buffer zones with respect to chemicals, or are you talking actual cutting up to?
Well, both actually, the cutting buffer and the chemical next to a stream, let's say. In both cases, next to a stream, let's say.
So I cannot answer to the buffers with regard to the chemicals. That's for Megan to answer. With respect to cutting up to streams, I can answer that one. So that's a very, as you can imagine, it's a bit of a complex answer in that the buffers, the short answer is no, they haven't changed. But you've got buffers that are regulated in unorganized areas of the state, so about half the state. Then you've got buffers in the organized areas of the state. They differ. It depends on the size of the water body. It depends on what sector is asking to cut. Development is different. It's different for agriculture. It's different for forestry. Speaking of forestry, though, those buffers, the only way they've changed is a town can be more strict than state standards. And then also there's a new set of zoning statewide standards that towns can adopt that we enforce that has some different nuances to it. So as you can see, it's just not as easy as an answer as yes and no.
Okay, one quick follow-up, please.
Sure.
Looking at let's say wildlife sort of disappearing or the area going silent. If wildlife disappears, it's been my experience, and I'm just curious if it's just my experience or would you concur, that when you clear cut, there's a lot of stuff that goes away: cover, feed, browse, and things are going to go quite silent, comparatively speaking, just because of the clear cutting. And it's going to take some time for all of that, including cover, not just feed and browse, but cover. Is that an accurate viewpoint?
Well, I guess I could say that yes, when there's clear cutting, the trees are removed, and not all clear cuts is everything removed. And certainly that creates a new opportunity for new vegetation that had been suppressed before. So now you could be talking about new species of vegetation that you didn't have. Does that answer your question?
Well, I guess what I was getting at is that, because if they spray glyphosate, the area seems kind of dead for a while. Well, a year or two or three, whatever. But that would also be the case. The clear cutting itself would impact that very same thing. That's what I'm.
Yeah, and as you know, there's reasons for clear cutting. Could be because there's disease in there already, so we're removing that problem. But when you clear cut, it's a forestry tool, and there's a reason that it's done, and it does create opportunity for different habitat that species prefer.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Cormier. I have a few questions. My first one is, why does the state not use aerial herbicide spraying on our public lands?
That would be the best answer is it's just different objectives for different landowners. The public lands is guided by the public, and it has different different objectives, different needs for the wood volumes as opposed to a private business.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
So, in other words, the main motive of our public lands is not to squeeze as much money as we can out of our forests, and so we're not using that practice.
Well, I think the objective for the public lands, just as it is with the big landowners, is stewardship. And they're both doing it in different ways, and they have different stand types and different trees. And it's just, you know, there's a lot of complexities to that, different soils. And I would add that there is spraying for invasives that does go on in public lands, because invasives are a big problem.
Okay. Another question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I'll take that as a yes. I also was wondering, I know a bunch of us on this committee, as has been mentioned, were up north to look at some of the land that has been sprayed, and I don't recall you or your department being there. I was wondering why that was.
Yeah, I thank you for asking that. I did want to clarify that because that's been brought up a couple times, that we were told it was a committee tour, so we were not asked to be there. And by the time, it was nothing intentional about it. And by the time we were asked, we had a Bureau of Public Lands tour going on, and I had a tour with all my counterparts from all over the country up in Presque Isle. So by the time we were asked, we could not make it.
Okay, thank you very much. One other question, Mr. Chair.
All right, then we'll move on. We got a couple others of the hands up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Following up on, can you repeat what you said earlier about the effect of glyphosate on animals?
Sure. So I'm certainly not a toxicologist, but the glyphosate affects a plant's ability to develop amino acids, which, if we think back to biology class, that's the building block of life. And glyphosate does not affect mammals in the same way. We have a different pathway of our growth points, and certainly a toxicologist could address that better than I could.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that wasn't my question. I just wanted to get clarity before
sure.
I asked my question. Thank you so much. This is a bigger question, but a lot of the testimony that we heard and a lot of the research that is coming out is doing studies of glyphosate on mammals, and that was referenced in Jim Garrett's testimony. I'm reading an article right here about glyphosate and how it impacts liver and kidney function in rats. And so it seems like that statement isn't quite true, and I would love to hear from a toxicologist about how this is impacting wildlife and humans in Maine in the areas that are being sprayed. Do you agree? Question.
I agree that there's a more in-depth discussion with someone that knows the toxicology of how glyphosate works.
Thank you.
Next is Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Patty, for being here. We've heard several comments from committee members about clear cutting, and maybe to the fact that it creates dead zones and almost referencing that it's not a good forest management practice. Can you allude to that and how the forest industry uses clear cuts at times? And I know in my own instance on farms where I do some small clear cuts, within a short period of time, I mean, the wildlife is back in there, and it's a different type of wildlife, but it's more numerous than an old growth, you know. Could you just elaborate a little bit on the values of clear cutting?
Sure, and in a general, you made me think of this in a general sense. There's every stage of a harvest, whether it's a partial cut, a clear cut, a shelterwood cut, it's habitat for something. And when we talk about why foresters do clear cutting, it's a tool we're taught in forestry school. It's about the light requirements for different species. It's about, for the most part, I'll use spruce and fir as an example, that spruce and fir grows on a particular soil, which we see boreal forests see in northern Maine. And that, of course, is the topic of a lot of what we're talking about. So with spruce and fir management, it's about, in this case, they're planting because it's high value soils. It's the best site for spruce and fir, and they're a business that uses spruce and fir. So the management is you clear cut it, and in this case, they're planting it, they're thinning it, and starting over in 30 to 50 years. So you can't just thin spruce and fir when it's older because it has a very shallow root system and it will blow over. That's why in some stands of the forest we can partially cut and some you can't. So this is a case of it's the best use of that highly valued, high yield site for spruce fir, and clear cutting is the best application at that point.
Representative Underwood. You're muted, Representative. Can't hear.
Hi, I've lived up here all my life. I'm Joseph Underwood, Presque Isle, and I've never heard of any problem with what this bill is seeking to do. Sometimes we've got to learn to support our industry and learn to support our regulation environment. In this case, we have a great industry and a great regulation apparatus, and they seem to coordinate everything quite well. If there was a problem anywheres in this particular area, I'm sure our regulatory agency, and you've had Mrs. Patterson and Mrs. Coimer here from the agency, and they seem to have a well-rounded grip on what's going on in the industry. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't really see a problem here, and I think our regulators do an excellent job as far as taking care of everything and overseeing everything for the state of Maine. And if the Director Cormer has anything that she'd like to present, she can do so at this time in order to improve the coordination between industry and between the government, in which she'd like to see and implement. Director Cormier, please.
Thank you, Representative Underwood, for that. You made me think of something that we are right now with this bill. We're focusing on average of 16 to 20,000 acres that's clear cut in the state. And what worries me is it's all about scale. Our inventory plots show that we're losing 23 acres a day to conversion to another use. So that is forest land that is coming out of forest land, yet we here are focusing on land that is staying in trees. So I just want to say it's a matter of scale, and it's also a matter of risk versus reward. The Representative Bernard was asking about the alternative and the amount of drift with alternative. And I think of, so we eliminate aerial application on this limited amount of acres in the state on a business that's growing trees. And they now have to use multiple, say a skidder with a long boom on it that's on uneven ground. So the spray is not getting to the plants, the directed plants. There's more potential for drift in that way because it's very uneven ground. Megan had alluded to that those who are using that ground, those booms, they have to scour the eskers off and make it even ground. So I would offer to you all, we need a tour again. We need to get out there with committee members, the public, interested forestry people, and really get out and see the science of it. And I guess not look as much about the emotion of it. And I don't know if I answered your question, but I appreciate the opportunity.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Cormier, for being here for us. I at the public hearing, I had asked a question about soil health and about looking at these practices from the ground down. And you had said you would kind of go back and then bring back info about impacts and measurement and for these practices. So I wanted to follow up on that. And then I have another question after that.
Okay. Yeah, I would love, I think it's more appropriate for Ivan Fernandez, the professor at the University of Maine at Orono. He's the expert on forest soils. He's on the Climate Council. And I would recommend that conversation occur with you about forest soils, because he is truly the expert on that.
Right, great. That sounds good. And I think I might have a follow-up, but my immediate one is I heard at the beginning we were talking about, you started out by saying that the effect on animals is not the same as like the immediate effect and the purpose of glyphosate, but I guess what I want to echo that I think it would be important for us to get information from a toxicologist. And I guess my questions are, we're talking about that it binds to solids. Does it bind to the bodies of animals? Does it only bind to the plants? Like, what is the impact when we come in and spray in an area? And I think I hear that you want to make a distinction when we talked about the quiet sound, and that's why you're bringing up that distinction. But I just wanted to express that we're talking about an extremely dangerous substance. And there have been really big settlements about this and conversations about how dangerous it is. That's why we regulate in the first place. So the idea that because there's some kind of latent effect, I don't know, it just that phrasing felt uncomfortable. And I know that that you're someone that cares about stewardship. So I just wanted to express that that phrasing just felt uncomfortable, knowing how dangerous these substances are.
Can I interrupt for a second? Just that I'm here to speak on the face value of this bill, and the face value is this is about eliminating a physical mode of application of glyphosate. So this isn't Senator Black brought up. This isn't about eliminating glyphosate, and that obviously is a different conversation. So just to put that in there, that I am here speaking on the face value of the bill.
Okay. All right, thanks. And I think I'll follow up. I'll give other people a chance.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Chairman Dill. I just want to follow up on Director Cormier's remarks. We are, and correct me, Senator Dill, if I am wrong, we are discussing the application of glyphosates by the use of aerial spraying. We're not discussing the merits of the product. We're not discussing the toxicity. We are basically talking about whether we should continue to be, the industry can continue to be able to use aerial spraying as a method for distributing it. Am I correct in that?
Well, yes and no. You're correct, and absolutely that is part of the bill, but it also says all other synthetic herbicides.
But
So
we are
basically
but
we're
we're-
saying eliminate the spraying of herbicides by aerial application is what this bill is looking at. And so you're right in what Representative O'Neill said and Representative and Director Cormier, that we're not really here to discuss the merits of the individual chemicals. We're not banning the use of those chemicals, just the method of application. And it's just one method of application. It can still be done by hand, it can still be done by ground rig or whatever else, other method, but not by air. And
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Senator Dill. And I would like to move ought not to pass on this bill.
It's been a motion of ought not.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any, yes, by Representative Underwood. Is there discussion? Representative O'Neill.
I see a couple hands up. I'm not sure why they're up. And I don't know if other folks feel ready to vote. I know I had a number of questions that I'd like to have answers to before voting on this.
Well, I mean, that's all, I guess, is the way I can say it. It's part of the discussion. So we will continue. Senator Maxman, you had a question. We do have a motion on the floor, so it's a discussion around here that will help clarify how we're going to vote.
Yes, I was going to make a comment. I am not ready to vote on this. I think there are a lot of inconsistencies in the testimony that we've heard and a lot of unanswered questions. I mean, in the public hearing, Director Cormier stated directly that the department, quote, always have concerns about the health impacts of glyphosate. I don't think we know enough to move an ought not to pass motion, and I would ask that that this bill be tabled.
There's been a motion to table. Is there a second to table it? It's been moved and seconded to table. All in favor of tabling? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is tabled. Now, before we move on, we'll do the same thing like we did with the last bill. We'll get it on so that we know when it's going to be discussed again. I would go and ask if there's other people that we need to have here for the next work session. It would appear one of which must be a toxicologist. Another one may be Dr. Ivan Fernandez, to see if he'll come and talk about the soil situation and in the forest ecosystem. And are there other people that are already here or even in the waiting room that we still haven't heard from that we'd like to have here? So I'll start with Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Since we're going to table it, the offer was made by the director to observe the results of this, to see the process. Would it be a stretch to ask for a site visit this summer and carry this over?
We can do that at the next work session, but right now it's tabled unless everybody would agree to take it off the table immediately and carry it over. That is an option.
Thank you.
We'll see where we go here in a minute. Representative Bernard.
Were you asking before, Senator Dill, about whether or not we could have other people? I was just going to make a suggestion on another person to bring in to our next work session.
Yes, please.
Not anyone in particular, but someone from the industry who can talk, since we're talking here about method. And that's what I wanted to get to, is about method. If someone from the industry can talk to us about the difference between aerial spraying, doing it in another way, what's more, what is more effective, safe, how much are we using, all of that. If those kind of questions could be asked, I think that would be beneficial.
Right. And what we'll try to do is perhaps get someone from the university or whatever with a Zoom meeting. We aren't as limited as we usually are. It could be someone from another state even to come in and talk on that, perhaps rather than an industry person, but there may be an industry person too, but we'll work on trying to find somebody. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a number of questions that are outstanding. Some in particular that I wanted to hear answers from in this work session were requests that I made during the public hearing. And those were acres clear cut each year from 2018 to 2020, acres sprayed each year from 2018 to 2020, Irving's formula for calculating the amount of carbon sequestered. And I asked a question about the impact of spraying on the rotation cycle. And we got an email from Irving with a number of documents, and something I want to request on Mike is that before the next time we take this up, I would like to, in writing, have Irving answer my questions, just instead of sending me to a document to sift through for the answer. If they could answer it, and then if they want to provide a citation, they could footnote it or say, see this document on page so and so. But that would be easier for me in my process to not have to flip through 8 attachments, just to have simple answers to the questions that I posed.
Sure.
And in writing submitted to the committee, please.
Yep, we hear that, and we'll also make sure that someone's here from Irving, I think as there is now, but to be able to respond to any questions you have about that. Representative Osher, anything else you want for the next work session?
Yes, we've heard about how without having the opportunity to use spraying from aerial spraying, that there's problems because of the terrain and challenges with applying. But what wasn't addressed is the economics, that basically if you had people on the ground spraying, that would cost a lot more because of the price of the paying for the labor. So I'm wondering if we, in addition to having someone talk about methods, we could have someone talk about that, because there are huge impacts that have been described. That's why this bill was proposed. There's, people are winning lawsuits because of this. And so it's our due diligence to evaluate whether this is something we want to occur in our state. And the pushback is probably because it's hard to make the economics of this kind of forestry go. But we still have an obligation to figure out whether or not this is what we want to approve. And the question is saying it's so hard to do it the other way is really, I think they're talking about economics. I'd like to, if someone could address that.
That's a very good point, Representative. Also, I think along with that, we should also address the issue of exposure at that time too. Because if you actually had a crew coming in, like I kind of heard you say, and spraying by hand, I would expect there's a lot more exposure there of a lot more individuals than what is going on. So
right, I used to spray pesticides. I never liked being exposed. However, once they're sprayed, then we're exposing the environment and other people to it, maybe not at the time of their application. And so, but long before we sprayed from the air, pesticides were sprayed from the ground. And if they're not safe for this person who's applying, then maybe they're not safe for the environment.
Yep. So the economics of it. Yep. Representative Landry. No. Representative Underwood, anything you want for the next work session? You're on mute, Representative Underwood.
Hi, thank you. JBI, Mr. Newcomb, I hope that he would be present also.
Right. I hope that he can make it the next time. Yep, sounds good. We'll ask that he be there the next time. We'll give him plenty of notice of when the work session is.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. I'd like to know also if someone could come prepared for the before and after effect. In other words, the cords per acre. How many cords per acre is growing before and after the aerial spraying, after the release of the forest? And I also appreciate Representative Osher's comments too. Those were others that I hope to get answers to. Thank you.
When you, I didn't quite understand your question that you want answered at the next work session though. When you said,
well, when the application is made, there's a certain amount of cords per acre, supposedly is an increase in cords per acre that are growing. So if the forest is growing at, we'll say, a third or a half a cord per acre on its own, how much cords per acre, which is 128 cubic feet, how many cords per acre is growing after the release going forward?
Got you.
On average.
Yeah, I just didn't understand the word cords. I thought you were saying something else.
Cord, like, or cod of wood.
Yeah, cod of wood, right. Thank you. Thank you. Now I understand. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if how to put this, but as you see today, we've spent a lot of time on discussion that sometimes I don't feel is relevant to the bill itself in regards to banning aerial spraying. I mean, we spent a lot of time on the merits of glyphosate and that stuff. So is it germane to say that we should center our discussion around the topic of the bill next time and stay on topic? Or are we going to continue to branch out into the Neverlands?
I would agree with you that we'll try to keep on topic of we're looking at aerial application. However, I do believe that if we're talking about off-target residue, then we need to look at what those herbicides are and the toxicity of those. So certainly having a toxicologist come in and respond to questions around the toxicity. I'm not just saying of glyphosate, I'm talking about alternative herbicides too. And, you know, that will also get to the issue of spraying if they use an air blast sprayer. And is there going to be more drift and off-target residue if they went to that type of an application? So I think even though they're probably fringe, Senator Black, I agree with you that we'll try to concentrate on aerial application, but I think some of that information may be important to us on making up our minds. But thank you. Senator Maxman, something else you want for the work session?
Yes, I would also like to invite Jim Gerritsen and Mitch Lansky to the next work session.
Okay. And back to Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. It just occurred to me, I think if there's someone out there who can sort of lead us down the path of the economic impact that this will have. We have a number of people out there who have invested a great deal of money in aerial spraying equipment and otherwise. And and how that will compare to the investment that needs to be made to do it manually, either through blast spraying or some other form. I'd like to, and I think maybe it was you or Representative Osher commented on that, but I'd like to know specifically what we're looking at now compared to what the alternative costs might be, and what kind of investment folks are having to give up or have to absorb. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Newcomb, can you be here, do you think, for the next work session? I see you're still down here. Sorry we didn't get back to you, but we got a couple questions from you. Yep, good. Thank you. Senator Black.
Sorry to ask for another question, but along Representative Schofield just kind of reminded me when he talked about economic, things. I would like to also to make sure that Irvin's or any other industry, forest products group that has investment in this, how this will, if we should stop aerial spraying, how this is going to affect their long-term investments in their mills and their equipment in Aroostook County or wherever, you know, how by banning aerial spraying would affect their long-term strategic planning.
Okay. Is that it? All right. So it is now 12:42. I think we should take a quick break if anybody wants to grab something to eat and come back at 1 o'clock. Unfortunately, we still have four or so bills, 5 maybe, and a budget work session. So we'll see you all at 1 o'clock. And be sure you turn off your mics. And when you come back, remember the mics are hot. We're online.
92 days till statutory adjournment, just saying.
I'm just saying we'll be here till December.
Representative OSHA has another bill, and then she gets her COVID shot at 2:30, so she may not be back on.
Yep. All right, where's my sheet? I've lost it. Too bad for me. All right, it's 1 o'clock. How we doing? Not great.
Wonderful. I'm supposed to be in transportation.
Yeah, you were the one that scheduled us. Thank you. You thought this was going to be quick?
Yeah, I thought you guys would be more efficient.
You thought we'd be done with 5 bills in the budget by 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your confidence in us.
Yeah, well, you know, now I know.
Yeah, wait until Thursday. What do we got Thursday? The same thing?
Only 4 bills.
No,
Only
public
4
hearings.
bills in the budget.
Yeah.
Which you'd probably be doing most of the budget then.
Yeah, we may need to
Not even do the
reschedule the bills on Tuesday, the 23rd, if we're not getting much done on the budget.
Right. What do we got scheduled for the 23rd?
Work session on 3 bills.
Yeah. We do those work sessions and then probably concentrate on the budget if we haven't gotten it done by then.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we'll even get to it today if we don't speed up a lot, because we still got, what, 5 bills today? At this rate, we'll be until 7 or 8 o'clock just getting the 5 bills done. So
Since we haven't started yet, what's our
Don't forget
next
we're-
step?
We are on YouTube, though, Representative O'Neill, just so you know, because
Yeah, I
they
was trying to
can't stop the broadcast, apparently.
She beat me. What's up next is 324, an act to limit public land ownership in Maine. Then it's followed by the soils bill, which may be lengthy too. I don't know.
All right, so public land, healthy soil, and then what's number 3?
Free park passes, persons with disabilities. And then we got the next 2 of the livestock bills.
Okay.
Slaughterhouse 5.
Yeah, I might suggest that you do 493 first, because it's a subset of 66, or you somehow fold them together because they're counter to one another.
Yeah, I don't know that we can do them together, because I got a feeling that 493 may fall somehow by the wayside, not be gone, but I'm not sure. But there's going to be a lot of work done with the department on it, from what I'm hearing. So if it goes anywhere, it may have to try to be carried over.
Okay, well, that actually is fine. It's just that it amends same sections of law as 66. So the committee needs to be mindful if
Of that, yeah.
you do amend statute, that you don't do it in opposite ways on the same section of law.
Oh, that's fun. Which came first, right?
Yes.
Which came last, I guess, is more important. All right, how are we doing? It's 1:03. What do we got for numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or so? 9. Oh, everybody's turning their cameras back on. Scott was out running laps.
Had to go feed the pigeons.
We got 7, so 8, 9. All right, we're in good shape. So I would like to open the work session on LD 324, an act to limit public land ownership in Maine. And with that, I'll turn it over to Karen. And I don't
Okay,
know, is Representative Javner out there?
that's kind of what I was looking. We may want to let in Director of Parks and Lands, Andy Putko. So what this bill proposes to do is limit publicly owned land in the state to no more than 33% of the total land area of the state and 50% of the land and area in any particular county. It does allow for the state or municipality to exceed the limit if it's approved by 2/3 vote of the legislature. And then finally, there is a reporting requirement in the bill requiring the department to report twice a year to this committee starting in April 2022 on the percentages of federal and state property ownership statewide and by county. So those in favor of the bill said that they are trying to strike a balance between land ownership in Maine. And they just it sounded like they just wanted to put this on the table. So maybe policymakers could begin to formulate a compromise. I think other proponents of the bill pointed out that the vast majority of state public lands in Maine seem to be concentrated in the 2nd congressional district. So Piscataquis, Aroostook, Somerset, Oxford, Washington, Hancock, and Franklin counties. And they say the benefits of public ownership, recreation, conservation, and carbon sequestration are subject to diminishing returns and should be distributed equitably across the state. And the costs of public ownership, a diminished tax base, and reduced development opportunities are subject to increasing costs and also should be distributed equitably across the state. Opponents to the bill, including the Bureau of Parks and Lands, pointed out the many ways that state parks and lands support municipalities. And I actually, Director Kutko did point to some sections in law that talk about revenue and revenue sharing with municipalities. There's several sections in Title VII to that effect. The director also was concerned that as the bill as drafted, the definition of publicly owned land is exceptionally broad. And as currently drafted, it could include highways, roads, ball fields, sidewalks, and military ownerships. So there was an information request, and actually I posted on the committee webpage under this new system. I hope you all are able to find things there, but anytime that the department kind of submits additional info, I'll label it as such, and I'll use the @ symbol at DACF, or if my bill analysis, I'll put @ OPLA. So if you click on the name, it'll sort all the testimony alphabetically, so the symbol will rise to the top of the list. But anyway, Director Kutko, and he can speak to this, he did provide a chart of conservation lands by holder and public interests. So it has a breakdown for each county, and then what those percentages are of, and it has federal, state, municipal ownership, and then total conservation land area for each county, and then the cumulative total for the state. And I guess I'll just leave it at that for now. And I do see that Andy Kutko is here to answer any questions you might have about that.
Okay. First, are there any questions for Karen? I see Representative Schofield waving at me. I don't know if that was a flag of surrender or if that was his hand, but go ahead, Representative Schofield.
I surrender. I surrender. Thank you, Senator Dill. I'm just wondering if Karen could, in her infinite wisdom, tell me if, and under her opinion, does this include municipal properties, schools, university system properties, town parks? Is it broad enough to include all those other things along with roads and highways and all of that stuff? Do you think it includes just about everything that's publicly owned?
I would defer to Director Kutko. In his email to me when he did send the chart along, and there's actually a footnote on the chart. So the acreages are from the department's Conserved Lands Geographic Information Systems, GIS layer, as of March 4, 2021. And public land interests include an area estimate of fee ownership, conservation easements, third-party easements, and public access easements held by federal or state government entities or municipalities. Things such as deed restrictions, right-of-ways, and lands not designated for conservation are not included. And in his email to me, he did say, that the chart includes only lands designated for conservation purposes, and it does not include things such as public roads, landfills, etc. And he did say that the department was feeling less confident about the completeness of the municipal numbers than the state and federal acreages.
So we still have a question about university system, fish and wildlife lands, which they own a fair amount of acreage in the state. We also have concerns about town municipal parks. I know of one town that has a municipal park that they operate, a couple that I'm aware of. So I guess we need to look at that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Karen?
And I don't know, Senator Dill, if you want to give Director Kutko an answer to address Representative Schofield's question.
Yeah, I was just going to ask him to come on and introduce himself if there's no other questions for you. And I don't see any. So with that, Director Kutko, would you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thanks, Senator Dill and members of the committee. I'm Andy Kutko, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Parks and Lands. And to Representative Schofield's question, I think the question was, does the bill intend to include other municipal lands, roads, ball fields, maintenance garages, et cetera? That was my interpretation of the bill, and therefore it's one of the concerns that we have with the bill is that it would affect not only conservation lands, but other lands owned by whether it's DOT or municipalities or IFNW or military installations, et cetera. So I think the definition in the bill is very broad and very inclusive, so could present some challenges. And in addition to that, as Karen had just mentioned, the information that we have in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry is very good for state and federal conservation lands. It's less accurate when it comes to municipal lands, and it's particularly, I think, not very accurate for, we don't even have information on roads and sidewalks and infrastructure of that nature, university of lands. That's not part of our conservation database. So we could do a very effective job at reporting out on conservation lands, but without a lot of work and coordination with other agencies, it would be challenging for us to report out on those other types of lands.
Are there other questions for Director Kutko? while you're thinking, I am going to go to Representative Javna and ask her what she felt the intent of the bill was, or what her intent of the bill was as it relates to public land, which we may have to tighten if we go forward with the bill.
Thank you very much, Senator Dill and committee members. I appreciate your time today. Yes, by no means were we wanting to include public parks or school playgrounds or our roads, even military lands. That is certainly not the definition that we are looking for. And I'm sure, you know, with the committee analysts and with the department, we could come up with a very good definition of what public land really is. You know, it's going to align very closely with what even the, you know, by 2030, I believe I heard you guys, you know, they're expecting to have 30% in conservation land. And so whatever, you know, I would like to see the definition of even what that is, and it would be, it's going to be probably really close to that. But no, we're not talking about playgrounds. We're talking about, you know, as in the Piscataquis County Commissioner's testimony, they mentioned a town that was, you know, their tax base was completely decimated. And so those are the types of things that we want to avoid at all possible moving forward. And that really is, you know, the crux of this bill. And just making sure, again, that equity is, you know, serviced across our state. Yes, we love public land use. I mean, all of us, you know, we agree with that completely. We all benefit from it. I absolutely love being able to utilize the lands that we do have and that we will have in conservation land. But again, it's that equity piece and not seeing tax bases of municipalities debates and taken over and you know, family farms being taken. I know that, you know, the department broached that piece a little bit in the public hearing. But yes, by all means, the definition that we are utilizing here, it doesn't include the pieces that, you know, everyone has talked about. So thank you, Senator Dell.
Are there any other questions, the representative? So what I'm hearing you say, Representative, that certainly to tighten that up, you would be willing to work with the director and our analysts to try to tighten the definition up of what public lands were if we get to the point where we want to move forward with the bill.
Yes, absolutely. And again, you know, the report back, you know, is a key piece for us as well. And I hear the department saying that they do have great, you know, a grasp of what their numbers are. And so I think, you know, that's good. I think if we can put that, you know, maybe in statute that the committee receive that report, you know, annually, even as, you know, this goal of having 30% by 2030 is out there, that the committee is, you know, having oversight of that and seeing exactly the direction of where that is. I would make the assumption that that is certainly, you know, what the department would want to provide for the committee as well. So.
Great, thank you. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having sat on this committee for 11 years and seen what public lands have done and access to public lands, and the great need for it, I would make a motion ought not to pass.
The motion ought not to pass. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative O'Neill. Discussion. Representative Schofield, were you trying to second or were you going to do some discussion? You were seconding. All right, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Cheryl, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, I will. LD 324, an act to limit public land ownership in Maine, ought not to pass. Representative Lori Ocean, absent. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood. You are muted, sir. I'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
No.
Representative Scott Landry, no. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative William Booker, absent. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. 9 yes, 1 no, 3 absent.
All right, on not to pass on LD 324, it's 9 yes, 1 no, and 3 absent. So it's not to pass. Karen?
And so the one that voted against the ought not to pass motion, what is your report?
My report is to support my fellow Representative Javner.
So just a straight ought to pass? Okay,
Yes.
I see a head nod, yes, okay.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you, Representative. Okay, next I will close the public session. I mean the work session on LD 324, an act to limit public land ownership in Maine, and open up LD 437, an act to establish the Maine Healthy Soils Program.
So this bill, well, the title kind of says it all. The program would be within the Department of ACF for the purposes of promoting and expanding the use of healthy soils, best practices among farmers and farmland owners. So we received a lot of testimony in favor of the bill. The department in particular talked about some activity on the federal level, the Agriculture Resilience Act, which was introduced in the last Congress and is likely to be reintroduced in the next, proposes to allow each state to receive up to $5 million to achieve soil health program goals. And to be eligible, a state legislature or tribal government must enact and be currently funding a state soil health program. So the department testified they feel like this bill would leverage their efforts when applying for federal resources. Opponents to the bill said that they're not opposed to healthy soils and the development of a state program or having the department work with others to provide farmers and landowners the support to promote healthy soils, but they don't think this program or activities need to be put in place in law. And they pointed to, as an example, the work around Maine's climate action plan that's been done without legislation. So why is the work proposed in this bill any different? The department, I'm thinking of another bill. I guess in the bill, this Maine Healthy Soils Fund is a non-lapsing separate account. So its income would be from gifts, grants, fees, and other sources that may be deposited into the fund. So as it currently stands right now, there's no dedicated revenue going into the fund, nor is there any general fund money going into the fund with the bill as currently drafted. So I imagine that it's just sort of a placeholder to accept, those potential federal funds or any other sort of gifts So I'll just leave it at that for now, I guess.
All right, my first question is, I guess if we look at the attendees, who would be here from the department to respond?
Nancy McBrady testified on behalf of the department, but
I don't see her.
I'm not seeing her.
I'm not sure there's anybody out there at the moment from the department.
We have a Nanny Kennedy that is
No,
here.
she's not.
No.
She's not the department. I don't see anybody there that I believe is from the department, so. Because I don't know what their thoughts were on the $5 million that may be available for a healthy soil fund. Is that going to be like a competitive grant, like the specialty crops funds that comes in and they open it up to anyone who wants to apply for grants? Or since there's seems like a very large educational component in the bill, not that I realize the department does do some educational outreach and does a good job, but I'm not sure that's the best place for an educational program on healthy soils.
Oh, I do see Nancy McBrady in the attendees.
Oh, did she just pop in maybe?
She just popped in, yeah.
She must have been listening somewhere.
Yes.
Either that or her ears were burning, as they say. Good afternoon, Director McBrady. Can you hear me?
I can. I apologize for my tardiness.
No problem.
Trying to keep up with you all.
It's been a long day. So what you have to do is you have to answer every question that's been asked today.
I've been taking furious notes. You guys ready?
So anyway, yes, please introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Nancy McBrady. I'm the Bureau Director for the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources.
All right. So, of course, this bill, I understand where you're coming from. You're not sure that it needs to be in statute, I guess, which was your testimony, and I hear that. But what was just said, are you saying something, Karen?
That wasn't her testimony.
Oh, it wasn't her testimony. Okay.
No, quite the opposite.
Okay, but there is some monies available out there that could be applied to come into the state of Maine. And is that mostly for an educational outreach program? Would you envision it as a grant program, like I just said, like the specialty crop program, or
yeah, that's a great question. I do know that our testimony, at least, did reference the Agricultural Resilience Act, which is pretty broad, as I understand it, and essentially would provide, I believe, federal matching funds to help support programs that a state already has stood up for healthy soils. So I do think there's actually quite a lot of wiggle room, and it would be up to us to, if approved, to utilize the funding in the way that we see fit. And this bill, I think, gives us a lot of leeway to determine the overarching construct of the healthy soil programs, from education to, other types of grant funding, et cetera. So I do believe that, although I can't answer in great detail, that ultimately the Ag Resilience Act would essentially provide funding for what states already have on the ground. And if we then could build this program, we could utilize those funds to help us on that path forward.
Okay. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director McBrady, I missed like the last sentence of what you said, so I don't know if I missed, sorry if I missed it, but something that came up in the public hearing was that this will lead to regulation. And I just wanted to talk about why you prefer statute. And I started to think after we had talked, because we had just voted on something for the potato board that was in statute for the marketing fund. So I just wanted to talk about like why choose that vehicle? Is it genuinely scary and gonna, create some kind of regulation, or, is it a fund? A place to put it?
Sure, that's a great question. And, that's the balance of legislation. Sometimes it is regulatory and sometimes it's quite aspirational. And it can give directions and an outline, but also a lot of freedom to programs or to departments. And you're spot on. I think in particular, there are there are statutes in place that provide the department the ability to administer programs, but that are not regulatory in nature. So for instance, the Potato Marketing Improvement Fund, which I think were just referencing, as well as our Agricultural Marketing Loan Fund, our Dairy Improvement Fund, these are these are loan programs that the legislature created in statute. The parameters are set by the legislature. And then we, as the department, effectuate them. We create the program by which we pass the funds to grantees or loan applicants. And I would wager that those are not particularly regulatory in nature. We are given the responsibility of being responsible stewards of those funds, making sure that there's an application and that people who are deserving and meet the standards will get those monies. But ultimately, the legislature is empowering the department to fund and support investment in Maine agriculture. So I think that this is a pretty close corollary to that.
Thank you.
Next is Senator Maxman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Director McBrady. My question was very similar to Representative O'Neill's, but I was wondering if you saw anything in the language of the bill that might hint at future mandate or regulation. Sorry.
I do not, Senator. I don't.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. There's a lot I like about this bill. There's, I was really excited when I first heard about this bill, but there are a couple of questions that rise to the top for me. One is the issue of putting it in statute. That's rise to me, bothers me a little bit, and I've had some concerns from some of the other ag groups out there about that. And if you're already distributing funds in certain areas already without it being in statutes. The other big issue that I have is there was no talk or any reference to the University of Maine or University of Maine Extension. And most of the farmers that have been out there any length of time, like myself or the commodity groups, or even some of the smaller farm groups, we rely on the university extension and the university for a lot of our work and the expertise that we have to use in soils and crops and pesticides, pests, and I'm just wondering why we aren't including or somehow involving the University of Maine or Cooperative Extension. The Cooperative Extension has been out there for years helping farmers, and not in a regulatory way, but just a couple of weeks ago, because the state requires me regulatory to have a nutrient management plan, I have to soil test every field I have, and so I had to send off a whole box of soil samples, not to the state, but to the University of Maine to have the soils done. This week, I have to send off a manure sample from my beef cattle, not to the state of Maine, but to the University of Maine, Orono. So it seems though the university and the extension are doing a lot of this work already, and I'm just wondering why they aren't going to be involved or haven't been mentioned in this bill.
I don't disagree at all with what you're saying about the role that cooperative extension plays, and absolutely 100% understand that they do a lot more than what we can do, given the way that they're structured, where they're located, and being out in the field. What I will say is that two things. First, cooperative extension is contemplated in this bill as being a collaborator and a resource, a subject matter expertise, if you will, in helping craft the Healthy Soils program in and of itself. So this will not be done in isolation without them, Senator. And we certainly wouldn't want to do that without them. And I also don't believe that this Healthy Soils program in any way is meant to replace the work that is being done by anybody. It is not meant to supersede or take over or somehow undermine. I think it actually is just meant to augment and streamline and be an overlay, if you will, that helps add strength to what is being done, not only by cooperative extension, but also NRCS and the soil and water conservation districts. I think it's just meant to help kind of be a source of convening and organization, if you will, and again, to augment. So I do not believe that the intention of this bill would in any way to say our Healthy Soils program is the soils program of the state of Maine, and that's it. And I would absolutely think it's much differently intended than that.
Karen, thank you. Karen, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Actually, Nancy McBrady did mention that the bill does mention that it directs the commissioner to consult with the University of Maine and UMaine Cooperative Extension as well as others. So I was just going to mention that, but she said the same thing, so I lowered my hand.
You lowered your hand. All right. Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Nancy, it's my understanding in discussing this with Representative Osha that this is pretty much a holding platform for monies from the feds to redirect to our programs, or that we can redirect to, for instance, the university. Am I far off on that assumption?
I think that would be a benefit of the bill, absolutely, Representative. I think, provided funding is made available through the various means that they can be made available, we would be happy to leverage that and fund those folks and those enterprises that are already doing this.
Thank you.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director McBrady, I wonder if you could talk a little more about why you put it in statute, maybe what you've heard about the new secretary federally, and whether this is a priority, and how many other states have kind of lined up programs like this to be ready to receive the money.
Sure, absolutely. I do believe that a core mission, core platform of Secretary Vilsack and the Biden administration is emphasis on climate change across all of the various cabinet positions, but in agriculture in particular, to really pursue those proven techniques and strategies to find climate-based solutions for, or agricultural-based solutions to climate change, I should say. And so Healthy Soils is absolutely a core component of that. And I've already been participating in conference calls and webinars about USDA and NRCS in particular, talking about Healthy Soils and what's being done in states, et cetera. So I do believe that there's momentum building, and I do think that there's going to be an effort for funding. I think that the AFA bill that I just mentioned is representative of that. So I think that there's a coherent strategy from the Biden administration through the USDA that we will be seeing emanating out via programs across the country. And then I do believe that there are Healthy Soils in programs in a number of states. My testimony submitted, I think, referenced a few of them. California certainly comes to mind, but I can circle back and let you know what other states there are. But it has become, it is not an unfamiliar concept.
Thank you. So it recognizes that this is coming and gives me an opportunity to partake as well?
Yes, I think the statute being the LD is carving out via the funding mechanism a real recognition that there could be federal funding. Yes.
Thank you.
I guess I have a question to answer that kind of falls. Is there actually, and I know we've at least danced around it, is there actually money there that you need to have a statute saying we're going to do this to be able to access that money? Or if instead, if and I have no idea where this bill is going, and instead if it didn't pass, that we just sent a letter to you saying to please develop a Maine Healthy Soils program, and it's not in statute, which is the better way to do it from your standpoint?
Well, to answer your first question, I think there's a number of different levers that we can push as an agency, a state agency, to pursue funds from the federal government. It really depends on what is made available from them, right? So if there's going to be a large specialty crop block grant type of program that they set up that would come to states, we would certainly be willing and able to raise our hand and say we would be participatory in that. But I think that having a repository for a fund demonstrates that if there are opportunities for federal funding to come through that would be such as is proposed by this federal law, as long as there's a program in place, we will give you more money, essentially is what this is saying, then we're prepared and we can hit the ground running and we don't have to, go through any other hoops or jumps for that. I will say, Senator Dill, that right now we have a soil scientist position on our staff. Our 30+ year soil scientist recently retired, and it is our intention to absolutely fill that position. So we are prioritizing healthy soils and the services that this position would provide to the agricultural community. Absolutely, that's not going away, and we want to fulfill that. But we are constrained by how much we can do. While we have funding for that one position, to build a very robust program would be augmented through additional funds. So obviously, like I just said, we would avail ourselves of those opportunities if there were grant programs, et cetera. But we also don't see the downside of just having a carve out for a fund repository if and when they become available.
Okay. There are other questions. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Director, you don't, at this point in time, you don't have the availability or the ability to take those funds into possession and use them without this bill?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think we're trying to just be prepared for all opportunities and all variables. What I am saying is that, especially when we have a new staff member, right, and we want to build our Healthy Soils program regardless, we would be looking to see what is coming through the USDA, NRCS. Is there cost sharing? Are there programs? How can we be creative? How can we tap into what's available? Should we apply for a grant? But if this AFA legislation passes that says essentially USDA will fund existing soil programs, state soil programs, then we could say, look, you can deposit it right here. We're ready to go. And it's just an easier process.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Back to the question I asked earlier. Director, do you see any way that you could incorporate some wording that would strengthen the outreach to cooperative extension or the university? Is there any way that you could put some wording or an amendment into it that would not tie your hands, but allow you to have more stronger, let those two agencies have a stronger part in this?
I'm certainly open to all suggestions on how to enhance this, and I'm sure our cooperating partners, such as Cooperative Extension, would appreciate additional support. So if that's the desire of the committee to augment our relationship and our coordination, I'm happy to work with you on that.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just briefly, you know, the crop extension has been a lifeblood for farmers for years, 50, 60 years. I've been farming almost 50 years, and they have been a Godspeed to us, you know, out here in the field. And they are, you know, at times having staffing and funding problems. They have to raise a lot of their funding, and it's gone down. So I just feel that this would be an opportunity to strengthen them along with the department. So that's why I am feel so strongly about this.
Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for being here, Director McBrady. It appears to me that there doesn't seem to be a downside to this. It might not be necessary, but it certainly might be useful if it passes. Is that an accurate look at things?
I would agree with you, Representative. And I think I mentioned earlier in a response to Representative O'Neill that sometimes statutes are aspirational and set the direction and the tone, and that this is meant to capture the statutory and legislative intention to value healthy soils programmatics and funding and education as a state value. So I see that as a positive.
Thank you.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Horton was listening and sent something to me and to Karen. So I'll just read it out because I had asked what states had adopted programs so far. And it was Washington, California, Utah, New Mexico, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Illinois, Vermont, Massachusetts, and some little state. I can't tell what it is. On the East Coast. I wanted to flag for Representative Black and just kind of get his reaction that under Section 352 program establish, the bill says the commissioner shall consult with the University of Maine, the University of Maine Cooperative Extension, the Department, DEP, and USDA, and the Natural Resource Conservation Service in development and administration of the program. So if he's thinking about a way to strengthen that language, I'd just be curious what it might be. But it says that that the commissioner must consult right now as it is.
I would guess that perhaps. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Senator Black. Yeah, you go.
I saw that, but I guess I was looking for something more strongly worded or partnership or something, you know, along that lines than just that. I've seen that, but I just, I was looking for something a little stronger.
I have a question for Karen. Does the word consult have a legislative definition when it says shall consult with? I mean, to me, that can be, hey, call somebody out and say, hey, what do you think of this? Okay, thanks. And hey, I consulted with so-and-so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just consult means consult. There's no kind of special, it's not, I mean, obviously it's elevated if it becomes law, but it could be as rigorous or as not rigorous as the commissioner decides.
Is there a word there, perhaps Nancy or Karen, as somebody rather than consult, a different word? I don't know what that word is. And if I knew, I would be throwing it out there. But collaborate, cooperate, all those are probably the same level.
Collaborate.
Could be. Yes, Representative Underwood. You're muted, Representative.
I'd like to ask a question, and basically that is there any federal money coming that Nancy can see that's coming our way for a healthy soils program?
I do believe that there will be. I can't tell you in what form, Representative. And for the record, I've been using the wrong acronym. It's the American Resiliency Act, ARA, not AFA. I'm getting my alphabet soup served to me today. I apologize for that. But to respond to you more directly, Representative, I believe that there will be opportunities for us to partner in a couple of ways, either through direct grant opportunities that may come down, and then we could utilize those grants with some of the collaborators that we've just discussed, such as Cooperative Extension or others. And then also the NRCS may see an increase in its own funding. And B, I think we would want to speak to them about ways that we could collaborate and support any disbursements of their funds to support Maine agriculture, farmers, demonstration projects, incentives, et cetera. So I think it's a little too soon to make predictions as to how this funding may manifest, but I think it's going to come in a couple of different ways, and we should be ready to avail ourselves of it and be supportive.
Follow-up question.
Sure.
And what do you need from the legislator, from this committee, in order to make yourself prepared for any possibility of future funds coming down from the federal government?
Well, I think that by including the current statutory proposed language about creating a fund, that in and of itself will direct the department to utilize any funds specific for that purpose there. It would go there, it would be designated for that, it would be earmarked for that, and we would be compelled to act upon it. And I think that's a good thing. Whereas if we don't have that there, it's really just what we're able to apply ourselves for. Would it be a grant program that we could then administer to others within the state? Is it something else? So I just think it's a backstop so that if funding does become available, we can put it in that designated fund. It's protected, it's there, and we draw upon it.
Thank you.
Senator Black, is your hand up again, or did you not take it down from last time? Didn't take it down, okay. Are there other questions? Senator Black. You're muted though, Senator Black. You all set? You were
I'm
muted.
all set. I was just taking it down. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Again, yes, Representative O'Neill. And you are muted.
Sorry. Director McBrady, briefly, could you talk about what the consultation process would look like, just if that sounds like it's something people are curious about?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I want folks to know that myself and my staff, we're always talking to Cooperative Extension and our partners. There's no need, there's no worry that we're not already plugged in. But for the purposes of being more formal and thoughtful and structured about healthy soils, we would certainly, because this bill does direct us to be thinking across a number of areas, I would foresee there being sort of a working group where we would invite all of these people to talk about what's happening on the ground now, what can be improved within our various organizations, what's needed to get there, and how can the department help? And then we build it out from there. So I think that would be a very collaborative process. We would not be didactic. We would not be creating this for our own means. We certainly want to be helpful and impactful with all the other folks that we know are doing a great job on the ground every day already.
Representative Underwood.
Yes, Mrs. McBrady, I apologize for not addressing you in the correct manner. What should I have used? Director McBrady?
Sure, that would be great, Director, but my name's Nancy too, so feel free to use that too.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Are there other questions? I guess the only question I have would be, is consult the right word? I'm not saying anyway, either way. I'm not advocating either way. But I would just throw that out there. Representative Landry.
How about the word work?
That may be even more ambiguous. I'm not sure.
Just thought.
No, I hear you. Representative O'Neill, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director McBrady, during the public hearing, someone had raised, I think it was Annie Kennedy had raised something about the wording of greenhouse gas emissions benefits in definitions under number 4, and suggested, I think, something like benefits of sequestering greenhouse gas emissions instead. Would you be okay with that substitution of language? Or maybe it would help to see it written. I know that's how my brain works, but.
Sure, I see the definition. Greenhouse gas emission benefits mean greenhouse gas source.
I think the suggestion was substitute benefits of sequestering greenhouse gas emissions instead of benefits of emissions.
Yeah, sorry, I'm being a little nerdy and I'm looking at the definition and then I look at the term in 5A. And I'm just wondering if the question, yeah, and I guess ultimately people, the worry was the term benefit. If I'm hearing you correctly, Representative?
I think it was using emission and benefit together, yeah. Rather than benefits of sequestering greenhouse gas emissions.
Sure, I understand that. I certainly wouldn't have any issue with finding different language that captures that intention.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, that sounds like a small language review change. Thanks.
And I'm not suggesting looking at definitions is nerdy, by the way. It's very important.
Nerdy is not an insult.
Anything else? Any other questions? Does anyone want to make a motion? Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that LD 437 ought to pass with the editing changes that we've suggested.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And my first question would be, Representative McCray, would that be something like you would be suggesting Karen and Nancy work together on the wording on 4 and 5A and possibly the word consult? And
yes, and then when we come back for language review, we'll get it.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Seeing none. Cheryl, please call the roll.
Yes, this is for LD 437, ought to pass as amended. Representative Lori Osha, absent. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood. Representative Joseph Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxson.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxson, yes. Representative Bill Fluker, absent. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray.
Yes, thank you.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. 9 yes, 4 absent.
Did you get Representative Underwood?
I didn't hear it either.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
His mic he's muted.
Yeah.
Yes, there he goes.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Underwood, I'm sorry. So that's 10 yes and 3 absent. Thank you, folks.
Okay, on LD 437, an act to establish the Maine Healthy Soils Program ought to pass as amended. 10 in favor, none opposed, and 3 absent. So that passes. With that, we will move on to LD 457. An act, whoops, I'll close the work session on LD 437 and open up the work session on LD 457, an act to provide free state park passes to persons with disability. So Karen, go ahead, please.
Sure. So this bill would require the Department of ACF Bureau of Parks and Lands to issue a free state park pass upon request to persons determined to be permanently disabled. In terms of testimony, there was no testimony at the public hearing other than the sponsor. The sponsor did say he submitted this bill on behalf of a constituent who is disabled and wished to spend time at state parks during the pandemic, but his financial situation made that impossible, and he couldn't understand why there wasn't an accommodation being made for the disabled community. So we did hear that currently a disabled citizen can get a free national park pass, allowing them and anyone in their non-commercial vehicle into any national park for free. And there are a number of states who do currently offer discount state park entry or camping passes available to the disabled community. There was no testimony in opposition. The Bureau of Parks and Lands tested neither for nor against. They recognize the admirable intent behind the bill, and they support the use of state parks by Maine's disabled population. They currently allow veterans with 100% disability free day use and camping in Maine state parks. There are other groups that are currently receiving free day use, including senior citizens, 65 plus, children under the age of 5, veterans and active duty military personnel. And the Bureau estimated in all that more than 1/3 of state park users receive free entry. So with estimates of about 175 individuals with permanent disabilities in Maine, this is according to Bureau of Veteran Services and Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and not knowing whether or not the free entry would be a day pass or season pass, the fiscal impact of lost revenue to the general fund would be substantial. And the Bureau said they currently lack sufficient resources to address the growing backlog of infrastructure maintenance, repair, and upgrades needed in state parks. The somewhat related bill, you recently voted favorably on LD 322, which provides occupants of Gold Star family registration plate vehicles free entry to state parks and historic sites. The committee voted unanimously ought to pass as amended, with the fiscal note being the amendment, and that is estimated to reduce general fund revenue by a little over $10,000 annually. We haven't received the fiscal impact statement on this bill, and one thing that I did want to note is that this bill does not appear to limit eligibility to Maine residents. So in fact, the fiscal impact could be greater.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. I'd just like to point out the Maine State Park fees are kept at a level whereby most people in Maine can afford to go to state parks. They are very affordable. And as Karen just noted, there's a backlog of things that need to be done in parks. And although the money goes to the general fund, it still is in part funded, with that money that comes in. And I just think that we need to really be aware of the fact that the park system currently gives a great deal to the people of the state of Maine. I think it was noted that, about a third of all their entries are of some sort fee or reduced fee. And I think this is something we need to bear in mind. And if we keep adding various groups, worthy as they may be, I think it's something that we need to really be concerned about. And it may be a little too early, but I am opposed to this bill. And after some discussion, I would move not ought to pass, but I will let some discussion occur before that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If that's a real motion,
No, it wasn't yet, he said.
Okay. Well, I'll express that I'm in the same place as Representative Schofield. You're hearing from the two former park rangers first. It's hard because there are a lot of people that we want to be able to extend benefits to. And I think we look at parks as a place to do that very often. But something that we're not doing on the other end is putting our money where our mouth is and actually funding parks. So we're looking at parks as a place to take from and to give benefits to people, but we're not, on the other hand, investing in them and taking care of them, even with record use. The legislature hasn't been able to put funding into this backlog. We haven't, passed a bond to help. And I think that if we were to support something like this, we'd have to make a real commitment on the other end to how we're going to take care of our parks.
Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Senator. It means a lot to me that Representative O'Neill and Representative Schofield are on the same side of this, having been working in the state parks. And so they've seen what happens there, as well as hearing from the department itself. And so those are real numbers to me. And if I understood correctly, we are already giving a benefit, is that correct, to persons with disabilities as far as a day pass is concerned? Did I hear that correctly?
I think what they said is that at least veterans with 100% disabilities did. I don't know about other disabilities. I don't think that was addressed, but.
Okay. It also makes me question, I have to question, while it's very easy to document veterans with 100% disability, this is a tougher thing. Disabilities show up in many forms, and a military disability is one thing. Other disabilities don't show up in the same way, and you may not have a card to say that I am 100% disabled. In any event, for all of those reasons, I also feel in the same boat as Representative Schofield and Representative O'Neill.
Yeah, to go along with that too, I would expect that you probably cannot ask, of course, about a disability. So if somebody came in and said they had a disability, you just have to take them at face value and go on. The only other option would be is if we amended the bill to say cars with placarded license plates, not the one you hang from your mirror, but a placarded license plate like the Gold Star plate. But then I would go out further and say, if we even did that, I would be willing to bet there's way more disability plates than there are Gold Star plates, and the Gold Star plates were $10,000 as a physical note. So this would be some number of times greater than that, I would expect. It's certainly a dilemma. I think we all are probably in the same place, that We would like to make sure that people with disabilities have full access, but it's going to be difficult here. Representative O'Neill, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, since we're on the topic, invite Ron Hahn up from the department to just to talk about the backlog, because I think I kind of gave anecdotes, but I think it's an opportunity.
Yep. Sure. While he's coming in, Representative Schofield.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill. I also want to point out that there's an exempt pass for group homes where there are disadvantaged children for much of the time, and so that's a large number of the people of our state who utilize state parks for free, and there's a bunch of stuff like that. I just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Welcome. Would you introduce yourself, please? You're on mute, sir.
My apologies.
Hey, welcome to club. I think every one of us has done that today.
I'm Ron Hunt. I'm the Director of Operations and Maintenance in Maine State Parks.
Representative O'Neill, you wanted to ask a question or two, I believe.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for being here. Good to see you. I'm wondering if you could please just kind of give us an update and overview on the backlog in state parks and the kind of upgrades that need to be done.
We commissioned a engineering study in the early 2000s, approximately 15 years ago, that calculated $40 million worth of needed items to be upgraded in Maine State Parks. And this runs the gamut from restrooms, roads and road surfaces, a lot of our underground infrastructure, water lines, sewage lines, septic fields, things that aren't very visible or sexy to the people that actually visit parks, but are very necessary items in order to assure the health and safety of all of our visitors. We have, in previous bond issues, been able to upgrade a number of our facilities, but a lot of those upgrade, particularly at Sebago, which Representative Schofield is very familiar with, date back now almost 26 years. So they're dated, particularly in terms of ADA compliance. They were ADA compliant at the time. With the COVID crisis that we just experienced, we have several types. We've got external entry, which enabled us to use most of the facilities even with COVID-19 restrictions. We've got what I'll term single entry and then manifold type of situations for the individual stalls. Those were very problematic when we were trying to maintain 6-foot distancing. And when we upgrade in this current round, we would be going to the external entry, which deal with ADA compliance, as well as cultural issues, as well as with COVID-19 safety issues. So we're talking about facilities that literally are from Kittery on the south end to a Rustic State Park on the north, and all points in between, and from Grafton Notch in the west all the way to Cobscook in the east. We've got 46 state parks and historic sites. Many of those have multiple systems in them, and those are the types of things that we're concentrating on. I probably left a number of them out, but when you start totaling up the amount of needed upgrades, the $40 million that was calculated in 2004, 2005 era, with the cost increases of materials and labor, we calculate it to be in excess of $50 million at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. So when you say that, like, how long has it been since, so we've known that these updates need to happen and they're kind of bare basic, the, bare minimum kind of things like roads and plumbing?
We've known about these, and we've been doing inspections and assessments both internally and with consulting engineers for the better part of 2 decades. The issue primarily has been lack of funding. We've had 2 bond issues during that period of time where we were able to access LWCF funding, federal funds, which I think you're aware of are a 50-50 match. But the catch on LWCF is that you have to pay for the entire capital improvement out of state funds to receive a reimbursement from the federal side. With that in mind, when we haven't had those bond issues available, particularly over the last 10 to 12 years, I think 2007 was the last one that was passed. We haven't had the stateside money to match the federal funds even when they've been available.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Hunt? If not, I would go back to Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. I will make a motion ought not to pass. Thank you.
And I assume that Representative O'Neill is seconding that.
Yes, thanks.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Cheryl, please call the roll.
Yes, LD number 457, an act to provide free state park passes to persons with disabilities, ought not to pass. Representative Lori Osher, absent. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Kluger, absent. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. 10 yes, 0 no, 3 absent.
On LD 457, an act to provide free state park passes to persons with disabilities. It's ought not to pass, 10 in favor of ought not to pass, none against, and 3 absent. So the vote stands on ought not to pass. I will close the hearing on LD 457, and we'll move on to LD 66, an act to improve livestock and poultry preparation. Aaron.
This needs to be taken off the table.
Okay, can I have a motion to take this off the table?
Mr. Chair,
So moved.
Take it off the table.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Representative O'Neill. Moved by who? Senator Black, was it? And all.
I made a motion, Senator.
Okay, Representative Schofield, sorry. All in favor, just raise your hand so if we can see you all, so we can see how you're voting. Yes, yes, and Representative Hall. Yes. It's unanimous. Didn't really need them, I guess. It was good without them, but. Okay, so it's off the table. Was it in any posture at all?
Yes.
Okay.
No, and I don't even think there is a
There wasn't a motion
Yeah,
on?
there wasn't even a pending motion on the floor, no. So I believe Nancy McBrady and Jennifer Eberly from the department are in the attendee room. Probably want to let
So if you want to leave
promote them to
then we can get this
panelists.
done in a hurry. Jasper, would you let them in, please?
So LD 66 is 29 sections. And the, you know, I've gone through this before. I just sort of grouped all the sections by topic. So there are several sections on custom operators, and right now there's sort of like conflicting language used of licensing versus registration of custom operators. And then there are 3 sections of the bill that prohibit the sale of horse meat. There are a couple of sections that have to do with amenable species. It just provides a definition of amenable species, and then it adds amenable species under the laws governing voluntary inspections under the commissioner's duties. There are 4 sections that basically correct a cross-reference to the Federal Poultry Products Inspection Act. And then there are about 4 sections that add the word include poultry when talking about, you know, ante-mortem examination of animals or post-mortem examination of carcasses. So it's just making sure that poultry is included in various statutes. And then it amends a few definitions. Section 14 removes the requirement that funds reimbursed under the laws governing preparation of livestock and poultry products be deposited into the general fund as undedicated revenue. So I'm not sure how you want to approach this bill. 493, the next and final bill that we have other than the budget is kind of runs counter to what the this is 66 is a department bill. LD 493 runs counter to a couple of sections in LD 66. So and it amends same sections of law. So the committee obviously has to be mindful of that. So I'm not sure how you want to approach that.
Okay, I think one thing, oops, Senator Black's waving at me. So since he's waving at me, I'll ask him. Go ahead, Senator Black.
Thank you. Having talked with the sponsor of this bill, I mean, we in no way, this was a bill put in request, and I don't think he really realized where it was going. He in no way wanted to circumvent, you know, getting in the problem that we had a couple of years ago with interfering with the meat inspection. It was a effort to try to not knowing the proper wording of, you know, to try to get.
Could you just defer just for a second, Senator? When you are you talking about the next bill, 493?
Oh, maybe I've got the wrong bill. Yep.
No. I just wanted to make sure. We're on LD 66, an act to improve livestock and poultry preparation. And then
okay. I'm on the wrong bill. I'm on the wrong bill. Yep.
The next one is the slaughterhouse. But I think where you were going with that may have bearing on this one with what Karen had just said. So where were you going with 493? Were you going to suggest something before we get to it?
Well, I was going to suggest that we, you know, move the other bill to a study group to try to come up with a task force or a stakeholders group to improve slaughterhouse capacity and the use of local meat. We saw it
and by doing that, you would then find out where it's in direct conflict with the bill we're working on now. So
right.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so we'll continue with LD 66. So Karen, you all done with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the committee wants to approach this. We can kind of talk about the different subject areas of the bill and just, or if you want to go through section by section, I don't know. But one question that I did have for the department, for 493, they did attach to their testimony a letter from USDA, basically saying that enactment of that bill would jeopardize the at least equal status of the Maine Meat and Poultry Inspection Program, and it seemed pretty crystal clear. But the question that I had is in section 19 of the bill, I believe, current law allows, section 19 of LD 66, current law allows custom operators that are not licensed but registered to engage in intrastate commerce in the business of buying, selling, preparing, processing, packing, storing, transporting, or otherwise handling meat, food products, or poultry products if that person is registered with the state. So what section 19 of the bill proposes to do is to strike this allowance. So it's not clear to me, if the committee were not to move forward with section 19, how USDA would feel about that. And then also in section 19, currently a custom slaughterer, custom processor, poultry processor fewer than 1,000 birds, or rabbit processor fewer than 1,000 birds, or any other category that the commissioner may by rule establish, who is not licensed. It's permissive language that they may register with the department, and section 19 proposes to change that to that they must register with the department. And then there's other sections in LD 66 that kind of clarify that registration versus license. But anyway, that's sort of a question I would, you may want clarification on how USDA views section 19. Do they see it as absolutely necessary or not? Does it jeopardize the MMPI program or not?
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Karen? Okay, Dr. Everly may be the one that we can call on to answer the section 19 dilemma that Karen presented.
Yes.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. I'm Dr. Jennifer Everly. I'm the director of the Maine Meat and Poultry Inspection Program.
Welcome this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first question we have for you is section 19 of LD 66 and how it would, if it does do any impact with USDA.
Yes, as section 19 currently stands, it is not in compliance with federal law, and we must adhere to the federal law to maintain our program. So that section would put our program in jeopardy if not changed.
So the section that you're striking out will now put us in compliance with the federal law. Is that correct, in section 19?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it just semantics. So section 19 is the section of the bill that the department wants to move forward. The section of law that is currently not in compliance with the federal regulations is Title 22, Section 2514A, subsection 1. And then kind of an accompanying piece to that is Section 5 of the bill amends the definition of custom slaughterhouse so that, you know, again, it clarifies the issue that they're a registered establishment rather than a licensed establishment. So those two sections kind of go together. And then there are several other sections in the bill that kind of correct references of licensed versus registered.
So are you suggesting that we need to go through it section by section and look at it, or do you think you've kind of just covered it with what you just told us?
I can say that it's, I mean, I could go through, it's sections 1 adds a reference to registration under the Made Food Sovereignty Act, section 1 of the bill. Section 4 amends the definition of custom processor to mean a person who maintains a registered rather than licensed establishment. I just talked about section 5, removes the reference to license. Sections 17 and 18 remove custom slaughterers and custom processors from the categories of licensure. We talked about section 19, and then sections 24 removes custom slaughterhouse from the contract slaughtering provision under rental of licensed slaughterhouse law. Section 26 adds a reference to registered establishment under inspection for use of human slaughtering methods section of law. Sections 27 adds a reference to registered under prohibited acts of section law. And then section 29 as a reference to registered establishment under action upon violation section of laws. I think those latter sections we're starting to get into, it's all in Title 22. So those are all the sections that have to do with the custom operators.
Okay,
so
could you move back to 20? Would you go back to 26?
Yeah.
I thought I heard you say something about human slaughtering. Did that mean that slaughtering of animals by humans, or no? I mean, serious. That's what I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, that is what I said.
What's that?
She meant humane.
Oh,
humane. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That clears that up. Wow. Okay.
I have Zoom fatigue, and typos are dangerous. So
yeah,
sorry about that.
That was a very dangerous one. So okay, because I was trying to follow along and I hadn't come across that when you said it. Okay.
Yes, humane.
So we've got just kind of corrections between license and slaughter. I mean, between license and registered, right? Is that pretty much what we've got? And
yeah, I mean, section 19 is obviously, I would say it's the substance of that group, and all the others seem to be somewhat technical.
Okay. Are there other questions for Karen or Nancy or Dr. Eberly? I think everybody's getting Zoom fatigue here, so. Yeah. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't a question, but once folks are all set talking about this, Representative Pluker just wasn't feeling well today, and I know he had some questions about that change with the registration requirement. So I'm wondering if folks would be willing to consider tabling it maybe until our next meeting, just to give him a chance to be here. And if people are finished asking questions, I would make that motion.
Okay, it's been, I was gonna say, I'm gonna put it in the form of, it's been moved to table and seconded by Senator Maxman. All in favor of tabling the bill? I mean, usually we let one tabling go on a bill. Thank you. So it's tabled till, I'm not gonna say next time we meet, because the next time we meet, we got 4 public hearings. And the way we're going today, I'm not sure how much we're going to get into the budget. So we're going to have a big day on the budget next time. So, so we'll just move it whenever we can move it in next time, not next meeting. But. All right. So I will close the hearing on LD 66 and open up the, oh, excuse me, that was work session. Open up the work session on LD 493.
So this bill proposes to authorize custom slaughterhouses to produce cuts of meat to be sold commercially in the state. I guess one thing that I don't want to, there was quite a bit of testimony on this. We did hear that, you know, livestock producers throughout the state are suffering, and the pandemic certainly highlighted the urgent need for more processors and inspection of facilities in the state. The department testified in opposition for the reasons we just heard when we were discussing the other bill. And just one thing I wanted to point out, and it segues into our budget work session actually, is, you know, that obviously the department pointed out that this would result in Maine losing their Maine meat and poultry inspection program. And but one thing that they pointed out, some of the measures that they've been taking to sort of alleviate, I guess I'll call it this crisis, is that there are a couple of budget initiatives that you've already voted on in your budget. One is establishing one limited period consumer protection inspector position. And this person would provide inspection services to meet increasing demand in the MMPI program and reduce the wait times for livestock producers. So what the committee, if you recall, you voted it in, and it was, you actually amended that initiative by making a case to appropriations that this should be a permanent position rather than a limited period position. And then there was also another one limited period inspection process analyst coordinator position for the MMPI program. This person would administer day-to-day operations in the program, which has been experiencing increasing demand with a new cooperative interstate shipment program, and it addresses a weakness identified by the USDA during an on-site audit in 2018. This was just for fiscal year 23. Again, the committee voted this in, and again, you would like to amend that initiative by making it permanent. So I just wanted to point those out. It sounds like Senator Black was alluding to maybe amending this bill to create a working group, and you could certainly do that, or you could do that by letter, but I guess I'll just stop for now.
Thank you. And I would go to Senator Black, if I understood him correctly. I thought I heard him suggest carry this bill over, establish a working group, and report back at the beginning of next session. And then we can take the bill up again and see where it is to see how it can move forward or not. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's true. With concerns of COVID-19 and concerns of being able to have an adequate supply of meat and getting them slaughtered and whatever, we saw it firsthand where people were waiting, 9 months to a year to get appointments after they had their animals. And not to be negative, but there's some of us that would really like to have a task force or whatever to hold the department feet to the fire to make sure that they move forward with something. We've got some bills out there, questions out there, even Representative Pluka's bill, the labeling bill, we haven't really followed up much on that. And so I think it would be great to have a task force with maybe slaughterhouse, some producers in the department, report back to us next year on the whole gamut and see if we can't move ahead and whether we can tweak something on the federal, get the federal to move somewhat with the new administration or whatever. Look at the whole thing and report back to us next February or whatever.
All right, so what I'm hearing you say probably is you're moving to carry this bill over, and the chairs would write a letter to the department requesting them to establish a working group made up of some industry people and department personnel to look into the issue of slaughterhouses, custom slaughterhouses in the state of Maine, and to report back to us by February 1st of next year.
Yeah.
Was that your motion?
Yes. Can I discuss it?
Sure. You got a second? we gotta get a second first before we, unless that's not your motion. First off, I'm just asking if that's your motion.
Well, the only thing is, you mentioned industry people and department. I think we ought to include some livestock producers in that.
Yeah, I guess when I said stakeholders, I assumed that was, producers too. So, yeah, so that's your motion. Is there a second? I see a couple hands up.
Second.
Yeah.
All right, it's been moved and
Yeah.
seconded by Representative Schofield. I think I heard his voice out there. So, or maybe it was Representative Hall, one of them.
No, we'll give this one to Schofield.
All right, we'll let him have one. All right. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none.
Yes, I have a point I would like to bring up.
Okay.
I believe that by doing this, what Senator Black has brought forth, that would also give us time to find out what the federal is coming down from the federal. I think Director McBrady had mentioned there possibly was going to be some loosening up on the USDA standards within the next 6 months or so, and that would give them time for us to find out what else was going on as well. Just a thought on that.
Yeah, I never hold my breath on what the feds are going to do.
This is true.
But anyway, let's hope. I see Nancy kind of smiling there when I said that too, but hopefully they're going to do something. All right, any other discussion? Karen?
So I'm just wondering if presiding officers, if you've heard anything, they seem to not like committees to vote carryovers too early. Have they had a change of heart on that, or?
No, they're not pushing hard on that.
Okay.
They won't know for a while. It'll take us a while for me to respond when they ask. Representative O'Neill and I, this is correct.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Cheryl, would you please call the roll?
Oh, LD 493, an act to allow custom slaughterhouses to produce cuts of meat to be sold commercially in the state. The motion is to carry over to next year, right?
And to write a letter to the department.
Representative Lori Osher, absent. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluka, absent. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, absent. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. 10 yes, 0 no, 3 absent.
Okay, so on LD 493, an act to allow custom slaughterhouses to produce cuts of meat to be sold commercially in the state. It was voted 10-0-3 to carry the bill over and to write a letter to the department to put a group together to discuss this and to report back. So I will close the work session on LD 493. Now, we're down to a budget work session. It is 2:43. What I would suggest, if everybody can stand it, let's just put a time frame on this and we'll go to 3:30 and get what we can get done. See how far we get. We do have it scheduled again for Thursday anyway. Is that not correct, Karen?
That's right. I do have 2 language reviews and a fiscal note to review.
Okay. then let's do those first, and then we'll see where we are before we go
Okay.
into the work session on the budget.
And in the meantime, if Cheryl could let in anyone who might be, yeah, I do see Commissioner Beal and Amy Carlton in the attendees to promote them to panelists for the budget work session. So I did send you an email this morning. I just need your review of the fiscal note before Cheryl can report it out. This is the fiscal note for LD 207, which is the major substantive rule resolve for the Maine Land Use Planning Commission. So there is a fiscal note required. The committee amended that so that the rules would go into effect no later than October 1st, 2021. And so the fiscal note just reads that any additional costs to LUPC as a result of final adoption of Chapter 1 fee schedule rules are anticipated to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. Changes to the fee structure of the LUPC to reflect changes in methods of submission, communication, and distribution may result in a minor increase in general fund revenue. So that's the fiscal note. Are there any questions?
What LD was that?
207.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And then
Question from Representative O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to see if we could take like a 2-minute stretch break.
Before she does language review or after language review?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know where we were. Hence the break needed, but whatever.
Is it an emergency break?
No, I
Okay.
just think we
Yes.
could
Okay.
use a break. We've been sitting in the same chair for a lot of hours.
yes, it's not human or humane. So LD 155. So you essentially, it's a three-way divided report. The majority report was moved by Senator Black. So basically it restricts the use of certain neonicotinoids for outdoor use. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but it's basic. I'll read it. That pursuant to Title 7, Section 610, I'm kind of paraphrasing here. The Board of Pesticides Control shall change the classification of any product containing the active ingredients 1, 2, 3, 4 used for application in outdoor residential landscapes to restricted use. And then products used for preserving wood, controlling or treating indoor insects. The part that we added in both the majority report and minority report A is that you add the controlling or treating insects outside around structural foundations and other parts of structures. So these would be specifically exempt from the classification change to restricted use under this section. So you've already seen minority report A, which was Representative Grohowski's proposed amendment. And so she leaves in that the Board of Pesticides Control shall prohibit same exemption for controlling or treating insects outside of structural foundations. And then her or the minority report shall allow for use of any product containing those active ingredients by certified applicators on ornamental vegetation to manage emerging invasive insects pests. So you've seen that before. And then the minority report B is ought not to pass. And I did email those to you this morning, but I just wanted to see if you had any questions about that.
Seeing none.
Okay.
Just
And
smile.
then, what's that?
I said, just smiles.
Just smile and wave.
That was from Representative O'Neill. She's getting giddy in the afternoon, I think.
She probably needs to eat something. So the final one that I have for language review is a committee report on an act to improve the animal welfare laws. It's a divided report. Majority ought to pass as amended. So you have actually seen a couple portions of this. For the Animal Welfare Advisory Council, it just specifies that the attorney have experience in animal welfare, that's in current law, or prosecutorial experience within the state court system. The second piece was around rabies vaccination required for dogs within 30 days after the dog attains the age of 3 months, rather than how the bill was drafted. The only other, and then the other piece of this was offered by the Maine Veterinarian MVMA organization. There's an exemption right now in current law that if there's some sort of medical condition or reason why a cat cannot be vaccinated for rabies, that they would be exempt from the vaccination requirement. So they suggested to include or dog in that provision. So that's part of the amendment. And then there's a change to the definition of animal care facility because there wasn't really a definition in the bill as drafted. So animal care facility means any person, which could be a body corporate, that provides care, sustenance, housing, maintenance, or other necessary care of animals, including, and then it includes what was in the original bill, vet offices, boarding kennels, equine facilities, etc. And then another thing that I did is I added a transition provision so that someone who has a dog that's, let's say, 4 or 5 months when this bill goes into effect, assuming that it goes through the legislature, that they wouldn't be immediately in violation of the law. So the transition is that an owner or keeper of a dog that is over 3 months of age on the effective date of this act that has not been vaccinated against rabies shall have that dog vaccinated against rabies within 30 days after the effective date of this act. And I did run this by the department, Liam Hughes, and they were fine with it. To be honest, they didn't think the transition provision was necessary because as a practical matter, they don't really enforce that until February when licensing starts. But sort of as a letter, by the letter of the law, that doesn't mean that they couldn't enforce any time of year. So I thought it should be in there, and it doesn't hurt. So, but they, in the end, we're fine with that. So that's that amendment.
What was that bill again, Karen? Sorry.
LD 103.
Thank you.
And there, may as well get this out of the way too. That we have received the fiscal note for the committee amendment, and it just says there is a fiscal note required, but it's minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. Any questions?
Any questions?
Any?
All right, seeing none, thank you. It is now 2:52. I'll go back to Representative O'Neill. You suggest 8 minutes and we come back at 3. Representative O'Neill?
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, 3 o'clock and we'll start in on the budget.
All right, thanks.
Jim,
Yes.
do we have an 8:30 tomorrow morning with the commissioner? Or is it just budget tomorrow?
No, we have a meeting I'm not sure that it is, if it's 8:30, I think it's 9, isn't it? What's tomorrow, Wednesday? Yes. I believe the
Okay.
meeting's at 9.
Okay. I
I'd have,
haven't seen the email yet.
yeah, I'd have to look for sure to see if it's 8:30 or 9, but we'll figure it out.
Sounds good.
All right, it's 3 o'clock, so if everybody's sitting there waiting to come back, please turn on your lights so I can see you. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we have 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we can begin. I think we left off, Karen, with 305 on the top of page 11.
Yes, yes. So are you going to ask me to screen share, or have enough folks printed this 70-page document out? Or do you want?
I printed it out, but I don't know, where's everybody else? Do you want this screen shared each time, or do you all have it in front of you now, pretty much? Raise your hand if you want it screen shared.
Okay.
Looks like mostly everybody wants a screen shared, Karen.
Okay.
So
I'll need to pull it up then.
you just got to get a faster finger. Back and forth.
Okay. Budget materials.
Come on, Kitty. Hey, Kitty.
Okay. So now that I've found the document, our half hour is over. All right, screen share. Okay, hopefully you're all seeing page 11 now. Yep, okay. So yes, that's where we left off. So we're in the Division of Forest Protection. It's reference number 305. This initiative provides funding for increased insurance rates for aviation coverage. The Forest Protection Division maintains several types of aircraft, and this will cover the rate increase for aviation insurance. And it's $40,000 in both fiscal year ending 22 and fiscal year ending 23.
All right. Thank you. Can I have a motion to move that in? Representative O'Neill, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded by Representative Hall. Any discussion? Anybody opposed? Seeing none. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Senator Maxman, you there? 10, 9 in favor.
Okay. Can we just state who's absent, just because I have to keep track of?
Yep.
this?
Right now it's Maxman, Gifford,
Osher,
And Luker.
and Pluker. Okay. Thank you. All right.
and 3 of them will be absent, and I would expect sometime Chloe will join
The
us.
whole time. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so the next initiative on page 11, reference number 306, also in the Division of Forest Protection, provides funding for equipment installation in vehicles, including radios and emergency lights. The justification states that the cost for radio equipment and emergency lighting installations for vehicles has increased. So in fiscal year ending 22, it's $48,000, and also in fiscal year ending 23, $48,000 for each fiscal year.
Next time, before you move it back, see if you can see everybody, Karen. I know on mine I can see everybody on the side,
really?
on the side panel, so we may not have to flip back and forth. We'll see how it goes, but anyway.
Okay.
Can I have a motion to move it in? Moved in by Representative Landry and seconded by Representative McCray. And I'm not going to be so formal now. I'm just going to go by last name just so we can do it quicker. Any discussion? Anybody opposed? None opposed. So it's 9-0. Same 4 missing.
Okay. The next one starts at the bottom of page 11, reference number 307. Also in the Division of Forest Protection, provides funding for increased costs of uniforms. It's $42,000 in each fiscal year, and the cost for uniform items has risen and additional funds are necessary. That's what the justification says.
Okay. Can I have a motion to move it in? Moved by Landry and seconded by O'Neill. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? None opposed, 9-0.
Okay, page 12, Division of Forest Protection. So this initiative, so this is reference number 308. It provides funding for increased costs of fire suppression, law enforcement, and safety training for rangers, pilots, and aviation mechanics. It's $35,000 in each fiscal year. The justification states that the initiative would cover travel and lodging for training within the state for rangers, pilots, and aviation mechanics. Ranger training for wildland fire suppression, law enforcement, and safety has increased with significant staff turnover. Annual training for pilots and aviation mechanics has also increased.
Can I have a motion to move it in? Moved by Landry, seconded by O'Neill. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All's in favor, 9-0 again.
Okay, the middle of page 12, reference number 309, still in the Division of Forest Protection. This initiative provides funding for training for all pilots in the Division of Forest Protection. It's $30,000 in fiscal year ending 22 and $10,000 in fiscal year ending 23. The justification says that this initiative would provide training for a new pilot on the Bell 407 helicopter and would provide a water crash survival training for all pilots.
Can I have a motion to move it in? Landry in, second. O'Neill. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It's unanimous, 9-0.
The next reference, number 310 at the bottom of page 12. Oh, am I not scrolling here? This initiative provides funding for repairs and construction at multiple facilities. It's $100,000 in each fiscal year. Forest Protection has 30 installations across the state with nearly 100 individual buildings. The cost for repair and maintenance is increasing. There are several roofing, paving, well, and other repair projects that need to be completed across the state, including replacing the roof at the Bolton Hill facility.
Can I have a motion to move it in? Landry, seconded O'Neill. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All in favor, 9-0.
The next initiative on page 13, reference number 311, provides funding for the reimbursement of personal services costs related to overtime for non-fire related flights. It's $39,611 in both fiscal years, for each fiscal year. The initiative will allow Ranger pilots to charge personal services to a dedicated account when flying Office of Information Technology staff for radio tower maintenance and projects.
Can I have a motion to move it in? Landry, is there a second? O'Neill? Any discussion? Anyone opposed? 10-0.
Oh.
Senator Beckman is back.
Okay. The next initiative on page 13 is reference number 312, still in the Division of Forest Protection, provides funding to replace 12 Bendix King portable radios each year. It's $35,000 in each fiscal year. Bendix King radios are the national standard for portable radios on any wildfire incident and most other incidents supported by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and Department of Interior agencies. These radios are used for mobilizations.
Can I have a motion to move it in? Landry, is there a second? Is there a second? O'Neill? Okay, got it. Got it all over the place now. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All in favor, 10-0.
On the bottom of page 13, reference number 313. This initiative provides funding to overhaul the main rotor blades on one Huey helicopter, and it's $20,000 in fiscal year ending 23 only.
I have a motion to move it in. Landry, O'Neill seconded. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All in favor, 10-0.
Okay, on page 14, reference number 314. This initiative provides funding to overhaul 2 Huey helicopter fuel control units. It's $35,000 in each fiscal year.
Can I have a motion to move it in? Landry in. Is there a second? McCray? Any discussion? Any opposed? All in favor, 10-0.
Reference number 315. This initiative provides funding for ongoing aircraft maintenance. It's $350,000 in each fiscal year. So the justification says that this initiative will fund ongoing maintenance for the aviation fleet from the State Fire Assistance Grant from the USDA Forest Service to allow for the upkeep, maintenance, and operation of the rolling stock obtained through the Federal Excess Property Program.
Motion in. Landry, second. O'Neill. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All in favor, 10-0.
On the bottom of page 14, this is reference number 316. It provides funding for new capital equipment in forest protection. It's $125,000 in state fiscal year ending 22 and $175,000 in state fiscal year ending 23. This initiative will fund aircraft repairs consisting of the overhaul of a main motor hub, replacement of rotor blades, replacement of a fuel control unit, and to paint the Jet Ranger.
Motion in. Landry, second. O'Neill. Discussion? Seeing none, anyone opposed? We have lost Representative Bernard, so it's 9-0.
Okay. All right, the top of page 15. This is reference, 2 reference numbers go together, 317 and 318. This initiative provides funding for the proposed reorganization of 1 laborer 1 position to a laborer 2 position. So it looks like it's split general fund, federal expenditures fund. So in fiscal year ending 22, in the general fund, it's $1,159, and in fiscal year 23, it's $1,160 for the general fund, and then it's $1,301 under Federal Expenditures Fund in fiscal year 22 and the same amount in fiscal year 23. So this initiative reorganizes an existing position to meet the needs of the division. There are 3 regional office locations in forest protection, and 2 of these have a laborer 2, and this would add the same level to the 3rd region.
Can I have a motion in? Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? None? Any opposed? No? All in favor, 9-0.
The next initiative is reference number 319. This reallocates the cost of 81 positions and all underfunding from 71% general fund in the Division of Forest Protection Program and 29% general fund in the Forest Resource Management Program to 100% general fund in the Division of Forest Protection Program in order to segregate forest protection activity. Position detail is on file in the Bureau of the Budget. It's $3,012,489 in fiscal year ending 22 and $3,055,020 in fiscal year ending 23. So that's it for that one.
In, Landry, second. McCray. Discussion? Anyone opposed? All in favor, 9-0.
Okay, so I think that was it for forest protection. So now I'm going to the second half of page 17, forest resource management. We'll start with reference number 327. This initiative reduces funding by recognizing one-time savings in the general fund by driving fewer miles. It's $4,860 in both fiscal years that was saved.
In, Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Opposed? 9-0.
At the bottom of page 17 is reference number 328. This provides one-time funding to purchase 6 Garmin GPS units and ongoing funds for annual subscription costs. At the top of page 18, you'll see the amounts. It's $7,070 in fiscal year 22 and $3,470 in 23. The justification says these GPS units would provide communication capabilities to field staff for safety issues and provide coverage where other radios do not work.
In, Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Opposed? All in favor, 9-0.
Okay, on page 18, the next reference number is 329. Provides funding for equipment installation in vehicles, including radios, $2,500 in each fiscal year.
In, Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Any opposed? All in favor, 9-0.
That's my phone. The next 2 initiatives that are together are reference number 330 and reference number 331. This initiative provides funding and reallocates 1 officer associate 2 position from 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund to 100% general fund within the same program. So it's $33,359 in fiscal year 22 and $34,654 in fiscal year 23. And then there's a corresponding reduction in the federal expenditures fund of $34,558 in fiscal year 22 and $35,900 in fiscal year 23.
Motion in. Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Anyone opposed? All in favor? 9-0.
On page 19, reference number 332, this initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of one regional management coordinator position to a public service manager 2 position as approved by the Bureau of Human Resources on May 14, 2020. So it's 15,250 in fiscal year 22 and 16,139 in fiscal year 23. So this initiative will fund and approve reorganization to align work functions to the appropriate classification.
In Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Opposed? 9-0.
At the bottom of page 19, the next reference number is 333. This initiative reallocates the cost of 81 positions and all other funding from 71% general fund in the Division of Force. So this is the other piece of other side of that initiative that you voted in. 71% general fund in the Division of Forest Protection Program and 29% general fund in the Forest Resource Management Program to 100% general fund in the Division of Forest Protection Program. So that's why it's a reduction of the approximately 3 million in both fiscal years that probably should have been voted together, but
We did. In?
yes.
Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Opposed? 9-0, passes.
Okay, so that's it for Forest Resource Management. We are now on page 21, Geology and Resource Information. Reference number 341 and 342 go together. This initiative adjusts funding by allocating personal services work effort to allowable federal funding sources. So it looks like it's a reduction to the general fund of $40,000 in each fiscal year. And then the federal expenditures fund would pick up the $42,251 in each fiscal year. So this initiative reallocates the personal services from general fund to federal expenditures fund to recognize one-time savings in the general fund.
In Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Opposed? Passes 8-0. We've lost Maxman
Okay,
at the moment.
okay. Okay, page 22. So reference numbers 343 and 344 go together. This initiative reallocates one planner 2 position from 70% general fund and 30% federal expenditures fund to 100% general fund within the same program. This initiative will align work effort with appropriate funding. I'm not going to say the dollar amounts. You can see them right there.
All right. In?
Oh, is there
Landry.
a question?
No, in Landry.
Okay.
Second? Second? Oh. All. Discussion. Opposed? Passes 9-0. Maxman is back.
Okay. So that's it for geology and resource information. It looks like there's no initiatives relating to Harness Racing Commission baseline budget, Land for Maine's future. Okay, so the next budget initiative is on page 27 under land management. Oh,
Amy Carlton.
On this particular initiative, I just wanted to point out that there are others if you wanted to vote them together.
Okay.
And that would be reference numbers, this one, 351, 277 on page 43, 278, 279, and 290. So there's 5 altogether.
All right, Karen.
Okay, for some reason I lost my screen share. Okay. So this initiative transfers and reallocates the cost of multiple positions from the Parks General Operations Program, General Fund, Federal Expenditures Fund, and other special revenue funds in the Land Management and Planning Program, other special revenue funds to the Parks General Operations Program, General Fund, Federal Expenditures Fund, and other special revenue funds, the Land Management and Planning Program, other special revenue funds, and the Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Program, other special revenue funds to align work effort with the appropriate funding. I have no idea what I just read.
We all do, so it's okay.
Okay. So, and as Amy pointed out, this
Want to go up
relates
to page
to
43, right?
Sure. Yep.
All right.
I'll zip over to that page 43. Okay, so this, oh God, do I have to read? Maybe
No.
it's basically the same language. So it's reference number 277, 278, 279, and then we got to jump to
290, I think it was.
290. You know what page that's on, Amy?
41, wrong, other direction. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad I asked. There it is.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I was
Question?
wondering if Amy could answer the question. Amy, I'm a little confused by this, rightfully so, I think. Could you tell me if any of this fixes some of the positions? I know there are some out there that work like 50 weeks a year, and or they're 2 positions together, cobbled together to make a year-round position. Does any of this apply to any of that? Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, and the answer is no. What this does in a nutshell is there's 15 positions that are shared resources, and each biennium we look at their actual work efforts and realign them to the proper accounts in which they've been working. So it does not address what you're referencing.
And I'll probably be asking the question of how many do you suppose we have of those that I just referenced? But not right now, but at some point I'd like to know that. Thank you. And thank you for your answer.
Okay, is everyone all set? Can I have a motion to move it in? Please.
I will move it in.
Okay, it's been moved in by Representative Schofield, seconded by Representative Hall. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? 9-0 on all of those. Even though it's 3:30, I would like to get at least halfway through the budget, if you don't mind. And we've got 68 pages, so I'd like to get through at least to page 34 if no one has got any problem with that. Seeing none, let's continue, please.
Okay, share my screen. So now we're still on the bottom of page 27. Reference number 352. This initiative provides funding for construction materials, improvements to bridges and roads through contract logging services, and other improvements to recreational trails and sites used by the public. So it's $11 million in each fiscal year. The initiative will establish baseline allocation for contract logging services, CLS, that were being coded to capital expenditures. Proper accounting requires these contracts to be coded to all other.
Motion in. Landry, second. Second. Okay, McCray. Discussion? Opposed? 9-0.
The next initiative on page 28, reference number 353, provides funding for capital construction materials, capital improvements to bridges and roads, and other improvements to recreational trails and sites used by the public. It's $3.4 million in each fiscal year. So the increase in capital will allow for the purchase of capital construction materials, improvements to bridges and structures on public lands needed to support approved timber harvesting operations and maintenance of recreational trails and sites used by the public. The increase supports the public reserve land's mission of maintaining multiple use and sustainable yield.
In. Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Opposed? 9-0. In.
The next reference number on page 28 is 354. This provides funding for unrealized attrition and associated all other costs. It's $54,136 in fiscal year 22 and $55,078 in fiscal year 23. The department cannot do financial orders in this account, so this will allow vacancies to be filled as needed.
In. Landry, second.
Second.
Discussion? Opposed? 9-0.
Okay. No changes to the baseline for these. Okay. So now I'm on page 34. So the next initiative is on page 34, reference 192, the Maine Milk Commission. This initiative recognizes revenue changes approved by the Revenue Forecasting Committee in November 2020 for their report due December 1st, 2020 for fiscal years ending June 30, 2022 and June 30, 2023. It's $112,863 in 22 and $89,133 in fiscal year 23.
In. Landry, second. O'Neill, discussion? Opposed? In favor? 8-0. We lost Senator Black.
Okay. Next initiatives on page 37.
What's the pleasure of the group? Continue a little longer or you've had enough for today? We've been on here since 9.
Let's do another 20 minutes.
Another 20 minutes. All right, takes us to 4 o'clock.
Okay, so the next initiative, there's actually two that go together on page 37 under Office of the Commissioner, reference numbers 231 and 232. So this initiative establishes one, I feel like we've talked about this before, establishes one limited period inspection process analyst coordinator position for the Maine Meat and Poultry Inspection Program, funded 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund within the same program, and provides funding for related all other costs and provides all other funds in the Office of the Commissioner Program, General Fund, and other special revenue funds for administrative costs related to the position. This position will administer day-to-day operations in the main meat and poultry inspection program, which has experienced increasing demand with the new cooperative interstate shipment program, and addresses a weakness identified by the USDA Food Safety Inspection Service during an on-site audit in 2019. So you've already voted in a related initiative to this, so this probably should have been done at the same time. And we talked about it during the work session on the two
So do we have to
weekdays.
change it though, so that we make it permanent? Because here it says limited.
Right, so that's what you did with the other one. Is it reference number 216, Amy? Or reference number?
I'm going back, hang on.
Yeah, so it does look like it's reference number 216, starts on page 4, ends on page 5. So yeah, the committee voted that in, but rather than it being a one-time limited position, the committee wanted to make it permanent. So I'm assuming you want to do that for this.
Right.
Because it's the companion piece.
Exactly. Motion in to do that and make it permanent. Representative Landry in. Seconded by Hall. Discussion. Opposed? It passes. I think it's 7 now. We've lost Representative Underwood for a moment. Let me just count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 7-0. If it gets below 7, we can't vote. We don't have a quorum. So.
Yep. And actually, it's related to reference numbers 216 and 217 on pages 4 and 5, right, Amy? Oh.
What numbers were you referencing? I'm sorry.
216 and 217. That's what it looks like to me. I just want to make sure. How about we?
I'm thumbing through paper here, sorry.
That's okay. How about we leave it that it is,
Yes.
unless I hear from you otherwise? Okay.
It is.
Okay, good. All right, so the bottom of page 37, under the Office of the Commissioner, on the top of page 38, reference number 234. So this initiative reduces funding to recognize one-time savings for decreased travel expenditures, and it's $10,000 in each fiscal year.
Savings, correct? Yes. In?
Correct, yes.
Landry, second? Second?
Second.
Schofield. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0. Representative Underwood is back. 8-0.
Okay. The next one on page 38 is reference number 235. This reduces funding for grants. It's $4,400 in each fiscal year under the Office of the Commissioner.
In Landry, second?
Second.
Schofield, discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
The next one is reference number 236, provides funding for increased costs in legal services provided by the Department of the Attorney General.
David McCray over in Fort Fairfield. How are you?
Can you mute him, Karen?
I can't.
Work with
Oh, there we go. Okay, so this initiative provides funding based on estimates provided by the Attorney General for the same level of legal services. So it's $36,728 in fiscal year 22 and $48,213 in fiscal year 23.
In Landry, seconds?
Second.
Schofield, discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
Okay, going on to page 39. This is still under the Office of the Commissioner. Reference numbers 237 and 238. These initiatives reduce funding in the general fund and other special revenue funds by recognizing savings from turning in 17 vehicle radios and subscribing to InReach units instead. The change is necessary because the vehicle radios don't come in everywhere, and the new units will provide better coverage.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Nope, go ahead. I don't need to say the amounts.
In Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield. Discussion? Opposed? Passes 8-0.
Okay. On page 39, reference numbers 239 and 240 provides funding for the increase in rates in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services Office of Information Technology Operations. So it's $358,700 of general funds in each fiscal year, and then it's other special revenue funds in the amount of $72,350 in each fiscal year. So the rate increases for the Office of the Chief Information Officer, Microsoft Office 365, network access, and then GIS and personnel cannot be absorbed within existing resources.
In Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
So at the top of page 40, looks like the last initiative under the Office of the Commissioner, reference number 241. This initiative provides funding for the department's proportionate share of the cost of the Natural Resources Service Center within the within DAFS. So it's $99,719 in fiscal year 22 and $121,209 in fiscal year 23. So the justification says the increase is due to salary adjustments and DAF's Office of Information Technology rate adjustments. Natural Resources Services Center rates are determined based on work assignments by program or agency.
In Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
Okay, so you voted in reference number 290, correct? Thank you, Amy. I'm losing my mind. So the next one would be, and we are in the off-road recreational vehicles program at this point on page 41. So the next one is reference number 292. This initiative provides funding for increased grants to support the snowmobile trail system pursuant to Public Law 2015, Chapter 237. So it's 1.259 approximately million in fiscal year 22 and the same amount in fiscal year 23.
In Landry.
So,
Sorry.
okay, go ahead.
In Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield, discussion?
Yeah.
Opposed? 8-0. When you pause, Karen, I think that's it, so.
That's okay. We don't need justification.
No, it's fine, I just,
Yeah. No, okay, so the next initiative is under Parks General Operations on page 43. Oh, is this?
You voted that one.
We voted that in, okay. I was gonna say that terrible paragraph looks familiar.
Yeah, you're on page 44, reference 280.
Okay. Right, so you voted in 279. Okay. So page 44, 280. This initiative establishes 6 seasonal assistant park ranger positions in state parks.
Move it in.
So under the justification, it does provide some detail that this will reinstate 6 of 24 positions that were eliminated in the 2018-2019 biennium. It will allow the department to better maintain facilities, meet public safety requirements, and address increasing visitation rates and park facility use by the public.
It was moved in by Schofield and seconded by O'Neill. Discussion. Opposed? 8-0.
And the final initiative under parks looks, oh no, it's not. Okay, so on page 44, the next initiative is reference number 281. This provides funding for maintenance of infrastructure and capital improvements. The justification says capital improvements and repair projects are necessary to maintain and improve existing infrastructure and to ensure safety for public recreation. It's $430,000 in each fiscal year.
In, Landry,
move.
second. Schofield, discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
The next initiative on page 45 provides funding for capital, it's reference number 282, provides funding for capital improvements to ensure roads, bridges, dams, and buildings are safe for staff and public recreation in the Allagash Wilderness Waterway. It's $100,000 in each fiscal year. And I do recall Representative Martin having a question about how those funds would be used. I don't know, Amy, if you sent
Yes.
information about that?
We did this morning. You folks should have gotten copies of that response as well.
Okay. In,
I'll
Landry.
move it in, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go with Schofield and Landry, second. Discussion? Opposed? None. But I gotta count now here. We lost McCray. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 7. 7-0.
Okay.
We hit 6, we're done.
Yep. So moving right
So that-
along.
So for the department, I think that's all your initiatives besides the Part B and the language items.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're to Baxter State Park, etc.
Yep.
Oh, we're almost done, actually. Okay.
Making up for this morning.
Yeah.
So I'm on page 51.
Yep.
So the next initiative is reference number 465 under the Baxter State Park Authority. This initiative, it's reference number 465, provides one-time funding for the replacements, upgrades, and improvements to ranger stations, rental cabins, and lean-tos throughout Baxter State Park. There are over 300 buildings within the park, several of which suffer from deferred and insufficient maintenance. This will provide funding to continue the roof replacement program, continue to replace aging rental lean-tos, and upgrade cabins to improve the visitor experience.
I will move this in, Mr. Chair.
In, Schofield, second. McCray. Discussion? Opposed? None? 8-0.
The next initiative is reference number 466. This initiative provides one-time funding for the replacement of 2 trucks, 4 snowmobiles, and 2 trailers. It's $100,000 in fiscal year 22 and $40,000 in fiscal year 23.
I'll move it in, Mr. Chair.
Moved in as second. McCray. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
The next initiative is at the top of page 52, reference number 467. This initiative provides one-time funding for the purchase of one law enforcement package of gun racks and light bar for one truck, $10,000 in fiscal year 22.
I'll move that in, Mr. Chair.
Moved in by Schofield, seconded by Landry. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
The next initiative, reference number 468, provides funding for dispatch services provided by the Holton Regional Communications Center, $8,221 in each fiscal year.
Okay. In, Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield, opposed? 8-0.
At the bottom of page 52, reference number 469. This initiative provides funding by increasing the number of weeks of one seasonal Baxter Park Trail Specialist from 25 weeks to full-time 52 weeks.
I'll move that in, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it's been moved in. Is there a second? Second, Landry. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
On page 53, the next reference number 470 provides funding by increasing the weeks of one seasonal Baxter Park customer service, Baxter Park customer representative position from 23 weeks to 27 weeks, and 3 seasonal Baxter Park customer representative positions from 26 weeks to 30 weeks to provide sufficient coverage at the southern and northern gates of Baxter State Park through the month of November.
I'll move it in, Mr. Chair.
Moved in by Schofield and seconded by Landry. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
The next one is reference number 471. This establishes one seasonal grounds and equipment supervisor position for 26 weeks and 3 seasonal groundskeeper 2 positions for 24 weeks and provides funding for all other costs. It also provides funding for 2 vehicle purchases.
I'll move it in, Mr. Chair.
In, Schofield, seconded Landry. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
And the final initiative on page 54 for the Baxter State Park Authority is reference number 472, provides one-time funding for the maintenance of infrastructure and capital improvement projects in Baxter State Park.
I'll move that in, Mr. Chair.
In, Schofield, second, Landry. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
Okay, keep going.
Keep going.
All right. So the next initiative is on page 58 under the Finance Authority of Maine. Reference number, my contacts are drying out, 1033. This initiative reduces funding to align with dedicated revenue as projected by the December 2020 Revenue Forecasting Report. So the most current revenue forecast for the Dairy Improvement Fund show a reduction in revenue for 21-22 and 22-23, and this initiative reduces expenditures to align with that reduction. It's $162,420 in fiscal year 22 and $22,023 in fiscal year 23.
In, Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield, discussion? Opposed? 8-0.
Okay. So the next one I see is on page 65. So this is section B1. Under the Bureau of Agriculture, these are reclassifications. So reference number 221 It's a reclass. Doesn't provide any other detail. It's $14,416 in fiscal year 22 and $4,928 in fiscal year 23.
In Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield, discussion. Opposed? 8-0.
And then the next one is reference number 293 under the off-road recreational vehicles program. It's a reclass. It's almost $6,000 in each fiscal year.
In Landry, second.
Second.
Schofield, discussion. Opposed? 8-0.
Okay, so now we are on the language parts.
Yep.
So part V, this part changes the deputy. So I'm on top of page 66. This part changes the deputy director position from serving at the pleasure of the commissioner to a classified confidential position.
I will move that in, Mr. Chair.
Moved in Schofield, second. Landry, discussion. Opposed? Okay, moved in, 8-0.
Part W starts on 66. The summary is on 67. This part allows the department to submit financial orders for this account and adjust the budget report submission date in odd numbered years to align with the submission of a biennial budget from a governor-elect. Legislative reporting requirements and oversight remain intact.
I will move this in, Mr. Chair.
Been moved in. Is there a second? Landry? Discussion? Opposed? It's moved in. W.
And then part X on page 67. This part authorizes a one-time transfer in each year of the biennium of all funds in excess of $500,000 from unencumbered balance forward in the personal services and all other line categories in the Division of Forest Protection General Fund account to the capital expenditures line category in the Division of Forest Protection General Fund account to fund the overhaul of existing aircraft.
Can I have motion in?
I will move that in.
Schofield, seconded by Landry. Discussion? Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We lost Maximum. All right, continue on. Don't lose
All
anybody
right.
else. We're on the last page.
I know, I can't believe it. So, page 68, part Y. This part renames the Office of the Commissioner Program in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to DACF Administration.
In?
I will
Landry?
move that in.
Seconded? Schofield. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0. Senator Maxman is back.
Oh, okay. And part Z, last language piece.
Move we adjourn?
This
Just kidding.
This part authorizes a transfer of residual cash remaining in the Federal State Inspection Fund account to the Division of Quality Assurance and Regulation account at the end of the state fiscal year or 2020-21 biennium.
I'll move that in, Mr. Chair.
In Schofield, second. Landry. Discussion? Opposed? 8-0. Great job, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you all for sticking it out. Any last questions, comments, remarks for the good of the order?
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Oh,
Oh, we had a question first, though. Karen?
so what are your plans with the budget? Do you want me to go ahead and prepare that memo on behalf of the committee that the chairs will review? It sounds like the only sort of change would be to amend those positions that were related to the main meat and poultry inspection program to make them permanent rather than a limited one time. Those are the only changes that I heard. Did you want to hold on to it in case there's something else, or are you ready to report back to AFA?
Commissioner Beal.
I just wanted to remind you, I think there's an initiative that you tabled in the last session. It was the one about PFAS. It's on page 4. It's number 215.
Thank you. Yep. I can share my screen again if you need it.
And we did include it in that letter that we sent over today is the more description that I believe Representative Pluker asked for around PFAS.
I think one of the questions that I thought I heard around this was, quote, only 13,000? With everything we're seeing on the news, I mean, there was this big thing, of course, about Fairfield yesterday in the news, and everybody's up in arms that the department had evidently looked at a dairy farm there, and once they found that, everything broke loose. Is this enough money to go forward with what testing you're going to have to do?
This will allow us to keep going at the pace that we're going at now. So basically just funding retail milk testing and some follow-up testing with farms. It will not allow us to do more than that.
Well, we got several other bills, so I guess we can just go ahead and vote this in as it is, but I think with all the PFAS bills, I think we got either 3 or 4 PFAS bills. I would not be surprised to see something come down the road about more testing, so. Okay.
So did you want to take a vote on that initiative now? Okay.
Yep. Can I have a motion to move it in? Moved in Landry, seconded McCray. Discussion? Opposed? None. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. Yep, 7-0.
Is there anything else I missed?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm just wondering, we did pretty good work today getting through this. I was wondering if it might be prudent to, I'm not sure what the next step is, but it might be prudent not to push this along to the next level until maybe Thursday. We could have one more look at things if there's anything that comes up, and then move it out then, if that's appropriate.
Sure. I mean, we have it on the schedule for Thursday anyway again, so after our public hearings, we can come back and see if there's anything that anybody has.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to remind Amy that I am curious, as I noted before, how many positions that are 2 positions that are turned out to be 1 for the park service. Those that they have like 22 weeks and 50 and 30 weeks. I'm just curious if she could tell us that. I'd like to just know that if I could. Thank you.
Sure, we can have that for the next time. Representative McCray? Can't hear you, the representative. You're muted, Representative McCray. I guess we're not going to hear whatever you have to say.
I would think he was muted.
I would say give us hand signals. It's been so long today. I know what the hand signal would probably be. So
when he was on the phone, I think Cheryl might have muted him.
Oh, somebody did.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
No, she's saying no.
It was me.
Ah. That was Amy. But still, he should be able to unmute himself even if you mute him.
Yeah, he just needs to press unmute.
There he is.
You all disappeared, and I was just going to remind you that Representative Underwood had a question. That was all.
Representative Underwood.
Motion we adjourn.
I should have just gone.
Before I ask for a second, is everything done? Karen? Cheryl? Can I have a second? Oh,
Second.
everybody wants to stay. That's good. Been second.
No way, Bobby.
Thank you all. See you Thursday.
See you
Sounds
later.
good.
Have a good
Thanks.
evening.
Or half of you tomorrow, I guess. So.